earlier for your class.
What's that?
We could have started earlier for your class.
I did let my class know. I read them the agenda. I didn't give them any names. Of course, it's
Yeah.
public knowledge, but I just opened out without telling them what I was telling them. I just started reading the topics for today's meeting, and I said, and all of that's just before lunch.
Yeah.
It was a little
I tell you.
eye-opening for them. I've encouraged them to attend the meeting.
Well, and now that it's, forever on YouTube, we've had a lot of people that have gone back and watched stuff. So like it doesn't.
I'm getting them primed for your law review on the 29th.
There you go. You sure you don't want to do that?
I think it's what I've been doing.
I know. It's funny. We, last year I pushed through it faster, and I think we had a lot of people that actually enjoyed that or appreciated it. Then we lost that video through like the UAMS link broke and it apparently disappeared off their system. And then I had one person that listened to the 2021 and listened to the 2019, and they're like, well, the 2019 was longer, but it was even better. I'm going, I don't know. I usually don't have people ask me to talk even longer about a law review. So,
well, I will tell you, my students appreciated the hour and a half. They didn't think it was too long at all.
I think that it helped move it through, and it opens up if people have questions. So gives us a chance for that.
Well, you said yesterday, you alluded to just briefly, there may be some changes to the law exam this year or something to that effect.
Yeah, we've had to do just some minor changes. There is an update, and I'm trying to figure out from medical board if it is fully in effect that like physician assistant prescribing authority has changed a little bit, and then the nursing side has the ability to get some independent practice, but we're waiting to see as they form the committee and how that really shakes out. So there's a couple things, it's tempting to throw in PrEP Act, but with the 3 rules that we're currently filing, we did hear from the governor's office yesterday that they've approved us to go forth and continue with the filing process. So, we're getting rid of some things like you don't have to have an endorsement for disease state management, which you guys have voted on and we've done by statute. So it's mainly just a couple of cleanup things, make sure we don't have any conflicts on those issues. So,
well, I told them, I said, Dr. Kirtley said yesterday that he alluded to perhaps there may be some minor changes to the exam. I said, I'm going to interpret that for you. You need to not only attend, but also listen to at least one more time his law review on the 29th.
yeah.
So be here, he'll tell you, and then you go back and listen to it again, and you will be well prepared in addition to what you get in class.
What I usually do is I usually take our law exam the day before I do the review, because it helps me to refresh anything that I might be forgetting.
Do you always make 100?
I usually make in the high 90s.
Okay.
Oddly enough, if you miss one question, it could be a 99.25 or it could be a 98, depending on the question. I usually take it in like 10 minutes. And just for speed, of course, it's, second hat to me over here. And oftentimes I'll trip myself up on one thing. I'll be like, oh, wait a minute, that one said not, like on a true false or something.
Yeah. So when you said the governor's office said you can go forward with those 3, does that mean you'll start really fleshing out the rules, or?
No, I've got language fleshed out already. It's
right.
On one of them having to figure out if it's going to require a public health appearance first, or if I can go ahead and start figuring out like when we're going to have the ability to have a public hearing on it. So I've got to figure that out tomorrow. 2 of them should not, like, no question, should not have anything along those lines. But there are some statutes that required an appearance before you could enter into the public comment period getting ready for a board meeting. Just got to figure it out.
Were you speaking to Lindsay yesterday?
Nope.
No.
Well, this came from somebody else.
How's everybody doing today?
Good.
Well,
How's Lenora?
Good.
Good. Are we ready to get started?
Yeah, I think so. I show that we've got 3 on so far, and Meg Giberson. Are you Margaret?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay. We don't have you down till this afternoon, but since you're here, we'll go ahead and get you in, okay?
I appreciate it.
Okay. So we've got 3 on here right now that I show Dr. Kirtley. So if you want to do introductions and all 3 of them can listen, and then we'll get started with, is it DeClue? Is that how you say your last name?
Yes.
Jessica?
Sorry, yes, DeClue is my last name.
Okay, perfect. Dr. Kirtley's going to do a little introduction, and then we'll get started with Ms. DeClue.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm John Kirtley. I'm the director of the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. I'm going to tell you who all you're speaking to on screen, and then a couple things just about this procedure. On the staff side of the board, you have myself, Mr. Luke Daniel, who is our general counsel. And here in a little bit, you will probably see there's Dr. Brenda McCready. I had to find her on my screen, who's our assistant director. The other people that you'll generally be speaking to are our pharmacist board members and decision makers here today. You've got Dr. Rodney Richmond, Dr. Debbie Mack, Dr. Lynn Krause, and Dr. Lenore Newsom. Dr. Newsom is the chair of this informal committee. When you are appearing before the informal committee, oftentimes, whether it is just to return for an update, if it is for an application or for a disciplinary procedure, generally the staff will go over kind of why we are here. And then oftentimes the board members will have questions for you about your application or about the reason that you're here. We call this informal because it is a fairly informal discussion back and forth where everyone kind of gets a chance to talk, to ask questions, answer questions. At the end of the time, generally the board will come up with some decision of what action they want to take, whether it's accepting a report, approving an application, denying an application, tabling a decision at this time, or whatever that is. The most important part for you is that whatever decision that they come up with, you can either agree with or disagree with. If you agree with it, we go forth with whatever the board has asked us to do. If you disagree, that is usually either a chance for you to say that you would like a hearing before the full board at a later date, which is all 8 members of the board in person, where we swear everyone in, is much more like going to court, or to simply walk away from an application or working in pharmacy. Do any of you have any questions or comments about how the process kind of works?
I do not.
Okay. I do not see any. If at any point while you're here before the board, if you do have a question or you need some clarification on something, by all means, stop us, get our attention. We want to help answer any questions that you have. Mr. Daniel, who do you have up first?
I have Jessica DeClue. Mr.
Okay.
DeClue, if you'll unmute yourself, there you go. And so board members, this is a pharmacy technician application. When she sent in her application, she did mark yes about mental health treatment. So she does, and I have included her medical records in your packet. They are quite long. She had a 3-day, 2-night stay in a Baptist back in September of 2020. So it hasn't been that long ago, a little over a year, with some severe issues. And she stated that it was caused by stress at work. So that was kind of the concern that staff had, and why we asked her to come in today, just knowing how stressful a pharmacy technician job would be. And she said that some of those issues that she had back in 2020 were caused by stressful work conditions. So we asked her to come in today. So Dr. Newsom, I'll turn it over to you, and she can kind of maybe explain what was going on then and what she's done since.
Okay. Good morning, Ms. McClure. How you doing?
Good morning, I'm doing fine.
Good. Can you fill us in as to what was going on for you to get that stress? And also, what type of employment did you have?
I was employed as a customer service representative with Fairway Lawns, which is a lawn care service. It also has a command pest control, which is pest control service as well. My reason for stress would have been that I was assigned multiple tasks, and as the business grew, my workload grew, However, every time I would ask for help, I would get denied help, and my workload never changed. It just kept getting bigger and bigger. And when COVID hit, we had to work from home, which caused more work to be put on me without any help any help. And it just caused me to get very stressed out because I wasn't getting the help that I requested. I was there for 8 years. So it was like, I mean, was it 8 years? Yeah, I was there for 8 years. Sorry about that. And it was just that load, like I said, just kept getting bigger and bigger that entire 8 years. So I didn't think it was unreasonable to ask for help when, the workload had changed, but I'm only one person. I do understand that being a tech will have its own stresses. However, being here as a clerk, um, I've never seen the same stress level. The environment also is much different, much more. They listen to their employees so that if I do ask for help, I'm not turned down. And if there's room for improvement, they're very kind to let me know, where it is that I need to improve. And that's just in the clerk position. So I'm hoping that in the tech position that it will remain the same.
Okay, so you're already employed in a pharmacy?
Yes, ma'am, I am. It's
Okay.
Cornerstone Pharmacy in Bryant.
Okay, and how do you like doing what you do?
I enjoy it. I do know that if I were a tech, I would be more useful. But I do enjoy what I do. I enjoy helping the customers. What's different here is it's more one-on-one, whereas at my other place of employment, it was over the phone. I find that enjoyable. So yeah.
And so if you were a tech, would y'all be working in rotation? Or were
Correct.
you so someone else would be up front sometime, like say to scan orders in, you function as a tech and also as a clerk. Okay. All right. Does anyone else have any questions of Ms. McClue? Mr. Daniel?
And are you still currently going to treatment?
Yes, I actually have another appointment tomorrow.
Okay, I just wanted to get that out there. So you are, if you have problems, you are seeing somebody.
I am, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Dr. Kraus?
Yes, ma'am. What was your former job? What were you doing when it was really stressful?
Okay. Well, I was a customer service representative, so I would answer a phone that was ringing maybe 80 times a day. And
I got that now.
yeah. I'm sorry, did I answer your question? I'm sorry. Okay.
You answered it earlier, I believe.
Excuse me, Dr. Richmond?
Mr. Clue, what was the medication that you took? It said sleeping pill, but what was it?
I'm not taking a sleeping pill. Right now I'm taking Abilify and I'm taking venlafaxine.
No, what I'm wondering, what medication was it that you
It was an over-the-counter sleep aid. Basically it was like Benadryl.
okay. So then the medical records from Riverside say that somewhere around 2001, 2002, when your son was born, that you took an overdose of Sudafed.
Yes.
So have there been 2 attempts?
Yes.
Okay.
Dr. Mack?
So, not to get too personal, do you feel like you have that desire to overdose on something under control? You're working in a pharmacy. There's a lot of medication.
I'm currently getting the help that I need that I wasn't getting before. My mood level has drastically changed to where it's more leveled off. I don't have that desire, so to speak, to, you know, take my life. I don't have that desire. I mean, everybody has their ups and downs. Mine feel more leveled out with my medication and my therapy.
Good.
Any other questions? Okay, Dr. Kraus?
Do you plan to continue this therapy?
Yes, I do plan to continue therapy and medication.
Dr. Richmond?
Do you take any controlled substances?
I do not.
Okay.
Did we hear anything from her counselor? Did we get a letter from them?
Let me look. We do have, she is currently seeing, is it Dr. Middleton that you're going to?
I was at the time of the application. I'm now seeing a different therapist. Honestly, I've only seen her once and I cannot remember her name to save my life. I'm sorry. But it's through Chanel Family Therapy.
Okay, we do have documentation from Dr. Middleton. And don't see any just over, it's the smaller packet of medical information in there, but there's nothing in there that's just anything that would be overly concerning.
Okay.
I mean, she started seeing Dr. Middleton after the incident in 2020. So this is all from 2020 present, or from September of 2020 present.
All right, thank you, sir. So what are the thoughts of the board members? Dr. Kraus?
I don't have any problem with this lady getting her tech license. I hope she takes good care of herself and continues her therapy and, is cognizant that, the care of others is in her hands.
Yeah.
But, I don't have any problems with it.
Dr. Mack?
I agree.
Dr. Richmond?
I'm fine with it.
Okay, thank you all. May I entertain a motion, please? Dr. Kraus?
The motion that we grant her tech license.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Dr. Kraus and a second by Dr. Mack. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion signify by a raise of hand.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion passes. You'll be granted your license, Ms. McClue.
Thank you.
We will get it. It'll get processed today or tomorrow, and it should be mailed out within the next couple of days. So you should have it by next week. So
Okay.
when you get it, you can start practicing as a technician. Okay, just be sure that you give that it's given to wherever you're going to practice, so they can put it up. Okay.
Right. Yes, sir.
And I'm
Thank you.
sorry, I mispronounced your name. It's Declu.
It's D-Clue and that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Next, we have Dana Austin. Miss Austin, if you will unmute yourself there so we can hear you. And did you hear Dr. Kirtley give introductions and kind of walk through the process today earlier? Did you hear that?
I did catch the last bit of it.
Okay. This is
Yeah.
just like, this is, like you said, it's an informal, it's more of a back and forth conversation. So you do have 4 board members here, and they're the ones you can see on the screen, Dr. Mack, Dr. Newsom, Dr. Richmond, and Dr. Kraus. So they're just gonna have I'm just gonna briefly give just a brief summary of what you marked on your application, and then they may have a few questions for you. And
Yes, sir.
like I said, they can make a decision to grant your application, like you just saw. They can make a decision to deny that application, or they
Yes,
can make a decision of somewhere in the middle. They'll grant it with these conditions. The main thing is, if they grant it, then you just move forward. If they don't grant it, you have the right to appeal that decision. But you have the right to appeal that to a full board hearing. So like
Yes,
I said, they'll have a few questions for you, just kind of, in your own words, what was going on during this. So do you have any questions right now before we get started?
I do not.
Okay. And board members, again, this is a Pharmacy technician application. She did check yes on her application that she would have something come back. This was in 2013 as a juvenile. She had a true adjudication for a felony possession of hydrocodone. She stated in her statement that she was taking them from her mother. She was placed on probation through the juvenile system. The juvenile adjudications in Arkansas are not considered convictions. So I asked the DEA if there was going to be an issue with, the CFR having pleading guilty to a felony drug crime, whether that would require a waiver or not. They could not give me an answer because apparently they've never had somebody ask about a juvenile adjudication. So at this point, they have no answer to that question. So the way I'm looking at it is they have not said she does or that the pharmacy would require a waiver. So I have just based on that legal issue, I have no problem with the board granting her license if that's what they choose to do. So until the DEA says one way or the other on this, I mean, they haven't said that it's required. So they honestly just could not give me an answer.
All right, thank you, sir.
So like I said, that possession of hydrocodone was in 2013 as a juvenile, and it was prosecuted through juvenile court. She violated her probation in 2015 by testing positive for marijuana and admitting to using it. And shows that she has been receiving counseling for about a year, since November of 2020. So Dr. Newsom, I'll turn it over to you, and so we can hear from her.
Okay. Good morning. How are you doing?
I am okay.
Good. You want to tell us about what happened in 2013?
2013, I was in 10th grade and I had a lot of personal issues at home and at school, and boys, of course, in high school. And I had started smoking marijuana, and then later it wasn't enough. So I did start stealing the hydrocodones from my mother because she was also addicted to them. And so they were laying all around the house and they were not hard to get a hold of. My boyfriend at the time had started taking them away from me, but then he would start rewarding me with them throughout the day. And eventually he was caught with them, and then he told them they were mine. So I was caught with them as well. And I admitted that they were all mine, and I was arrested and I was sent to a youth shelter. And from there, I then explained the abuse that was going on in my home and the abuse I was suffering from church and from other family members. And it became too much. And I believe that I was taking the pills as a coping mechanism to kind of escape what was going on. From there, it was said that it was not safe for me to go back home. And so I went to a children's home in Hot Springs. I continued my probation there through phone calls. I had a caseworker set up there, Miss Jacqueline. And since I was arrested, I've not taken any more pills. I've not stolen from anyone. I completely quit, went through my withdrawals, and I did fail a drug test for marijuana, like he said, in 2015, right before I graduated. And since then, I've not smoked that either. So I've been completely clean.
Okay, so you did go ahead and finish high school?
Yes, I graduated
Okay,
from
great.
hospital.
Right. So what have you been doing currently?
When I graduated from high school, I moved in with my boyfriend back in Waldron, and we ran a store together for a few years. And then just recently of last year, we have split, and I worked at Walmart for a little bit. I've been working at fast food places. I'm just trying to keep the lights on.
Okay, was this the same boyfriend that you had in 2013?
No, I have not spoken to him. I have nothing to do with him. This is a completely different. We had a house, we have a child together. We just couldn't get along, so we split up. But no, it was not the same.
Okay, all right. Does any other board members have any questions? Okay, let's go with council first, and then we'll get to Dr. Mack.
Thank you. So you haven't used any illegal or other controlled substances since 2015, correct? No marijuana, no other
Right.
pills. Are you
Absolutely.
currently on any prescriptions for controlled substances?
No, the only medicines that I'm on is antidepressants and anxiety meds.
Okay, but you're not on, you don't take any hydrocodone or any other controlled substances?
No.
Thank you.
Dr. Mack?
So kind of explain to us, you had major opportunities that you had to go to a home in 2014 for all you're going through. I understand. How come if you were in therapy then, why were you on marijuana 1 year later?
I guess I'm a little confused by the question. Therapy at the home?
Yeah, when you went to the home, were you under therapy then?
I was in therapy then. It was not my choice. It was more of a requirement, and me and the counselors did not see eye to eye. It was very Christian based, and because of the abuse I suffered in church by the hands of a pastor, I had a lot of problems with religion. And so a lot of the counseling was based around religion. So it did not help me, and I did not get along with them. So counseling there was just, I went because I had to. It was not because I wanted to. But later, when I got out of the children's home, I later found my own therapist, and I went to therapy. And now I have therapist Larry Cantrell, and I've been seeing him for a year, and he's the best counselor I've ever found. So, and I will continue that.
And what kind of store were you and your boyfriend running?
It was a little Hispanic convenience store. It was just food, toilet paper, just a tiny hole in the wall.
But now I know you need to keep the lights on, but are you more stable and except for obviously you need to have gainful employment. Are you in better shape all around or?
I am. I've been doing a lot better. It's just different because going straight out of high school to living with him, and now I'm kind of on my own. It is different, but I have a lot of support. I have my family here. I'm doing well. I've been living in my own house for a year now, and I've been able to keep it up. And my son is now enrolled in school. It's a completely different atmosphere and environment, and I love it.
Okay. Thank you.
And why do you want to be a pharmacy technician?
I enjoy helping others. And I know we don't do that on the same scale as like actual doctors or surgeons or whatnot, but we still have their health somewhat in our hands. And I know the pharmacy world can be scary for some people on the other side when they don't understand what it's for or what it does. And I enjoy knowing that and being able to assist customers one-on-one. I can't answer all the questions like a pharmacist can, but I can still let them know that, it's going to be a good day today. I'm here to help you for your prescriptions. I can make a difference in my own way. And I actually have plans for after becoming a technician. I still want to do phlebotomy too, for the same reason. So I do have a plan. It's just slow getting there.
Dr. Mack?
Well, a lot of times, if you really want something and you work for it, that's good, even though it is slow. You may have already said this, but what are you doing currently, or how did you come up with pharmacy tech?
I was employed by Walmart, and that's where I started in the pharmacy. Of course, I couldn't go in the actual pharmacy. And then from there, I did the retail side because we was waiting for this license. And now I am back working at Simple Simon's Pizza. And I've been there almost a year now. I do that. I also, on the side, I help at a food truck. It's a little tough right now, but I am working. I stay working.
Dr. Richmond?
Why did you leave Walmart?
I did not choose to leave. I wish I could have stayed. However, they go by a point system for employment. And at the time my son was getting sick, it seemed like every other week. And I was having to take him to the doctor. And Walmart does not accept doctor's notes or absences for that kind of thing. And I had no one else to take him. His dad would not take him, and he doesn't pay child support. So I racked up too many points taking care of my son, and I had to be let go.
Couple other questions. In the paperwork that I read, and also you used it when you were describing things a while ago, you said when you were talking about stealing the tablets from your mother, you said you were also, or said she was also addicted. Did that imply that you were addicted?
I was addicted to them at the time, yes. And I don't know when exactly I became addicted, but I do know that I did become that way.
So you have no ongoing treatment for addiction?
I'm in counseling now. We do discuss that. I have no desire or need to use or be addicted to anything other than my Dr. Pepper, but we do discuss it, and we do talk about there are stressors, and sometimes it may seem like we want to go backwards, but we can't, and I don't want to.
Okay.
I have much looking forward, and I
Do you
have a
mind-
looking up.
If you don't mind me asking, you said you're treated for with antidepressants and anxiety meds. Can you share with me what anxiety med you use?
I'm on Effexor and Visceral.
And Vistaril?
Yes,
Okay, all right. Now, do you use alcohol?
I do not. If I do, it's extremely rare. I don't like the taste.
Thank you.
Dr. Kraus, did you have any questions?
No questions, just listening and thinking.
Okay, speaking of thinking, what is the board's thoughts on this candidate?
I think to an extent, it may boil down to a technicality to start with. I think we probably should wait and find out about the DEA waiver. If the DEA is willing to grant a waiver, then I suppose I would be okay, but I think that's kind of a first that needs to be addressed.
At this point, there's not a waiver that's needed. Because I've asked if this counts as a felony conviction, and they could not say yes without having more details. And as old as this case is, I don't know if those would ever exist. So I don't know if we would ever get an answer, if we would ever get a yes or no. But at this point, one is not required because they can't say for sure that one is.
Okay.
Dr. Kraus?
Thank you, Madam President. It's with, I guess some trepidation or sadness in a way that I say, I don't feel comfortable. I personally don't feel comfortable. The juvenile exemption thing to me is kind of a paper tiger at this point. I think that I would be, and I think she's a nice young lady. I think she can do well. But for me personally, at this point in time, I would need a little more time with her on her feet before I felt better about it. But that's just me.
Dr. Mack?
I want to make sure I get the dates to go along with what Dr. Kraus is saying. So 2013, I understand that was 16 years of age. She did the hydrocodone. 2015 failed the test and therefore went on probation. So from 15 to 21, has nothing happened?
She got put on probation in 13 because of the hydrocodone. She had a probation violation in 15 by testing positive for marijuana, and she admitted to using it. And I thought she said previously that she had not used since, but maybe she can. When's the last time you have used any type of marijuana, hydrocodone, any type of illicit substance?
I have not used any hydrocodone since my arrest date, and I have not used any type of marijuana since 2015.
And nothing else besides the prescriptions that you're legally prescribed?
Nothing.
Thank you.
So that is 6 years,
Right.
Dr. Kraus. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm very worried about it as well, to be honest. But I do feel like at times when you do things at 16, you may need another chance in life. So I'm torn.
Okay, Dr. Richmond.
I'm okay giving her a license.
Okay. Well, let's put that in the form of a motion and see what the outcome of the vote is. Dr. Kraus?
All right, before we vote, can I ask a question?
Mhm.
So if we were to vote and grant this young lady a pharmacy tech permit or license, is there any way we could stipulate that and requested passage of a drug test?
Okay, then
Yes.
we'll go back to, okay, we can.
We can?
Yes. We have places that she can, we have places that we set up that we have used the same setup that the support group uses, and they have places all over the state. So wherever she is, we can just call her and tell her she has to report within 24 hours.
I would feel better if we at least did that.
I can do that. I have no problems with that.
Okay, so Dr. Richmond, would you like to amend your motion then?
Sure, I'll amend it as stated that we approve her pharmacy technician license contingent upon successfully passing a drug test. Of the
Okay, a
board.
random drug test? Okay, are you seconding it, Dr. Kraus? All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? If not, okay, Dr. Kraus?
I would like to ask our counsel if he's got any better suggestions as far as wording as on the drug test.
I was just going to say her application was granted after successfully passing a drug screen.
Fair enough.
Any other discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye or either raise your hand.
Aye.
You have 3 hands up. Any nays? The motion passes. All right, Counselor?
Ms. Austin, what we'll do is we're in meetings the rest of the day, but we'll try to get in contact with that drug screening company within the next couple of days and get you set up for a time. And we'll just notify you when you're to report. And then after that is completed, if that is passed, I will issue you your license.
Yes, sir. How will you notify me? Will it be phone call, email?
Phone call probably. Let me see if is the phone number on your application. Let me look. I don't want to say it out loud because this is public, but is the phone number on your application that 262 number still good?
Yes.
Okay. We'll notify you through there or with that Dana K email address. Is it still good?
Yes.
Okay. We'll notify you one of those 2 ways.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, good luck.
Next, we have Miss Beasley. Is it Tawana? How do you pronounce your first name, Miss Beasley?
Naja.
Maja, okay. We have Naja Beasley. Were you in, you were here earlier when Dr. Kirtley went through his introductions and just kind of went through the process today? Did you hear that?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay, you have any questions about anything before we get started?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay. Again, board members, this is a pharmacy board application. She did mark yes on her application that she would have an arrest come back. She has an arrest in January of 2020. She was arrested for felony aggravated assault on a family member. She was in an altercation with a girlfriend. The victim stated that Miss Beasley choked her and tried to attack her with a knife. The victim did have scratches on her neck. This was filed or went through and was filed as a felony case. The case was later null prossed or dismissed. by the prosecutor's office because the victim refused to cooperate. But like I said, this was a felony aggravated assault arrest in July of 2020. And Dr. Newsom, I'll turn it back over to you.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm good. How are y'all?
Doing good. You want to tell us about this altercation that you had?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, that morning, we woke up, everything was good. Me and my mate, we're still together right now. And we woke up, everything was good. And it was just really a disagreement, immature disagreement that led to, an altercation that didn't have to happen. But no knives or anything wasn't involved. We started to get in an argument about a disagreement. She said something, I said something. It was a disagreement. Okay, so I left. I came back, just to cool down, let her cool down. I came back, but I tried to speak with her, but she wasn't cool yet. And I she threw a cup of soda at me. It missed me or whatever. So I got ready to, walk out. She pushed me to the wall. That damaged the wall. And so I turned around, to defend myself I put my hand up to defend from breaking the wall even more. So when I got out the wall, she was steady coming at me or whatever. So of course, both of us had scratches on us and everything else. So I left again, went to the store just to, let everything cool off, to see if everything will cool off. And I received a text message. We was texting, she texted me, crazy stuff. And we was texting back and forth, having words. And she sent me a picture of her burning my personal belongings. It was a picture of her burning my personal belongings. And so that's when the police was I came back, the police was contacted. I came back to make sure because the apartment is in my name, and I knew, if anything went on with the apartment, I was gonna be responsible for it. So I came back to the apartment to make sure everything was okay. And the fire was out and all of that. I came back to make sure everything's okay, but she was still in an uproar or whatever. So we tussled a little bit, but it was never any knives or any of that. We both had scratch. She's 6'1", I'm 4'9", and we was tussling and grabbing at each other. That's how we both had scratches and everything. So I left again. Like I said, I contacted the police on the way back. So the police haven't made it yet by the time the second round or whatever. So I left out, came and got in the car. As I'm getting ready to pull off, here comes the police, all the police cars or whatever. So I turns around, comes back, and I parked in the parking lot of the apartment complex. The police, the lady officers, they went into the apartment and spoke with her, and the male officers stayed out with me. And they, searched me. They didn't find nothing. I didn't have nothing. They searched me and all of that. They asked me my side of the story, and the women officers was asking her, I guess in the inside, asking her side of the story. And as the male officers, I was giving my side of the story, and they was taking pictures of my scratches, and wounds and everything as well, and minor scratches. And by the time, before I could even finish my side of the story, the women officers came out and was just like, put your hands behind your back or whatever. And the male officers was asking them, trying to ask the women officers, we not done talking to her or whatever. And they was like, well, from what we hearing and from what Miss Ellison's telling us, she had a knife and all of that. I said, okay, well, I asked her, where's the knife? I don't have it. I never had a knife or whatever. I said, yes, she had, and she was asking me about the scratches on my girlfriend's neck? And I said, yes, because I have long nails. I always have had long nails, which I have scratches as well. Minor scratches, we was tussling. And they went on and put me in handcuffs and took me to jail when, you know, my property was burned. And I'm the one that called the police and all of that. I'm asking, trying to ask. But I just went on, you know, got in the car, cooperated. I've never been arrested. I've never been into anything, you know, that sort. So I just cooperated, got in the car, and he took me down and questioned me or whatever. And I had my mom to come, you know, get my keys and all of that. And the officers was asking me, you know, did I want her to leave at the time? And I told them yes, because, you know, everything that was going on, just leave the apartment. And they was saying, you know, what she was saying and all of that. And the officer Green came and got me and told me that well, they told me that I couldn't my mother and them couldn't bail, my family couldn't bail me out because it wasn't a judge there at the time or whatever. And I had to wait the next day to get out, but I didn't have to bail. I didn't have to pay anything, didn't get fined anything or any of that, because Mr. Green came in and told me that my girlfriend had went on and dropped the charge. I was still in jail when she dropped the charges. I haven't had spoken to her or anything, but she dropped the charges and I dropped my charges. And we actually went to court together, you know. Well, we had to stay from each other those months. And we actually went to court together because she doesn't have transportation. I always have, you know, we transportation together or whatever. And we went to court together, went in. He asked if everything been great and, you know, everything, the judge, and we, you know, told him everything's been great, which it was, and it still is. And he threw it out, and that was that.
Okay, all right, thank you. Has anything else happened since then?
No, ma'am, it hasn't.
Okay, so why the world of pharmacy? Why do you want to be a pharmacy technician?
Well, I always have been the medical world. I started out working in a daycare at what, 14, 15, in a program back at home, and because I live in Hope now, and back in Magnolia I was working in a around that age I worked in a daycare, and then I moved on, and I just always had a love the medical field. In high school I did a CNA course, which was 3 classes, and I loved it. And I went on to after I graduated, I went and that following summer I worked there that whole summer, and got all of my money for college to get all my college things or whatever before I went to off to UCA in Conway. And I stayed there 3 semesters, and I went for physical therapy. I was going for physical therapy, and I left college and moved to Texas. I was so stressed in college, and I just paused it, and I moved to Texas with my aunt and worked 2 jobs out there, warehouse jobs. And I moved back home to Magnolia, and I started working at Tyson. Well, I moved back to Waldo, and I started working at Tyson, and I've been there. I'm still there currently, and I've been there ever since July of 2017. And I decided to just go on, instead of going back with battling with my my student loans at first, before, you know, all the COVID and all that became about. I decided to, you know, get something else under my belt, and I just wanted to do more, go back into the medical field. And like I said, I've given Tyson 4 years and just ready to move on and do something different.
Okay, do you have any dreams of going back to college?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Don't give up on that.
Yes,
Does
ma'am.
any other board members have any questions of this candidate? Dr. Kraus?
If I'm not out of turn, I just wanted to say I don't have a problem with her getting her tech license.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Richmond?
I'm okay.
Okay, Dr. Mack?
I'm okay as well.
Okay. Would any of you like to make a motion, please? Dr. Kraus?
I make a motion, we accept her pharmacy tech license.
I get a second? Second by Dr. Mack. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motions show by raise of hands. Any nays? The motion passes. You'll be granted your license. And you work here, but didn't you get back in school, okay?
Ms. Beasley, you'll get a look.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Beasley,
Thank you.
your license will be processed in the next day or two, so you should have it by next week. And you can start practicing as a pharmacy technician after you receive it in the mail. Just be sure and turn it in to your employer wherever you go to work.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. You're free to go.
Have a great day.
You too.
You too. Thank you.
Next we have Miss Giberson. Am I pronouncing that right?
It's Guyverson.
Giverson, I'm sorry.
Mhm.
We have Ms. Giverson. Were you present earlier when Dr. Kirtley kind of went through everything and kind of went through the process today?
Yes, I was.
Okay, you have any questions about anything before we get started?
No.
Okay. Board members, this is all of these this morning are pharmacy technician applications. On her application, she did mark yes, having been treated for a mental disease or a mental health disorder. And I'm looking at the summary sheet here that you have in your packet. Her records are included. She was hospitalized in 2018 for mental health issues and has undergone a mental health treatment since. Just looking at some of the most recent progress notes, which are from September of this year, struggles with mood stability, impulsivity during hypomanic cycles, lack of focus and attention to tasks, often misses work, difficulty with her interactions with others. So that's just, like I said, she has been going through treatment since 2019, but that's just the progress notes from September of this year. So I'll just turn it over to Dr. Newsom.
Hey, good morning, Ms. Galverson. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. Can you tell us a little bit about these incidences?
So I have battled with mental health for the majority of my life, teenage years into adulthood. Back in 2018, I had reached out to my provider for a change in my antidepressant. And she did, however, somehow there was a miscommunication of a drug interaction, which caused me to be manic, and it caused me to have suicidal ideations, which had not happened in well over 10 years, which led to me telling my wife that I needed to hospitalize myself while they figured this out, because I was not stable. But since then, I have received the proper diagnosis of bipolar disorder. In my last job last year, I was having trouble with work, but I have since found healthcare, and I absolutely love it and want to grow some roots in healthcare.
So what type of work have you done previously?
I worked for the state, the revenue department, help desk. And then, like I said, this year I've been in healthcare information associate and monitor tech.
Okay. And what type of facility?
I work for Baptist Health.
Okay, gotcha. And have you had any contact with anyone in pharmacy?
Yes, I actually have a position waiting for me at Walgreens.
Okay. And had you worked in that setting previously? Do you know what
No,
pharmacy techs do and how much stress it
yeah.
is?
Yes, ma'am, I do. And one of the reasons I wanted to explore that is if I can be a second set of eyes, a third set of eyes for a possible med interaction and be that change so that doesn't happen to somebody else. I want to be a part of that change. And that is something that is stable in my eyes.
Okay. Do you realize the duties of a tech?
Yes, ma'am. I know it's a lot of data entry, it's customer service. I know that I think there's a little math involved, but I do know that it's a lot of customer service.
Okay, you know, it's the pharmacist's duty to talk to patients about their medications.
Yes. And my point in saying that was to point out maybe to the pharmacist as a second set of eyes.
Okay. Dr. Mack?
The only thing that worries me from September of 21, which was not too terribly long ago, the difficulty with your interactions with others. Can you kind of describe that?
I'm learning how to understand that not everyone is the same. I've been a very black and white thinker for a long time, and the learning curve of understanding people's wants and needs are not any different than my wants and needs.
And what about the lack of focus and attention? Because this whole job is focus and attention.
At work, I have no problem paying attention.
Dr. Kraus?
Yes, ma'am. I compliment this lady on her hard work in handling her issues, but I need a little more time before I could grant a pharmacy tech license.
Dr. Richmond, do you have any comments?
I guess I just share the same concern that I said the progress notes from just less than 2 months ago indicate lack of focus and attention to task, which is important in the pharmacy world, and difficulty interacting with others, certainly working with other people side by side as well as the public. So that and frequently missing work, I mean, those are things that are critically important in the pharmacy. So I share the same concern that Dr. Kraus and Dr. Mack have.
All right. Is anyone ready to make a motion with the facts that we have? Dr. Kraus?
I'd like to make a motion that we, at this time, deny her pharmacy tech permit.
Do I get a second?
I'll second.
Either one.
All right, we have a motion and a second. If there's not any further discussion, all in favor of the motion signify by raise of hands.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion passes.
Yes, Dr. Kraus.
I'm sorry, I was gonna ask for a comfort break when y'all got.
Okay, yes.
Okay, yeah.
Mr. Gabbard or Ms. Giverson, they have made that decision today. You will receive a letter in the mail that states what their decision was, and you have a right to appeal that decision. If you want to appeal that to a full board hearing, you have that right, but it'll state in there how you can do that. You'll literally just in written notice to the board within 30 days, but that letter will lay all that out, okay?
Okay,
Thank you. You're free to go.
thank you.
Good luck. And we've got several more that are waiting. So if y'all want to take a 10-minute comfort break, then we can come back and get right back into it.
Okay, let's get
Thank
back
you.
at 10 after. Thank you.
Ms. Bell and Mr. Moats, can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can mute yourself back. I just wanted to be sure y'all could hear Dr. Kirtley system to do some introductions and kind of walk through the process. We've got 3 of y'all on here now. I just wanted to be sure y'all could hear me in there.
Luke, who do you have up next?
I've got Minnie Richardson up next, but we have Ms. Richardson, Ms. Bell, and Mr. Moats. Ms. Bell and Mr. Moats are actually in our boardroom on Zoom. And so just wanted to be sure they could all hear while you only have to do the introduction once.
So, I'll go ahead. I think we've got our board coming back on now. Real quick, Ms. Richardson, I think you've got a decent bit of background noise here, maybe. Until there you go. Thank you. And whenever we've got you up to talk, you're welcome to take it off mute. Real quickly, I'm John Kirtley. I'm the Executive Director of the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. I'm just wanting to tell you who all you were speaking with this morning and kind of how this procedure goes. On screen, you will see myself, Mr. Luke Daniel, Dr. Brenda Brady, and we are 3 staff members here at the Board of Pharmacy. The other people that will generally be talking to you are, let's see, Debbie Mack, who's on screen, Dr. Rodney Richardson, you can see his picture, Dr. Lynn Krause, and then Dr. Newsom. Dr. Newsom is the chairperson of our informal committee. Anytime that we have an applicant before us, this is a informal committee, which means it's basically a back and forth discussion with whoever they are talking to, whether it's an application issue or a disciplinary issue. And at the end of the conversation, the board members generally make some decision as to what exactly they are suggesting for action. The important thing for you guys is whatever they come up with, you can either agree or disagree with. If you agree with whatever it is they are saying, we go forth with what they've told us to do. If you disagree, it would be your chance to either say you would prefer to have a hearing, a formal hearing before the full board, all 8 members, or to basically just kind of walk away from pharmacy if it's an application issue. If it's a disciplinary issue, it would mean you would have a hearing before the board at a later date. So I'll ask, do any of you have any questions about how this process works?
No, sir.
Okay. And then with that, if you do have any questions during it, by all means, just stop us and we will make sure that we answer any questions that you have. Mr. Daniel?
Yes, we have Ms. Richardson, Minnie Richardson. This is a pharmacy. This is a technician application. She did not disclose any arrest on her application. Her criminal history came back. Shows an arrest in 2017 for aggravated robbery, which is a class Y felony, and aggravated robbery is one of the highest of felonies. It is to be charged with aggravated robbery. Some type of weapon has to be used or the threat of a deadly force. That arrest, like I said, was in 2017. She pled guilty to a theft of property conviction. So I'm not exactly sure, and maybe she can get into more details about that actual arrest and what went on. Only thing we were able to get was the paperwork showing it was sealed. We weren't able to get any of the actual facts of the case. But it was, like I said, in 2017, it was an aggravated robbery arrest with a theft of, that ended in a theft of property conviction. She describes her statement, she kind of describes about an altercation that took place in a vehicle. So I'm not exactly, she didn't say that's where the arrest came from. So maybe that, I'm not exactly sure if that's where the aggravated robbery arrest came from. Maybe she can get into a little bit more detail on that. But I'll turn it back over to Dr. Newsom.
Okay. Good morning, Ms. Richardson. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Doing good. You want to tell us a little bit about these incidences that happened?
Yes, ma'am, I can. I went out with a friend. We was driving and we seen that it was a vehicle behind us and they was stopping us. And from that point, I kind of had seen who it was inside of the vehicle, which it was a family friend. And so we turned down the street. And once we turned down the street, we are parked at that point, and we are in front of them. And so she gets out of the vehicle. She was in the passenger side. She gets out of the vehicle. She states that she wanted to get in the vehicle with us. And the driver, she said that that'd be fine. So she said, okay, let me go grab my daughter and grab the things inside of my vehicle. So from that point, we sat in the vehicle, waited for her to get back inside, to get in the vehicle with us. At that point, she was inside of the truck. And fast forward, probably like 10 minutes later, she's still inside of the truck. I had noticed that her and the driver was fighting inside of the truck through the back window from me sitting inside of the vehicle. And I tell my friend, like, hey, they inside of the vehicle fighting. And she was like, they fighting? I'm like, yes. So at that point, I get out of the vehicle. I go over to the truck. I tried to open the passenger door. It opened. From that point, I seen that it was a child in between them as the driver and the passenger was fighting. So I tried to pull the child out of the situation. Once I was able to get the child from out of the situation, I took the child back to the vehicle that I was in, and I placed the child inside of the vehicle. Once I was inside the vehicle, I did not get back out of the vehicle. And so at that point, the driver and the passenger, they was out of the vehicle, running around, screaming and yelling at each other. And so she was finally able to get inside of the vehicle with us, and we pulled off. The next morning is when a friend came in contact with me and told me that the friend who I was with was in jail. And from my understanding, I was like, why was she in jail? You know, I'm asking questions. I'm like, what's going on? And they said that she was in jail due to what happened that morning. And so they said that also they was looking for me to go and give statements. So from that point, I had went to the jailhouse, and they started asking me questions, and I told them exactly what happened. And at that point, they arrested me and booked me. And from that point forward, I started having trial, because when I had got bonded out, went home and had trial. And then they gave me a lesser charge. And from that point forward, I had took the charge. And a year later, I was able to get an expungement. So I had got the expungement.
Okay, so this is, go ahead, Counselor.
Oh, go ahead. I didn't know you were finished. I'll wait. Go ahead.
I'm trying to follow this. So what were you charged with?
They charged me with aggravated robbery, but it was no weapon. We didn't have any weapons. From my acknowledgement, it was no weapons involved. So when I went to court, it was my first time hearing that it was a weapon. Matter of fact, when they took me in for questioning, they told me, they was asking me where was the weapon, and they lost me there because it was no weapon. And I kept asking them, like, where did that come in at, and how did y'all figure that we had a weapon? But it was no weapon involved whatsoever.
So you took the child out of a vehicle?
Yes, ma'am. The lady who was fighting the gentleman, she had a baby. I took the baby from out of the car because they was fighting in between the baby. So I had took the child and put the child in the car where we was.
You were charged with robbery.
Yep, they charged me with aggravated robbery at that point.
Counsel, does this make sense to you?
It does not. I'm curious, so you pled guilty to theft, but what did you plead guilty to stealing?
It was, I'm assuming the girl who was with, she had stole the guy's cigarettes and wallet.
Did y'all know these people did you know these people in the other car?
Yes, sir. I knew the female. She was a family friend. A while back, she was dating my uncle, so that's how I knew her. But I didn't know the gentleman at that point in time. No, sir.
So you were just driving down the road and came up on this.
No, sir. I wasn't driving. I was just a passenger.
That's what I'm saying, but y'all were just driving around and came up on this randomly.
Yes. They had stopped the girl who was driving the vehicle with me. She knew the girl as well, but she knew her differently from how I knew her. And I think that was a little bit closer, but yes, sir.
So, and then so y'all get out of the car, you go up there and get the baby, and apparently she runs around and steals the wallet.
The girl who the guy was fighting with, yes. I think they was dating at the time. I'm not quite sure how they went.
But I mean, the girl, there was a female with you in the car, correct?
Yes.
Just the two of you?
Yes, it was just the two of us.
So how did she end up with the guy's wallet? She could get it out of
No,
the car?
she didn't have anything. It was the girl who was fighting the man the girl was with me. She didn't get out the vehicle.
So who all got charged with robbery? You and who?
Our three of us got charged with the same thing. Well, I'm not quite sure what they got charged with. I haven't spoken with them since the incident.
So you pled guilty to a theft.
Yes, because at that moment, my public defender said that either I was going to plead guilty or they was going to give me time. And I was young at that point. I didn't know what to do. I didn't understand the laws. And so I took what was given so I wouldn't have to go to jail.
Dr. Newsom, I don't know. You asked me if this made any sense, and it does not. An aggravated robbery charge, I mean, is one of the most serious charges you can be charged in the same category as murder, rape. I mean, so I mean, this story makes 0 sense as to an aggravated robbery. I mean,
Okay.
I just don't think, I mean, there would have to be, I don't know, it just makes no sense. I mean, I don't know if he's not telling the whole story. I mean, just them randomly coming up on somebody and getting their child out of the way, and somehow you catch an aggravated robbery charge. That doesn't make sense at all. There's more to this story than we are being told. I mean, there would have to be, I mean, a vehicle can be a weapon. There would have to be some type of weapon or the threat of death. I mean, to get an aggravated, I mean, these are like, people that rob convenience stores, people that rob whatever with weapons. I mean, that's aggravated robbery charge. There's more to this story than we're being told.
So what is the will of the board? Dr. Mack, you're muted.
I believe we need to deny this tech permit.
Okay. Do I get a second?
Second.
Dr. Krause, second. I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion passes.
Ms. Richardson, you will receive a letter stating that they denied your application. You have the right to appeal that to a full board hearing if you want to. All of that will be laid out in that letter. You just notice to the board within 30 days of receiving.
All righty, thank you.
Thank you for being here today. You were free to leave.
Luke, it's a little hard to hear you.
I'm sorry.
That's much better right there.
Okay, my computer was turned to the side, so I turned it back towards me a little bit, so maybe it should pick up.
And I think we were actually, part of that, Dr. Richardson, was, I think, feedback from the other person talking to us was interfering with Luke's sound.
Yeah, she did have a lot of feedback, so yeah, maybe just let me know if it gets worse or if you still have problems. Ms. Bell, are you there? She is in our boardroom on Zoom. Will you turn your video on, Ms. Bell, so everybody can see you, please? There you go, perfect, okay. We have Ms. Bell, you saw, or did you hear Dr. Kirtley a minute ago make the introductions and kind of walk through the process today?
I didn't hear you.
Did you hear Dr. Kirtley a minute ago when he walked through?
Yes, sir.
When he did the introductions and walked through the process? Okay. You have any questions about that before we get started?
No, sir.
All right. We have Ms. Bell is here. Again, pharmacy technician application. She did mark it. She would have something come back on her criminal history. She has in 2014, she had a misdemeanor failure to appear. I believe it was on some type of traffic incident. In 2017, she was arrested for a felony aggravated assault. And she entered a guilty plea to a first-degree assault, which is a misdemeanor. So she did not plead to a felony. She stated in her statement that she had an altercation with a lady, and that's pretty much it. We weren't able to get a lot of times when these cases have been dismissed, especially, when they've been sealed, especially misdemeanors, the file no longer exists. So we weren't able to get a copy of the file since it had been sealed. But she does have that felony aggravated assault arrest in 2017 and did enter a guilty plea to a first-degree assault, which is a misdemeanor. Dr. Newsom, I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, Ms. Bell, how are you doing today?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good. You want to tell us in your own words what happened?
I was friends with this lady. And, I don't know what happened. We lived in the same apartment complex. One day I just happened to pull up in my front door and just happened to look on the balcony, and her daughter asked me what the F was I looking at. I said, stay in a child's place. And I went in my apartment and came out back to my car. The lady came from across the street in her apartment building, yanking and pulling on my car and hit me, and I defended myself. Later on, she called her mom, which is a sheriff, and they put these charges on me. Said I ran her over with my car, which is not true. She refused medical attention, and I went to jail, bailed out, and that's about it.
Okay, what medical attention? Who was she
Ma'am.
hurt? Who was
No.
someone hurt?
Medical attention on the spot. I have all that documented as well.
Okay. So why do you want to be a pharmacy technician?
I just want to start my life over. I am a medical assistant, but I've been out the field for a while. I work at the hospital as a team lead in housekeeping. And I know Mr. Jason Barr, he gave me an opportunity to work for them. They said I'd be a good asset, and I believe I would be too. And just trying to be a role model for my daughter to let her know, even though life have hard times, you can still bounce back and not to give up.
Does any other board members have any questions of this candidate? Council?
And you're working at, maybe I missed this, are you still working at Jefferson Regional Medical Center?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's where you're working in housekeeping?
Yes,
Or-
sir.
Okay. But so has the pharmacy talked to you about a job?
Yes, I had the job in my hands. I still have it if
Okay.
I get my license.
Like I said, and maybe I missed that. I'm sorry. I was looking at your application. Thank you.
And you haven't had any other problems since, and this is the only little blip you've had?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Dr. Kraus, what are your thoughts? You're muted.
Yes, ma'am. I don't really have a problem with this lady.
Dr. Richmond?
Not a lot to go on. I guess I really don't have anything to object to.
Kind of desensitized.
Dr. Mack?
Yeah, I would say we could give it.
Okay. I would like to entertain a motion then.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Kraus?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. And a second? Dr. Mack? If no further discussion, all in favor of the motion signify by raising your hands. You got 3 hands. Any nays? The motion passes. You'll be granted your license.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Bell, it'll be processed within the next day or two, so you should have it by next week. And as soon as you get it, you can start working as a technician.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're free to go. Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
We have Mr. Moats. Are you there? Will you turn your sound on and your video, please?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Thank you. Did you hear Dr. Kirtley earlier kind of go through the introductions and kind of the process for today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have any questions about that before we get started?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you. Board members, we have Jacoby Moats. Let me find the sheet here. He did not disclose any arrest. Like I said, this is an application, did not disclose any arrest. Shows in when we received his criminal history back in 2019, he was arrested for a felony theft by receiving. There were numerous stolen objects found in the residence where he lived. Shows that in his statement where says he was arrested for burglary, the court system shows felony theft by receiving. Either way, they're both felonies. I believe he was staying at stated he was staying at his dad's house, and the police showed up and searched the house. And like I said, there were numerous stolen objects found in the residence. So that's why he was charged. I'll turn it over to Dr. Newsom.
Morning, Mr. Moats. How are you doing?
Doing good. How are you?
Doing great. Do you want to tell us about what happened here?
Yes, sir. So my aunt and uncle had let my dad and his girlfriend stay at the house because they were homeless and they were fixing it up and they were going to help them fix it up and everything like that. I was helping them fixing it up at first, but I was staying at my grandma's house who lived in Malvern on Highway 9. So I was coming back and forth helping them fix up the house, and I was out of a job at the time, so I was helping my uncle too he's the owner of Body Works in Malvern, so I was helping him work at Body Works and work around his house. I had moved into the house to help my father because I had started a job at Sykes, and I had moved to the house with my father, and that was probably about the second week in January that I had moved in. And at the time, I knew that his girlfriend's father had had a stroke and was going on hospice because I had met him once or twice and been to his house to pick them up when they were living with him. And so when I moved in, some of the stuff was already there, and they told me they had got it from his house, in which it didn't raise any suspicion to me because all I had saw was a couple dressers, a couple tables, and a recliner and stuff like that is all I had saw, which made sense because he had that stuff at his house before he had the stroke. And when I had went to the store to go get some cigarettes and something to drink and came back, and the cops were at the house and they were arresting my dad's buddy at the time. And they asked me some questions. I had no idea what was going on. They told me I was free to go. So I went back in the house. They asked me if my dad and his girlfriend was there. I did not see him in the house, so I told them no. They come back and knock on the door and ask for consent to search. So I can sign the consent to search so they can search the house. And they found the stuff in the living room and in the bedroom and in his bedroom where the door was locked and everything like that. And I didn't know all the stuff was in his bedroom.
Okay. And have you been in any other type of trouble?
No, sir. No, ma'am. I've had a ticket, but that's about it.
Okay. So why do you want to be a pharmacy technician?
Right now, I have, over the past year and a half, I've had 2 heat strokes working outside, and I have a daughter who's 2 years old, and I'm trying to support her and get my life together and get an apartment. Right now, I'm staying at my mom's, and so it's kind of hard staying at my mom's, and I'm staying on the couch and everything else like that. So they asked me if I wanted a job. I told them yes. I filled out the applications and everything, and they told me once I get word about the pharmacy tech license that I'd be able to start.
Okay. Does any board members have any questions of this gentleman, Dr. Mack?
Where did you say you have the job? What?
All Care Pharmacy.
Okay. And then maybe I didn't quite understand it, but did you say you had stolen some stuff as well? And what was that?
No, ma'am. I was living at the house, and when I had actually moved in, there was a couple of tables of stuff that I hadn't seen before, but they told me they had got it from her dad's house. And so there was a couple of tables in the living room and kitchen area, and then there was a recliner, and then like 2 dressers but it wasn't like, I didn't see anything out of the ordinary so far as in all the stuff that they said they stole.
So did they get charged for stealing as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And
they
why
did.
did you get charged?
They got me by theft by receiving for staying at the property. But I wasn't charged. The charges were dismissed and everything like that and dropped. I did get arrested that day and they did send me to jail, I think for about a week and a half. And then I got a lawyer, Tyler Tapp. And after that, Chris Williams told me there was nothing that he had saw for him to go ahead and charge me with it. So he had let me go. And I guess that's when the case was dismissed on my end.
So you
Yeah,
don't
and just
have
of
an
course, I was
official
gonna say,
charge.
from a legal standpoint, they call it constructive possession. He's in the house alone. There's stolen property in there. He's charged with theft by receiving. It's not a theft of property because they can't prove he stole it. It's being in theft by receiving is being in constructive possession of stolen property. Just from the criminal legal, that's.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Richmond?
Mr. Moats, so you realize that the reason that you're being asked about this are in great part because you didn't disclose it on the application. If you look at page 3 of the application, it asks if you have you ever been cited, arrested for, and you answered no.
Yes, sir. I accidentally read over the arrested for part. I thought it said charged. I read over the arrested part because I had filled out 2 applications that day. And I had filled out the one for the all care pharmacy, and then I had filled out the one for y'all. And then I guess I had read over the arrested for part and I saw charged with, and that's why I had put no.
Dr. McCready?
Question for Luke. There's a list of property in this group of documents. He said it was a few things here and there. This is a lot of things in this document. Are these all things that they found that were stolen? There was like, you're muted. Luke, you're muted. You're muted.
Sorry, I did all that talking for nothing. I was gonna say it's, this was almost the contents of an entire house. It was, if I remember right, it was either the right next door neighbor or one right down the road, like literally saw some of their property at this house, either inside or outside. So they called the police. The police went in and searched it. I'm off now. Thanks. And so the police went in and searched it, and it was, I mean, if you'll look at, it's a couple of handwritten pages towards the very end of your packet. It's one page double stacked, and then another page, another full page, and another page and a half. So we're talking, yeah, I mean, it was a lot of tools, air compressors, you know.
A cycle, a Harley cycle, is that correct? How do you not know that somebody's stolen all that?
I was not there at the time. I moved in in the middle, about the beginning of January, and the stuff was already some of the stuff was already in the house, and I never went into the room, and that's where they said they found most of the stuff was in their bedroom. I was living on the opposite side of the house at the time, and because I mainly worked. I worked 11 in the afternoon to 10 at night at Sykes. So I was sleeping most of the time, but the things I had saw was a recliner, a couple of coffee tables, like 2 coffee tables in the living room and one in the kitchen, and then a dresser or 2 that they had put in the other 2 back bedrooms. But
What about all the stuff that would have been outside? A drill press, 3 lawnmowers, a push stump grinder, a 10-foot John boat, 2-wheel trailer.
I have no idea about that, sir. None of that stuff was at the property when I was there.
So about how long did you live there
I lived there for
before this?
I'd say about 3 weeks to a month, because the rest was on February 9th, if I'm not mistaken. And I think I moved in right at the second week of January is when I actually moved in.
And who lived at that property when you moved in? Who did you move in with?
Jared Lucas and Santana Goff, my biological father and his girlfriend.
your biological father and his girlfriend, and you said that up until that, at some point, I mean, they were homeless?
Yes, sir. They were homeless. They were living at her father's for a while that I know of, and then he asked me to come help him, my aunt and uncle fix up the house that they were letting them move into, and she had told me that they were homeless at the time. That's why they were letting them live there.
Okay, so why would it not, so it didn't surprise you that if they had been homeless and moved into this house, that they had a 50-inch TV, an antique buffet table, gun cabinet, small grandfather clock, round marble table? I mean, none of this surprised you that they had all of this stuff?
Never saw any of that stuff. I saw 2 coffee tables for sure. I saw a recliner in the living room, and then two dressers that were in the back rooms. And just like I said, the cops said they found most of the stuff in their room, which I had never went in because they always kept the doors locked and the key with them. But just like I said, I knew her father had had a stroke and he was going into hospice and he was selling his home, and she was getting as far as what they were telling me, they were getting stuff from his house.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Kraus?
Do we know who the property did belong to?
Next door neighbor. Wasn't it the next door neighbor, Luke?
Oh, you mean all the stolen stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was all out of one house. It was either the next door neighbor or one house down. But yeah, it was like literally all came out of one house. They pretty much, whoever stole it pretty much emptied that house out.
When I read over the paperwork, I saw multiple names that I didn't even know that they had said were doing it too.
Do you know who Bobby Phillips was?
I've met him once, and he gave my dad a ride to the store one day, and that was it.
You weren't aware of
was
all
at
the drugs? You weren't aware of all the drugs, the meth, the cocaine, all those things that he had in his possession?
No, ma'am. I just came back from the store. I was coming from the store when the cop asked me, and I was coming back to the house, and that's when they were searching his vehicle and everything else like that. So I was unaware the cops were there at the time because I had left and walked to the store because didn't have a truck at the time. So I had left to walk to the store. And when I came back, the cops were talking to them and arresting them.
Board members, do you have any questions of this gentleman? Dr. Kraus?
Yes. Where did you live before you lived there?
I lived on Highway 9 with my grandma. I can't remember the address, but it was on Highway 9.
And your dad and his girlfriend were not there?
No, they didn't stay with my grandma. My grandma is my mom's mom.
And so you moved into his house?
Yes, I moved into my aunt's house with them to help them out and everything else like that. Because I was working at Sykes, so I was helping provide food and stuff, other stuff like that, so they could actually help try to find a job. And we were actually helping my uncle, who was actually letting us stay at the house with the house that they were staying in. My aunt and uncle, I was helping them do some work at the house and some work at Body Works and stuff like that, the company he owns.
So your aunt and uncle moved out, and then your dad and his girlfriend moved in?
No, my aunt and uncle, they're the owner of Body Works. They have a house not too far down the street. It's probably about 4 or 5 blocks down the street, but they have their own house, and this was her mom and dad's house. And they were fixing it up, and we were getting stuff fixed up and everything like that in it.
What'd you have to fix up?
We cleaned it up because her daughter had lived there for a little bit, and then her ex-husband and them broke up, so she moved back in with her mom. So we were cleaning up clothes and trash and stuff like that. We were fixing up some of the floors because they were messed up, and just little stuff here and there.
And so once you got that stuff out, you put your stuff in?
Yes, we had moved in some of the couches that they had given him. A bed, there was a bed in the house. Other than that, when they had first moved in, there was nothing besides the essentials.
Who gave him the couch?
The couch, I believe it was my aunt, because when I had come back, I think that couch was moved in with, they were helping us move it in.
And that wasn't one of the items reported stolen, was it?
Not that I know, sir.
Okay. Dr. Kraus?
Yeah, I just, it's the volume of stuff is just too great for me. I don't feel good about it.
Dr. Mack, you're thinking?
Mhm. I guess I have a question for Luke. So he was charged with, because he was in the house, but it was dropped, so he didn't have a charge. And then do you think did all of them get charged with that, or it seems like they didn't think he stole it if they gave him that one thing, but I don't understand that.
Yeah, I mean, we've got an order to it says, let's see. This was filed on March 28th of 2019. The state of Arkansas filed a motion to close case on the ground that it is not pursuing charges against this defendant and only proceed against the co-defendants. So there were other people charged. I can't tell you who that was. All I've got is his documentation, but there were co-defendants, and in March of 2019, the prosecutor's office filed an order stating they were not pursuing charges against this defendant. But it doesn't say why, it just says, and they were pursuing charges against the other defendant. So this happened on, let's see, this police report was on, well, this all started around February 1st when they called, the person called and said, hey, there's stuff at this other house that's mine. So yeah, it went about, and literally, I guess about seven weeks later, they decided not to pursue the charges against him. But like I said, it doesn't state why. It's just literally a 2-sentence order.
But he's literally not charged.
He is not charged. It was dismissed less than 2 months after he was arrested. Against him, it said they were proceeding against the co-defendants, but I don't have their paperwork, so I have no idea what happened to resolve the case against the other people.
Okay, Dr. Kraus.
Okay, I did not see, I guess I didn't put much in that he was not charged.
He was originally, but then then the prosecutor's office decided not to go forward against him.
And there's no reasoning from their end as to why?
No, it just says closing the case against him, and we're pursuing the charges on the other co-defendants. But it doesn't say who they are or how many.
But I can only assume it would have been a waste of time.
So where do you live now?
Right now, I live with my mother.
Okay. So you're basically trying to get on your feet?
Yes, ma'am. Just like I said, I was working for a mobile home company, and I had a heat stroke. And then after that, I went to work for a couple other jobs, and I had another heat stroke. And they told me if I have one more, that I possibly could be looking at a kidney transplant after that. And so right now, yes, ma'am, I am trying to get on my feet and get out of my mom's house and get my own apartment so I can provide for me and my daughter a lot better.
Story makes sense to me. This young man seems to be forthright. You ask him a question, he gives you a direct answer. I think I'm willing to take a chance on him.
Yeah, it sounds like he's trying to get, better his condition, and just happened to be a victim of circumstances. He needed a place to stay. They said he could stay there, but he didn't know about the criminal activity that was going on in the house. Okay, Debbie, Dr. Mack.
Well, I was thinking since he really only lived there about 3 weeks, I'm not sure you could blame everything on him. I mean, we would be giving him a chance to really show that he can do the right thing.
Mhm. And it'll also be an inside job. You know, he's had 2
Mhm.
heat strokes, and like I said, the third one will not be good. Dr. Kraus,
Make a
that's all.
motion to grant him his technician license.
I'll second it.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by the raising of hands. 3 hands. Any nays? No hands. Motion passes. Okay, we're gonna give you your chance, Mr. Moats.
Yes, ma'am.
And you proved that we made the right decision with you.
Yes, ma'am. I will.
Mr. Moats, since you're here at the board office, if you'll just step out into the lobby and see Miss Bryant there at the first desk, she'll
Okay.
get your license for you today. You can leave with it.
All righty. Thank you, sir.
Good luck to you.
Yes, sir. Y'all have a great day.
Board, we have Mr. Shelnut next. If you'll take your phone off or take your computer off mute. And Dr. Newsom, if you'll give me just a second,
right,
step
sir.
down and get this file to Ms. Bryant so she can get his license.
Yep.
Mr. Shelnut, were you able to hear just kind of the rundown of who all you're speaking with this morning earlier?
No, sir, I got in a little late.
Okay, so and it's not that you're necessarily late. We have several people scheduled at each time, and then we just kind of take you in the order that you show up. So
Yes, sir.
real quickly, I'm John Kirtley. I'm the director of the Board of Pharmacy.
Yes, sir.
On screen, you'll also see Luke Daniel, who's our general counsel, and Dr. Brendan McCready, who's our assistant director on the staff
Okay.
side. And then everyone else you will be talking to, you've got Dr. Brian Jolly, who just joined us, Dr. Rodney Richmond, Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Debbie Mack, and Dr. Lenore Newsom, who are all members of the board. Dr. Newsom is the chair of this committee.
Sir.
In this appearance, this is about an application that you have here with the board. And during this, the board members have just received basically a link to be able to look at your application to discuss any background issues that were on it.
Yes, sir.
During this, our staff will give an overview of why you're here today, and then the board members are probably going to have some questions for you. We call it
That's
informal because it's a conversation back and forth.
Yes, sir.
If at the end of this, they're going to come up with some decision, maybe to approve your application, maybe to deny your application, maybe to table your application, but whatever they come up with, you can either agree or disagree with.
Yes,
If you agree with it, we just go forth with what they have instructed. And if you disagree, it's your chance to request either a hearing before the 8 members of the full board at a later date, or to say, kind of forget this and walk away.
Yes, sir.
So do you have any questions about how the process works?
No, sir.
Okay, if you come up with a question later, by all means, or confused with something going on, stop us and ask us what's going on. We're going to be sure to answer any questions you've got.
Yes, sir.
With that, I'll turn it back to Mr. Daniel.
Thank you, Judge. This is a pharmacy technician application. He did mark yes on his application that something would come back on his criminal history. In 2020, this was in July of 2020, has a domestic battery conviction. This was a physical altercation with his mother. I believe he threw some type or hit her through like a Coke can, and it hit her and caused a minor injury to her. So that's where the misdemeanor domestic battery came from. He did plead guilty to that, received fines, court costs. He does state in his statement, which is his statement is right after his application in your packet there, that he was having, I believe he had quit taking his medicine. He is a insulin dependent diabetic, and he states he quit taking his medicine, and so that kind of led to his feelings and his anger in this incident. But like I said, he did cause a minor injury to his mother in this physical altercation with her, and did plead guilty to that. And it is a misdemeanor, and that happened in July of last year, 2020. Dr.
Okay.
Newsom.
How you doing, Mr. Shelnut?
I'm doing well. Yourself?
Doing well.
Good.
Can you tell us about this incident?
Yes, ma'am. I actually I'd been off my medicine, off my insulin. At times I was sleeping for 2.5 days. And for some reason I got up and was angry. I can't tell you why. And I backhanded a Coke can at my mother, which she called the police, and the police came in, and I was still verbally aggressive towards her. And I was arrested and stayed the night in jail, fined, and they actually put an order of protection between me and my mother, which has since been dropped. But as far as being arrested and all that, you know, that's what should have happened. Absolutely. You know, I was completely guilty of the situation. Everything that has been noted is factual. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Okay. Well, thank you for your honesty there.
You're welcome.
Okay, so what are you currently doing, Dr. Mack? Oh, you're muted.
Your mother has a court date to drop it. Did it get dropped?
It got dropped. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So what are you currently doing?
I'm currently a clerk at the pharmacy, and I'd applied for my tech license once I started here, and that's kind of what led me to this. So.
And were you working at the time that you became this time when you were angry?
Not at the time, no, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, Dr. Mack?
And how is your anger now, or what are you doing to control it? What kind of help are you having?
My medication's stable. For a while, for about 10 years, I did nothing. Laid in bed, mooched off my parents, and basically had no hope for the future. Now I've actually got out, got a job, seen that I applied for disability 3 times and was denied. Now I see that I'm not disabled. I'm able to work. And since that time, I've had no problems whatsoever.
Does any other board members have any questions of this gentleman?
When you say medication, you're talking about insulin?
I'm on insulin as well as I take pharmaceutical medication. I see a psychiatrist. Would you like a list of the medication I'm on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's Adderall 30 milligrams twice a day. I'm on Paxil 60 milligrams, lithium 300 milligrams, Klonopin 2 milligrams PRN, and that's it.
But you're stable on those medications?
Oh, yes, ma'am, absolutely.
You answered that you were not being treated for a mental health disorder on your application.
I don't actually have I don't think I have a disorder, a diagnosis or anything, but I do have a psychiatrist.
Well, I mean, you just mentioned 5 different psychotropic drugs.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it that you believe? So the question read, have you been treated for drug, alcohol addiction, mental health disorder, or participated in a rehab program in the last 5 years? And
Yeah.
no.
I didn't know I had a diagnosis, actually. Still don't know if I have a diagnosis.
But you said you're on Adderall, Klonopin, lithium, Paxil.
Paxil, yeah.
What are they telling you that's for?
Mood stabilizer.
How often do you see this psychiatrist?
Every 3 months.
Okay, Dr. Kraus, you have any comments?
Right now, I'm not feeling good about it. I'd like, to see a little bit more time elapse. I'd like to know that there's a little distance between him and some poor decision making. Have you had any other, have you ever been charged with any other problems related?
No, sir. No, sir. I had a speeding ticket when I was 21. That's it.
And what has he officially been charged with, Luke?
He pled guilty to a misdemeanor domestic battery conviction because, when he had that altercation, that Coke can or whatever it was hit his mother and, caused a scratch or some just very minor injury. But yeah, he did plead guilty to a domestic battery misdemeanor. It was not a serious injury.
The therapies that you're on now, Mr. Shelnut, that started after the problem with your mom?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Jolly, do you have any comments?
No comments at this time.
Dr. Richmond.
Mr. Daniel, generally on cases when someone discloses a mental health issue, is there a standard of what we look for as far as documentation that we could look to say that, okay, he's stable?
We asked them to sign a medical release to whoever they're seeing, whoever their provider is, to provide their medical records to us so we can review them. And a lot of times staff will just review them. And if there's no issues, then, we have no problems, we'll grant it. But if there's some, kind of like a couple we've seen today, if there were some outstanding issues that we need to be, or that we think between myself, Dr. McCready and Dr. Kirtley, that need to be brought before the informal, then we do that. But if anybody marks that box, we ask them to provide a medical release to their provider to provide us with those records. And of course, those records are either later destroyed. I mean, they're not FOIable. I mean, they're held here, and held in confidence, or they're destroyed.
I think rather than take action on his application today, I think I'd rather just table it until he would be willing to sign a waiver for us to be able to see what the status is of his mental health at this time, so we could feel confident in issuing a license perhaps later.
Is everyone in agreement with that?
I agree.
Dr. Richmond, would you like to make that a motion, please? Dr. Mack, excuse me.
I was just going to say for Dr. Richmond, do you want to allow staff to see it and issue if they feel confident, or because I don't think we have another meeting till probably February. So what are your thoughts?
Yeah, whatever the internal process is, I'm fine with their determination of that.
Okay, I'll just put on here table, get the medical records. Staff can determine if he needs to come back or if his license can be granted. Okay.
Do we need to make that in the form of a motion?
I think Dr. Richmond already did you not?
Okay.
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 Yeah. And I see
And
Dr. put his hand up.
Dr. Krause, are you seconding it, or you have another comment?
Another comment.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if I really mind waiting until the February meeting, just because I think a little time would do good. That's just my thoughts on that.
I'm just thinking if staff feels good, that would be okay. I mean, if we left it up to staff, is my only thought. They don't have to do it immediately either.
Dr. Krause, are you requesting basically like the medical records and like an overview from his physician to show you why he would be stable and just give a little bit more time? Is that what you're looking for?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, we've got a motion on the board that I guess either needs to be, we've got a motion to table this and get medical records, and staff can determine if he needs to come back. So can we ask, and if that, and then if we can get a second and a vote on that, and then if not, we'll ask for another motion. So I don't know, Dr. Newsom, will you ask for a second on Dr. Richmond's
Yes.
motion first?
Did I get a second?
Second.
Okay, I have second by Dr. Jolly. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Or raise your hands. Any nays? The motion passes.
And it was a 4-1 vote. Who was the second? Dr. Jolly?
Yes.
Mr. Shelnut, what they've decided is I've got, and I can email you one of those forms. Is that your protonmail.com? Is that still
Yes,
a good
sir.
email address?
Yes,
I'll
sir.
get that email to. We're in meetings all day today. I'll try to find time to get it
That's
emailed
fine.
so quickly today. If not, it'll be tomorrow.
That's
But
fine.
if you'll just fill that out and send it to your provider, and or just hand deliver it, however you want to do that, and they can just send it
Okay.
to us.
Okay, I'll get that done.
I'll get it to you, like I said, at the latest tomorrow. I'll try to get it out today.
That's fine. Appreciate it. Thank you to the board.
You're free to leave. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Kirtley, we have two here. We have Miss Winningham and Miss Ware. So if you want to, maybe you can give your introductions to both of them at the same time so they can hear you.
Absolutely. Good morning. My name is John Kirtley. I'm the director of the Board of Pharmacy. I'm just going to explain real quick who all you're speaking with on screen today and just a little bit about this process. You have myself, Dr. Brenda McCready, and Mr. Luke Daniel that are all staff members here at the board. And you also have several board members who are decision makers today. You've got Dr. Rodney Richmond, Dr. Brian Jolly, Dr. Debbie Mack, Dr. Lynn Krause, and Dr. Lenora Newsom. Dr. Newsom is the chairperson for this committee. In the way that this works are, I believe both of you are here for application issues. The board members have just received links this morning to be able to look at your application, the same information we have in the office that you've submitted. With that, they will get a quick overview from staff what the outstanding issue is, and then they're going to have some questions for each of you in turn, which will give you a chance to speak with the board members. At the end of this, they will come up with some decision, whether that may be to approve your application, deny your application, table it, or ask for more documentation like you might have just seen. Regardless of what their decision is, then you have the opportunity to either agree or disagree with it. If you agree with their decision, we go forth with whatever suggestion they've made. If you disagree, you basically have the choice to either say, forget this and walk away, or to request a hearing before the full board, which is 8 members, would be here in our office and is a little bit more formal process where we swear in witnesses and everything. Do both of you know why you're here today? Okay. And do you have any questions about this process or how it works?
No, sir.
Okay. During your appearance, if you've got a question you need to ask us or something you need to tell us, by all means, you stop us, get our attention, and let us know if you've got any questions. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Daniel. I think you have Ms. Winningham up first.
Yes. Pharmacy technician application. She did mark on her application. She did mark that she'd been treated for drug addiction or participated in a rehab within the last 5 years. She sent in information, and we requested, or she sent in information and signed a medical release for hospital records. In 2019, she was admitted to the hospital for meth addiction. Was admitted to the hospital for that addiction and for going through withdrawals during that time. January to June of 2020, she was a resident at the House of Faith for Women, which is a faith-based counseling service. She can go into a little more detail than that. On that in just a minute. She states that she has not used since 2009. So have that hospital admission. I'm sorry, has not used since 2019. So she has a hospital admission 2019, and then January to June of 2020, where she was a resident at the House of Faith for Women. So I'll turn it back over to Dr. Newsom.
Good morning. How are you doing? I cannot hear you. Okay, say something so we can determine. Okay, now you're appearing to be muted. Okay, you're unmuted now. But we can't hear you still.
We still can't hear you.
Now you're muted again. Can you check your phone for volume? Unmute and then check for volume. No.
You may have to call in. There's a 1-800 number on that where the link was. You may have to call in.
Let me see, I can hear you.
Sometimes you can, I don't know, some people have problems with their volume on their computer. So you can stay logged in on the computer and also call in. We have Miss Ware ready. You want to set Miss Winningham to the side and she can figure out her.
That'd be great.
All right. I just muted her just in case she gets it back on. Miss Winningham, we'll get back to you in just a few minutes. Okay. Miss Ware, you're kind of sideways there. Can you tilt? Here you go. Okay. And you heard Dr. Kirtley a minute ago go through anything and kind of explain the process today.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions about anything before we get started?
No, sir.
All right.
How are you doing today?
I'm fine, and you?
Good. Mr. Daniel,
Well,
you gonna bring us up to date on her case?
Yeah, we have Miss Ware. This is a pharmacy technician application. She did check yes that she would have some criminal history come back. And also checked yes on the bottom where she had been treated for a mental health disorder or participated in a rehab program within the last 5 years. Do show an arrest in 2019, show an arrest for battery. This was, she entered a guilty plea to disorderly conduct. This was, she had gone in, apparently had been having an altercation with a woman who worked in, I guess it just says a store, a mini mart. So I'm guessing that's like kind of like a convenience store. She went in, she got a drink, was walking out of the store, her and the clerk there, I guess it had some words. She ended up throwing the drink down in the store and walking out. Her and that clerk ended up into a physical altercation in the parking lot. She was charged with misdemeanor battery. She entered a guilty plea to disorderly conduct, which is just a lower class of misdemeanor. Do have on her mental health treatment show is 6/23 of 2001. This was a new evaluation, so pretty much all the report that we have is just this few pages here. States that she was going through distress, having negative thoughts, things from the past have become bothersome. Y'all can all hopelessness, daily upset, angry, etc. You can see her. The medical report there is on the very last few pages of her packet that you have there. So we have that arrest and a guilty plea to disorderly conduct in 2019, and then this mental health concern in 2021. Dr. Mitchell, I'm sorry, Dr. Mitchell. Dr. Newsom, I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay. Ms. Ware, you want to tell us about these incidences?
Yes, ma'am. With the incident that happened at the gas station, that was actually my friend of 10 years. We had got into like an argument about something, and we hadn't seen each other for like 2 years. So whenever I went to the store that morning, I was going to purchase some ice. Me and my sister actually went to the store. I went and purchased some ice. Whenever I had walked inside the store, she said hey to me, but I didn't speak back to her because of the fact that we hadn't talked about the situation, and I felt like she was kind of coming off as being kind of funny. So like I just kept walking to the ice machine. She continued to like say little things or whatever. So I really was trying to ignore her in the beginning. Whenever I made it up to the cash register, we was still, well, she was saying things, and at that time I had started saying things back to her. I had got irritated and I threw the ice at her. At the time, I was like 6-7 months pregnant with my daughter. So I feel like that kind of had something to do with like the way I was feeling, like emotionally or whatever. After I threw the ice, I proceeded to just walk out the store. Well, she kept on saying stuff to me. At this time, I think she was mad that I threw the ice, so like that just kept her going. I proceeded to leave out the store. We were still arguing. She came out the store behind me. I kind of felt threatened at the time. I was pregnant, so like we just kind of like scuffled. It wasn't really a fight. My arm got popped out of place because the way we was kind of tussling, but it wasn't really like nobody was hurt.
Yeah, but your arm got out of place.
Yeah,
It's okay.
Yes, not kind of. It just like kind of went out just a little bit, but I was able to like just kind of move it back into place.
Okay.
But it's because I already had trouble with my shoulder.
Okay, so the police were called?
Yes, ma'am.
Both of y'all were arrested?
No, ma'am. I didn't get arrested at the time. I was at the hospital. They was just checking on me, making sure my baby was okay and making sure that my arm was okay. They just told me that they was going to do a report for a battery and that I would hear for them later on about the situation or whatever's going to go on. However, I did not hear from them. But I had found out that I had a warrant out for my arrest. So with that being said, I went and got a lawyer and I went and turned myself in. So they wouldn't have to like arrest me while I had my kids or nothing. So I just took it upon myself to fix the situation.
Okay. Did anyone else have any questions of this candidate? Counsel?
What about the when you were admitted to the hospital? What was going on there?
When I got admitted to the hospital, I probably wasn't clear about that, but like I had counseling whenever I was younger. Maybe like I would say I was at least like maybe 14 or 15 years old. I was just having like trouble at school, and my I want to say defense officer or something like that thought that it was best if and my counselor at the time thought that it was best if I like got like away.
Okay, and you stated that that just being in public is difficulty. I mean, it's difficult for you.
No, sir.
Okay, well, that's so you didn't, I mean, that's in your medical records. You didn't tell them that?
No. Well, probably like at the time, whenever I reached out to get help this year, it was because I had 2 deaths in my family. One of them was my grandmother, which she already passed away when I was younger. So I only had my auntie. She passed away, and a couple weeks later, my cousin passed away from COVID. And I was kind of like, and my brother had already passed away whenever I was younger. So like both of those deaths on top of each other had kind of like took me to like a place where I felt like I needed to reach out and get help.
Okay. And you were hospitalized as a teenager also?
Yes, sir. I wasn't hospitalized as an adult.
Yeah, you just went up there but I mean, they didn't keep you. You just went up there to get some treatment.
Yes, I had seen like this advertisement where UAMS had this like program for like maybe it was like for maybe a couple weeks or whatever, to where you can like get evaluated and get help, and they'll like tell you if you need to further get help and different little stuff like that. So at the time I was feeling like I needed help, so I just kind of reached out to them. But no, I was not hospitalized. They gave me, well, they tried to give me medication. But after taking it for a week, I decided like that's something that I didn't need. I just needed kind of like support.
Okay, so this was in June of 2021. Have you been seeing anybody since or anything like that? Have you been going to counseling or seeing any type of doctor or anything?
No, sir. After completing that program that they had, no, I haven't. I haven't. I don't need to reach out, or I don't need to have like counseling. I just need to kind of support at that moment.
All right, thank you.
So what have you been doing for a living?
Since I was in high school, I always wanted to be a LPN. Fresh out of high school, I went to CNA. But right before the class ended, my dad had need help with like medical, so I kind of left Fayetteville, Arkansas, and moved to West Memphis, Arkansas, to help my dad. In 2019, I went back to CNA class to so that I could proceed to get my LPNs, but I was pregnant with my daughter and the pandemic hit. So by the pandemic coming, I wasn't able to take my state board. But whenever the world opened back up, I had waited a month too late to go and take my state board. So I just been working with my NA license. I currently work as a caregiver for Home Helpers of Rogers, Arkansas.
Okay. And why do you want to be a pharmacy technician?
Kind of. I always liked the medical field. I have tried to pursue like getting my LPNs twice, and this last time, whenever the pandemic hit and I couldn't proceed to take my my state board test, I kind of read up on other things to see like if is there anything else that I would be interested in the medical field. And pharmacy technician, it was kind of interesting to me, so I just wanted to get in and see if that would be a best fit for me. Well, I feel like it would be.
Other board members, do y'all have any questions? So what is the will of the board?
What is she technically charged with?
He was arrested for a misdemeanor battery and pled guilty to disorderly conduct. Disorderly conduct is just a C-level misdemeanor. It's the lowest level of misdemeanors there are.
Go ahead, Ms. Ware.
During the time, me and the lady, we wasn't speaking. But after that altercation, we kind of like started back being friends. However, I feel like if we hadn't seen each other like that day, like at the store, it kind of probably would have went kind of different. But we is currently friends right now. They dropped the charges because she didn't want to pursue with the charges. Like we was telling them that, you know, we friends and we could have fixed it another way. So she didn't want to pursue the charges or whatever. So they offered me something smaller, which was disorderly conduct, and I just pled guilty to that.
Dr. McCready.
A question. I'm reading the police report from Jay Mixon, and in the middle of it, it actually says that you went into the store, you passed by her because you and she weren't speaking anymore and had an altercation. You got a fountain drink, you forgot your debit card, so you're going to ask your friend to give you the money. She asked you if you're going to steal the young lady at the cash register, asked if you had planned on stealing the drink. You guys got in an altercation. You actually left and got in the car and started to back out, and she came out and yelled at you and you came back. If you were already in the car, why didn't you just leave?
She was yelling like some pretty ugly things to me, and it was kind of like I was pregnant. I was pregnant at the time, and the stuff that she was like saying to me, I did try to walk away. yes, I did go back. It was, I don't know, it was just a mess. Like the stuff that she was saying to me, like like my window was rolled down, so we was kind of still arguing. And she referred something towards my kids and like, I ain't like this. So that's the only reason why I went back.
Okay. Any other questions or statements? Any motion, anything? Everybody's quiet this morning.
Well, this one is pretty perplexing, Dr. Newsom, but I guess based on the fact it was a misdemeanor and sounds like a lot of activity there, I guess I would probably recommend we give the tech license. We can see what everybody else has to say.
Okay, is that a second?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by raising your hands. Any nays? We got one nay. We got 3 yays and 1
I was
nay.
trying to comment and I was.
Oh, I'm
muted.
sorry. I thought you were saying yay. Go ahead, make your comment.
I'm sorry. I'd been unmuted most of the morning, and so I thought I was talking. Sorry. No, I just wanted to comment that I thought that we should at least acknowledge her mental health visit from just back in June, so about 5 months ago. But it does say that she has post-traumatic stress and generalized anxiety that leads to hypervigilance and re-experiencing the distress, and reports significant anxiety. But they went on to say that she was not felt to be an imminent threat to others from self or others or the property of others. So, and she's on citalopram 20 milligrams. Does that continue, Ms. Ware?
No, sir. They prescribed me that for like 2 months, but like I only was taking it for like a week. And I told the lady that I was speaking with that I would just prefer to get help, like talking to someone at the time. I didn't feel like that I needed medication. So I don't take that. And
Okay.
I only took it for like maybe a week and that was it.
So you're just in therapy, no medication?
I'm currently not in therapy right now. It was just kind of like at that moment, I kind of needed support, and that's the only support that I kind of had. So I just went for it.
Okay.
Anyway, that motion passed.
Sorry.
So, Counselor, you want to update her on our next
Thank
step?
you, Ms. Ware. We'll get your license be processed within the next couple of days. So you should have it by next week. So as soon as you get it, you can start working as a pharmacy technician.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Good luck.
Thank you.
You are free to go.
Okay, Ms. Winningham, can you say something? See if we still can't hear you. Can you get on the phone?
Is that your phone? Did you call in on your phone?
No.
Try now. I'll show your phone unmuted.
Now?
Yeah,
Yes,
now.
yes.
Okay, awesome.
How are you today?
I'm good. How are y'all?
Okay, doing well, doing well.
And just a quick reminder, board, we talked about this a minute ago, but 2019 was admitted to the hospital for meth addiction and withdrawals during that time. And then January through June of 2020, she was a resident at the House of Faith for Women. And she has stated she has not used since 2019. So Dr. Newsom, I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay. Okay, other than you not being able to, we not being able to hear you this morning, hope everything's going well with you. Can you give us an update on what happened during that period of your life?
I don't want to go into too much detail, but I had an absent parent, and that caused me a lot of issues. I knew I needed help, which is why I willingly went to rehab. I was actually in John 3:17 for about 3 months, and then my health turned to the worst, and they ended up discharging me. So I went to the House of Faith. I've been sober for almost 3 years now. It'll be 3 years in January of next year. I have an amazing support system. I'm engaged. My fiance is a police officer. I have a very close-knit family support, and Tommy, the head of House of Faith for Women, is always open to calls day or night.
Okay, so why do you want to be a pharmacy technician?
I'm actually in college for pharmacy tech. I'm about a year in, and it's always been my goal to help people. And I tried nursing for a little while, and it just wasn't for me. So I thought maybe going the pharmacy route would be best.
Okay, does the pharmacy, are you in a technician school?
Yes.
Okay, do they know about your background?
Yes, I do.
Okay, which technician school are you going to?
It's Ultimate Medical Academy. It's all online.
Okay, out of where? Where's
It's
it?
out of Florida, Tampa, Florida.
Okay. Dr. Mack?
But in 2019, you were on meth, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How did it come about that you started abusing drugs?
Well, it started when I was 16. I ended up having to have a hip surgery and got addicted to pain pills, and then it just went from there. I've completely changed my life around. I have goals set. I have family support, the whole 9 yards.
Have you used any controlled substance since then, or any prescription medication, anything?
No,
Do you drink?
no.
And you're still under counseling? Or are
Yes.
you on your?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, go ahead and tell me what you're doing now with your mental health.
I see a psychiatrist every month, Dr. Forey Reschel, with Clarity Health and Wellness. I am on daily medication. I have been diagnosed with borderline personality disorder, which is now being treated and managed.
Okay, so what are you taking for that? You're having medicated assisted treatment?
Yes, I'm taking hydroxyzine, Seroquel, Lexapro, Trazodone, and Pravastatin.
Okay. Dr. Mack?
How were you able to get off of meth?
I went to rehab. It is a faith-based program, and we did a lot of studying, a lot of trauma recovery, and what is the word? We did a lot of work, like physically, mentally, emotionally.
Are you doing any of that type of work now to keep yourself occupied?
I do go to Celebrate Recovery every week. I'm also in school. I'm a full-time mom, and I work full-time.
Okay. And what are you doing for work?
I'm working at a factory at the moment.
Okay. Anyone else have any thoughts or questions? Dr. Kraus?
I'm impressed with her efforts to get on the right path, and I hope that she continues to do such. But it's a little close for me to grant a pharmacy tech license. I'd need to know that she was doing good for a little bit longer time.
Ms. Winningham, about how long did you struggle with addiction?
I want to say for about 5 years.
Okay.
And January 12th of next year, I'll be 3 years sober.
No, generally, if we were dealing with someone entering the pharmacy that has done this, most of the time the board is looking at the support group with 5 years of monitoring once they have established advocacy even. I don't know if the board has any interest in an eval like that or monitoring or anything else. That's, an option for us.
I was about to ask exactly that, what could be done? I mean, if she's on her way to recovery, with the support group, is there anything that we could do to plug her in that would either allow her or at least get her on pace to be able to get a license?
But it's interesting, Dr. Richmond. She said she's already doing like Celebrate Recovery on a weekly basis. For people in our support group, even at an advanced state of recovery, they're looking for, I believe, 3 meetings a week that are traditional 12-step programs. While I know they don't ban or anything like that, Celebrate Recovery, but they do look for specific meetings and then for specific updates from, counselor or psychiatrist and reports from a workplace monitor, in addition to the random drug testing. It's the hard part of that is it is, financially very tough oftentimes for pharmacy technicians to deal with all that versus a pharmacist due to the number of drug tests they do a year, if nothing else.
Okay, thank you. But Ms. Winningham had a question, then we'll go to Dr. Mack.
I was going to say, I'm very much willing to do drug tests whenever. I just did one 2 weeks ago for my job, and they test, I think, twice a month.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Mack?
Dr. Kirtley, can she be in the support group without having to go through the 3-day, since she's already with the doctor and everything?
I would refer that. The board has the ability to refer someone to the support group. It's somewhat different when you have someone that's already engaged in recovery, but I would refer her to the support group to see what their suggestion would be for monitoring or advocacy or anything else at that point.
So if we were to do that, would we?
All right, Dr. Richmond, and then Dr. Kraus.
I'm sorry. I was just going to ask, if we were going to do that, would we table her application?
Yes.
And make that connection?
Yeah. You could literally say that you would table at this time, suggest she go to the support group to seek advocacy for them and see what they would require. They may say we really need an inpatient evaluation to determine how best to handle this. They may say we have a relationship with, this psychiatrist, or I don't know. It's a little bit different because people usually start there rather than, come into it in the middle. But that prevents her from having a negative action on her application also.
All right, Dr. Kraus?
No, I was saying that I would be good with that. I think that's smart, to table it and see what the support group could assess.
Okay. Dr. Richmond, are you going to make that a motion? The table application?
what exactly, I mean, other than what we've generally talked about, is there anything specific that needs to be included in the motion?
I would just say table it until we receive notification from the support group that they would allow her to practice.
So moved.
And Dr.
Second.
Crawford, second? Oh, okay, Dr. Jolly, second. A motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Or raise hands. Got 4 hands saying yes. Any no's? None. Council?
Ms. Winningham, is that ybmail.com still a good email address for you?
Yes.
I will email you the contact number or the contact information. His name is Turner James. He is the executive director of the support group. And you'll just need to get in contact with him, and then he'll kind of fill you in on what, if anything else is needed, and where to go from there. Okay.
Okay.
And you also have the option, if you want to appeal the decision that they made today, you'll have that option. You can appeal that to a full board hearing if you want to, but all that'll be put in a letter too. But I'll try to email you his contact information within the next day or two, so you'll have that, so you can already reach out to him. I'll send you a letter with all this in it too.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Jolly?
I wanted to ask Ms. Winningham a quick question. So the technician training program that you're in right now, how long is it?
It's 18 months.
18
And
months?
I'm in your, mhm.
And do they require you to get a tech license and have some work experience as part of the program, or?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Best of luck and congratulations on your recovery up to this point.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Winningham, you're free to go, and I'll get all this sent to you.
All right. Thank y'all for your time.
We have one more that is here in person, and then we'll have a few quickly to resolve that are not here. So we have Mr. Hanlon and Dr. Kirtley. I don't believe he was here earlier. So if you want to do introductions.
Mr. Hanlon, first, let's make sure we can hear you.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me good?
Absolutely. So I'm John Kirtley. I'm the director of the Board of Pharmacy, and on screen you'll also see on the staff side Mr. Luke Daniel and Dr. McCready. We also have 5 of our pharmacy board members who are decision makers here today and who will be talking with you. We've got Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Rodney Richmond, Dr. Brian Jolly, Dr. Debbie Mack, Dr. Lenore Newsom. Dr. Newsom is the chairperson of this informal committee. We are here with your application or with a background issue. The board members have just been supplied a copy of your paperwork this morning to look at and then to discuss to you. So in just a minute, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Daniel to give us an overview, and then I know the board members will want to speak with you.
Okay, thank you.
At the end of your discussion today, they're going to come up with some decision. It could be to approve, it could be to deny, it could be to table your application. But whatever it is, the important thing is you can either agree or disagree with it. If you agree with it, we go forth with whatever they ask us to do. And if you disagree, it gives you a chance to request a hearing before the board, the full board at a later date, or just to walk away, basically. Do you understand why you're here today?
Yes, I do.
And do you have any questions about how the process works?
No.
Okay, if at any point during this you do have a question or need to let us know something, wave your hands, get our attention. I want to be sure we help answer any questions you have as well.
Okay, absolutely.
There you go, Mr. Daniel.
Thank you. This is a pharmacy technician application. He did check yes on the application that would have something come back on his criminal history. And in January of 2012, Arkadelphia Police Department was notified about a possible child with a suspicious injury at a daycare. They investigated that. The child was 3 years old at the time. It was Mr. Hanlon's son. They talked to Mr. Hanlon once, and they talked to Mr. Hanlon a couple of times. He did admit that he was, I guess, during frustration while he was keeping the child and one of his other children, that during a time of frustration, he did slap the child across the face. If you'll, the police report's in the file. It's, I don't know, 5 or 6 pages in, and then there are some pictures that you can see from the injury of the child. He was charged with a felony domestic battery due to the age of the victim. And he did plead guilty to that. He does have a felony conviction for domestic battery. And like I said, you can see the injuries on the face. It's not, I mean, granted the child is 3, the injury itself would not amount to a felony injury based under the law. But under the law, if you have any injury to a child under the age of 12, it is automatically a felony. So that's why it was a felony, and he does have that conviction. And like I said, that was in 2012. I don't show anything since.
Okay. Mr. Hamlin, you want to tell us what happened?
So in 2012, I had just met my current partner, and I was watching over her 2 young children while she went to work. I was unfamiliar with parenting. I was new to it. I had never kept children of my own. I'd never had children of my own. I was in college at the time. And while watching the children, the oldest child, Jason, he has autism. And so specific sensory things might cause him to get upset or overstimulated. And at the time, while I was changing his diaper, he headbutted me and caused me to bite my tongue. And I lost my temper and struck him. I did call his mother immediately afterwards. She came home. And then when he went to his daycare the next day, they did report it to the police, who came by and talked to me. At first, I was hesitant because I was scared about what could happen possibly. I didn't want her children to be taken away. I was scared about what could happen to myself. But then I ultimately made the decision to go to the police and tell them myself that yes, I did do that. That did happen, and explain the circumstances of it. Spent quite a lot of time in court through the process. Her children were taken away to foster care for a short time, which they did not do well in. They were then placed in the custody of her mother-in-law at the time. And visitation was taken away. We both went through many parenting classes together, both voluntarily and court mandated. Went through anger management with Dr. Lee Louder. His letter of recommendation is in there as well. I went to some counseling of my own, even throughout the years after everything had happened. 2015, maybe 2017, I think. And went to counseling of my own volition to help with my anger problems. I went through every possible avenue I could to help get her children back, to help prove that she was a good mother, that I was a capable parent. And still to this day, do as much work as I can to regulate my own temperature and mind my own sense of self, so that those kinds of things do not happen anymore. It was my first offense, and it was expunged, I believe, 2 years ago. But I wanted to admit that it was there on my record. The application did state to list anything, even if it was expunged, due to it being a felony. But we are a wonderful, happy family now. I've got the oldest son, Jason, who is now 13, middle child, Annabelle, who is about to turn 12 next month. And then our son, my biological son, is Gabriel, turned 9 in March.
Okay, thank you. Why do you want to be a pharmacy technician?
I'm interested in pharmacy tech to work at UAMS. My brother works there, and he's given rave reviews about the work there. I'm currently a cashier and have been kind of in customer service for a really long time with not a lot of forward momentum or chance of promotion or anything like that. So I'm just kind of stuck in a rut. I'm also working nights, which has been really hard on my life at home. So I had talked to him and he recommended pharmacy as a way to change both my hours and my potential salary.
Thank you. Does any of the board members have any questions of this gentleman? Dr. Kraus?
I don't have a problem with this gentleman getting a pharmacy tech license.
Okay. Any of the other board members? Dr. Richmond?
I concur with Lynn.
Are y'all ready to entertain a motion then? Dr. Mack, do you have any comments? You're muted.
I'm okay with it. I mean, I feel like he's learned a lot. I don't like the situation, of course, but at least it was a good long time ago.
Dr. Jolly?
Yeah, I'm good with it. Based on the duration.
Okay. I'd like to entertain a motion then. Dr. Kraus?
Make a motion, we grant his license.
Second.
We got a second from Dr. Richmond. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Hands, okay, thank you. Any nays? None. Motion passes.
Mr. Hanlon, you'll receive, your license will be processed within the next day or two. So you'll have it by next week. And when you get it in the mail, you can start working as a pharmacy technician. Just be sure and wherever you go to give it to them so they can, they have to keep it while you're working.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're free to go. Like I said, you'll get it next week.
Okay. Thank you.
Board members, we've got a few that didn't show up. If we can run through them real fast, and we'll be through for the morning.
Okay.
I've got Amanda Cruz Hernandez. She was actually here in in July of 2021. She had some previous mental issues, and the board granted her a temporary license on that day that was valid until November the 18th of this year with the following conditions. She must provide a medical provider or progress report from her medical provider, must provide work progress from her employer, and must appear at the next informal. She has provided no documentation, and I couldn't show that she was working anywhere. Actually, the board actually received a message from her the other day saying that she was not going to appear and no longer wanted to pursue that. So I just say we take no action today, and her license will expire in 9 days.
Okay. Go ahead. Dr. Kraus or Dr. Mack, which?
So is it any different? I mean, she didn't do what she was told, so you would think we just would take it away, but is it any different if it goes away or we take it away? I mean, is it going to be on record?
You have to
it'll
give
be
her
on record.
notice.
I mean,
to
all
take-
this will be in the computer that she didn't do what she was supposed to. So we would have to set, we have to give 2 hours notice for an emergency hearing. So we'd have to set it again for this afternoon. I mean, we could do that if y'all wanted to suspend it, but it'll expire in 9 days either way. Yeah. Haley McDonald, she did not disclose any arrest in November of 2020. She was arrested for fleeing, obstructing governmental operations, and refusal to submit. She appeared at the informal in April. She was told to return in November 2021, and the board wanted her criminal charges to be resolved. Not heard anything from her, and she has not appeared either in person or via Zoom. We would ask that her application be denied.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
So moved. Second.
Okay, have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion, show by raise of hands. Any nays? No hands shown, so the motion passes.
Jordan Myers, a pharmacy technician, pharmacy technician application in 2015. She has a conviction for felony permitting abuse of a child involving serious physical injury and felony endangering the welfare of a child. She took her 4-month-old son to Children's because his head had been swollen, and I put in quotation marks, for over a month, because that's what she told them. Child had brain bleeding, 2 skull fractures, several broken bones. Doctor stated that the child had at least 40 bone fractures, including healed and current. Her boyfriend, she stated to the police that she knew her boyfriend was abusing the child. Anyway, she's got those felony convictions, and based on these and the fact that she's not here today, we asked her application be denied.
Luke, did you say 40? 40?
Yeah, the doctor stated the child had at least 40 during the time. Yeah, I mean, some of them were old, some of them were new, but yes, I mean, it was just a constant. I mean, this child just suffered constantly for, you know, I mean, he was only 4 months old, so yes. Dr.
I think
Mack.
Dr. Mack's making a motion.
Go ahead. Okay, we got a motion in a second.
You
All
muted
in
Dr.
favor?
Mack, but I assume that was a motion.
That
All in
was a motion. I've been having it off, but I keep putting it back on.
All in favor of the motion by show of hands? Any nays? The motion passes.
4-0. I didn't catch the second. Who was the?
Dr. Jolly?
Yeah.
Madeline, next is we have Madeline Sanders. 2017 pled nolo contendere, which is the equivalent of a guilty plea as far as the court's concerned. To possession of drug paraphernalia and littering. She was also arrested for failure to appear on these charges. This was a traffic stop. She had a marijuana pipe in her car. The fact that she's not here today, either in Zoom or in person, and based on these charges, we'd ask her application be denied.
I got a motion. Let me get a second.
Second.
Dr. Kraus and Dr. Mack.
Okay, if no further discussion, all in favor signify by showing hands. Any nays? The motion passes.
So a 4-0 vote. Next is Amy Sanders. This will be the last one this morning. 2001, she was arrested for possession of controlled substance. In 2003, she has a possession of marijuana conviction. Based on those 2 drug charges and the fact that she's not here today, we ask her application be denied.
Got a motion?
Dr. Jolly.
And Dr. Mack. Okay, no further discussion. All in favor of the motion, show hands. Any nays? Show of hands. There are none. Motion passes.
Okay, I show a 4-0 vote. That's all I have this morning, unless John or Brenda have anything else, or unless board members have anything else. That's all I have. We do start back right at 1 o'clock, so if we could be back just maybe a couple minutes till.
That'll be fine.
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, we're on time.
Don't jinx us.
Yeah. Hey, I need to speak to you, counselor.
Yes.
Kenny Trantham and I are classmates. So do I preside over this or not?
Will it make you be biased towards any decision you make today?
No.
Okay, then I'm fine with it, especially because it's an informal. And if that's not going to make you biased in any way, I'm fine with it.
Okay, all right. Thank you all.
All right, Lynn, did you get lunch? Can't hear you, buddy.
Yes, I did, and I got coffee too.
There you go. Might need that.
Heavy. Heavy. But when I do a shake, man, I'm ravished for lunch, man. When I do a shake for breakfast, excuse me.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. So Lynn, you had coffee, huh?
I'm ready.
You're ready, okay?
Did nobody came to the board this meeting, did they?
No, not from the board members. We had a couple people show up this morning.
It's 1 p.m. And look like everyone is here.
We
Dr.
do
Kirtley?
have, Mr. Trantham is here with Ms. G. So, John, I'll let you do your introductions and we'll go from there.
Absolutely. So, Dr. Trantham, Ms. G, good to see you guys. Mr. Lawson, just to let, especially Mr. Trantham, because I don't think he's been through this before, let you know who all you're talking to on screen today. For myself, Luke Daniel, who's our general counsel, and Dr. Brenda McCready, we're all staff members here at the board offices. Then we have several of our board of pharmacy members, Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Brian Jolly, Dr. Debbie Mack, Dr. Rodney Richmond, and Dr. Lenore Newsom. Dr. Newsom is the chair of this informal committee. I know that we're here today to discuss a med error, and I'll let Luke or other staff give a brief overview of that in a minute. But especially for you, Dr. Trantham, the important thing here is we call this informal because we're basically having a conversation back and forth across the proverbial table, albeit Zoom in this interaction. And after the board members hear a brief overview, I know they're going to have some questions for you. At the end of the interaction, they're going to come up with some suggestion of what they think we should do. And the biggest thing is you can either agree or disagree with it. If you agree with it, we go forth with whatever the board members propose today. If you disagree, it gives you the chance to instead ask for a hearing before the full board, which is all 8 members, be here in our offices. You swear in all the witnesses, kind of like going to court. You have a hearing officer and a court reporter, and it's just a more official feeling meeting than what we have today. So I'll ask you, do you guys have any questions about why you're here or how it works today?
No.
Okay. If at any point you need to have a sidebar with your legal counsel or anything else, just let us know. If you guys have questions, Ms. G knows well, get our attention and get it out on the table. With that, I'll pass it back over to Mr. Daniel.
And this is a prescription error that was worked by Dr. McCready. It was started with a complaint and then she investigated it. So I'll turn it over to her to kind of walk through the complaint and her investigation.
Good afternoon. The patient actually filed a complaint that she was picking up medication for her 17-year-old son. Basically, in a nutshell, he was prescribed sertraline. When they got home, they had another patient's medication in their bag, and that was a patient's Adderall. the 17-year-old did not take the sertraline. The mother realized the mistake before he had taken the medication. We sent a notice to the pharmacy asking for a statement about what happened. In the pharmacy statement, Dr. Trantham said he must have been distracted with checking and bagging. According to the mother, the pharmacy was very busy, and it was her perception that they were very disorganized. At the time of the filling, the PICC said there was one pharmacist and 3 techs, one in the filling area, one at the front end, and one at the drive-through. The PIC stated that unfortunately we have been feeling particularly understaffed here lately. We're doing the best we can to make sure we provide great service and customer care. And I think that alludes to the COVID-19 issues, vaccines, testing, et cetera. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Trantham and Ms. G.
Thank you.
Okay, I've just, wanted to let y'all know what happened. I wasn't actually aware that this misfill had happened until after the fact, when my pharmacy manager told me that we'd had the wrong medication put in a bag. The Adderall was a different patient, and the leaflet was put on it and stapled as if they matched. And then, like I said, I don't remember exactly when that happened. When you told me about it, I didn't remember. And I got my process on checking prescriptions is that I always get the vial, the vial and the leaflet, compare the names, and then I'll scan the prescription bottle to verify the drug, and then I put that in the bag and then attach the leaflet. Well, in this particular case, my process must have been disrupted in some way. I don't know if it was because there were 2 leaflets in the tote that I was working with, or what, or if I just picked up the wrong leaflet. I try to keep the area as clear as I can, but a lot of times things do get cluttery. So anyway, so I did put the other patient's Adderall in the bag, and then I put this patient's leaflet on the outside. So from someone just picking up a prescription, it would appear that there was sertraline in the bag because that's what the leaflet on the outside says. Like I said, I've gone through trying to think of what happened. We are a very busy store. I'm always sad when something like this happens. It doesn't happen very often, but I do have a lot of feelings for this error, because I appreciate that the mom was able to verify that it was not her son's prescription and did not give it to him. And also, I appreciate the pharmacy manager accepting back the Adderall from her and giving her the sertraline, which is the correct medication for him. One thing I've done since this happened is I've slowed down my process. I'm taking a little more time and matching the bottles and the medication. I'm emptying the tote each time to make sure that there's no additional leaflet or bottle in the bag as I'm verifying. And so far, I think that has been a successful move in the right direction as far as assuring that the medication and the leaflet are correct. I've also proactively registered and done some continuing education about medication errors and standards of pharmacy practice, and will continue to do that to help me stay focused. And that's basically what happened.
As I said, there was no patient harm. He did not take it. So I know the board's aware, but this is the 3rd error we've had this set of hearings for this corporation.
Okay. And Dr. Trantham, did anyone track down what happened to the other medication? Or someone else got wrong medication or leaflet? What happened to the Adderall?
I don't know what happened with that and Adderall, Dr. Newsom. Apparently what I think probably happened was that the leaflet for the Adderall was printed somewhere, and since it had not, then it was probably counted again and verified. That's the only thing I can figure. I never saw or heard what happened with the Adderall.
But the Adderall did come back to the pharmacy.
But the Adderall did come back to the pharmacy that the patient received that was incorrect.
Okay.
And that was put in our disposal bin.
Did the pharmacy reach out to the other patient to see if they got the correct medication?
I don't believe I don't know if we did or not. That would have been the pharmacy managers, the one that generated the STARS report, which would have the information as far as patient contact. I did not do it myself since he was handling, that aspect of it, since he was dealing with the mom.
Dr. Jolly, you had a question?
I found the answer to one. Looks like this happened in August. I was curious. I wanted to ask Dr. Trantham. The mother characterized the pharmacy in her letter as notoriously understaffed and disorganized.
Yes, sir.
Comment on that? Do you, from the perception of the patient, do you believe that's the perception that this store is giving?
A lot of times, yes, sir. Especially during prime drive time. We're downtown Little Rock. Between 4 and 7 in the evening is always very, very busy. And I think the mom had picked this prescription up probably around 6 o'clock in the evening, is what I was told. So it's not so much the pharmacist. I think that we're okay with pharmacist staffing, but as far even though we don't have very much overlap, we only have probably a couple of hours overlap during the day. But our technicians, we've recently lost several of our, I would say, key techs, and right now we're trying to recruit new technicians to take their place. So it's been very very challenging here with everything that's been going on.
Do you know about how many prescriptions that you fill a day? If this is in the packet, I apologize. I didn't find it.
Oh, no problem. I would say on a Monday, we probably fill 600 to 700 prescriptions besides doing the shots and everything else that we do, the testing.
Okay, thank you.
How many pharmacists?
Sorry?
With how many pharmacists?
Well, there's one pharmacist in the morning that opens, and they're usually there until 3 o'clock. And then the other pharmacist comes in at 12 and they're there till 8 o'clock. We do close at 30 minutes at 1:30 to 2 for lunch. But like I said, the first pharmacist will leave at 3 o'clock. And then there's one pharmacist from 3 to 8.
So you have 3 hours of overlap?
Pretty much, yes, sir.
And Dr. Jolly, I'm sure that Brad Lawson can provide some more details on some of those issues, if you'd like.
Okay, hold on, Brad. Dr. Richmond had a question, then we'll get back to you.
Well, I was just going to comment related to this last conversation. Page 6 of the packet from Michael Ferguson, the pharmacist in charge. He closes his statement by saying, unfortunately, we have been feeling particularly understaffed here lately. So even the PIC is acknowledging that you're understaffed.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Dr. Lawson.
Thank you guys for the opportunity to speak today. Appreciate your time. Concerning the volume that this pharmacy does, this pharmacy averages 300 prescriptions daily. When it comes to the understaffing, 100% agree with Dr. Trantham. And relating back to Dr. Ferguson's statement, the pharmacist in charge, the understaffing focuses solely around technicians. The pharmacist staffing situation has been pretty consistent at this location. but we've lost extensive technicians over the last year. And it takes time to hire in other ones and train them to get them to the level of capacity that our tenured trained technicians are at. And while we're actively doing that, the level that they're able to participate in workflow does not match those of a tenured technician. So the onboarding process and the training process is a high focus right now.
Dr. Mack?
So this is to Brad Lawson. So your pharmacist is being very gracious, trying not to say he's understaffed, but I mean, he says they probably do about 600-ish on Mondays and 3 hours of overlap. That sounds pretty tight. So can you comment on that?
Sure. So I'm sure that there are busier days and slower days. I have the data that shows that they're at 300 prescriptions per day on average. We do have the capability of adjusting payroll if we know that there's an influx of prescriptions or something that's needing. We do have the capability of adjusting schedules to make up for that.
Is that adjusted for 90-day fills, or is that just a straight number?
So the straight number is 300.
Okay, so that's the 350 with 90-day fills counted. Okay.
But it sounds like Monday might be extremely busy in this, at least this one location. Do y'all look at it day by day?
We do, yes, ma'am. Our pharmacy managers are responsible with creating a rotation of pharmacists to ensure that the scheduling meets the needs of the business. So the pharmacy managers are responsible for putting together the schedule of who has overlap, when they have overlap, and when that schedule is.
I just wonder if there's any, I mean, I know pharmacists like to make their schedule that makes them all happy. So I'm wondering, do y'all actually go down and kind of oversee or look at what your pharmacy manager does? Because if they're that busy on Monday, I mean, they might really need to be beefing up Monday. I don't know if they have any other, they can take away to get that on Monday, but Monday sounds pretty rough, which it does at every pharmacy. And then, I mean, the pharmacy manager even put that they're working understaffed, and I know technicians they are, and there's reasons for that, but I'm just wondering about the pharmacist staffing in that location.
So I would agree that Monday definitely, I mean, we've all practiced pharmacy. We understand retail, community pharmacy Mondays can be difficult. From a scheduling perspective, we do have the capability, like I said, of moving hours around based upon the needs of the business. Specifically to your point about catering the schedule to the interests of the pharmacist versus the patient. This was a task that we took as an area within the past 2 years to take a holistic approach to ensure that we are fair scheduling to the needs of the business and to the needs of the patient. So for pharmacists that were scheduling themselves to have 4-day weekends, if that wasn't necessarily as conducive for patient care as, maybe additional overlap days, we did make those changes, and we do have a pharmacy scheduler that oversees those schedules and ensures fair scheduling to the needs of the patients in the business.
Thank you.
Dr. Richmond?
I was wondering if somebody could explain to me the process by which the patient leaflets get matched up with the bottle, or how that paperwork is generated as it goes through, so that the label, how does it get generated? How does it end up on is it one at a time, or are they done as a batch and thrown in or not thrown, but put in a basket, or just what's that process, so that as things move along, the task of being filled, how are things matched up, and who does the matching up?
Okay, Dr. Trentham.
Okay, I was just going to kind of go through the process for Dr. Richmond. Normally, of course, a person will either call in or telephone in their refills, and the computer will put the appropriate time for it to be printed according to when the customer wants to pick it up. At this point, the pharmacist would review the prescription if it's a refill. And if, in case this is a new prescription, it's really generated the same way. A new prescription that's put in is put in again according to time, whether the patient's waiting or whether they're going to be coming in later. At the appointed time, the leaflet prints, okay, on the printer, and then the technician will take the leaflet off of the printer and put it in. Normally they do small batches, maybe 10 to 20 at a time. We may have several labels printed, but they normally take just probably 10 to 20 prescriptions that are currently due or will be due in the very near future, and they process those by filling the prescriptions, scanning the leaflet, and then scanning the medication to make sure that the medication matches the leaflet.
So when the leaflet comes off, is the label part of the leaflet and you tear it off, or?
No, sir. The label, it used to be a part of it. That's the way it used to work. But now we actually, when the prescription's scanned, the leaflet is scanned, and then the medication is scanned. And at that point, the leaflet prints. So you've got a verification from the leaflet, from the label printing, that is a result of scanning the leaflet and the correct medication. If the correct medication is not scanned, then it has to be corrected and the correct medication would scan, then the label would print. If it won't print for any other reason, then normally the technician may have to change a manufacturer or something like that. In that case, the pharmacist has to verify that manufacturer change, and then they can proceed with the new leaflet to scan it with the medication, and they will get a label then.
So you're saying, describe the leaflet for me then. What exactly makes up the leaflet?
The leaflet is basically the patient information. It's got it's got really all the it's got a excuse me.
It's just the counseling literature is what you're talking
It's counseling literature primarily, and it has all the patient's information at the top of it with the directions, and basically the directions and everything are on the leaflet as well as the label. So,
so the leaflet comes off,
mm-hmm.
Scan the leaflet to get the label.
Right, you have to scan the leaflet after scanning the medication, then the label prints. Right.
And so then the bottle gets counted, the bottle gets labeled.
Right.
You have the leaflet with you.
Leaflet and the medication go into a tote.
Okay.
A small tote. And, you know, if the patient has more than one prescription, you know, we try to put all the ones in the same tote. A lot of times they do get separated, but I mean, that's just part of it. We have sometimes multiple bags for the same patient. But
all right, so could it be at that point then that's where the mix up occurred? Where you just said that sometimes they'll get mixed up?
Well, it's a possibility. Like I said, I'm not sure if there was maybe and like I said, whether there was one or two leaflets in that tote for the Adderall. So like I said, it could be that this particular tote had a sertraline leaflet in there as well as the Adderall leaflet. And like I said, when I verified it, I could have picked up the sertraline label and after verifying the Adderall, put it on the outside of the prescription.
Having worked in that system, can you envision a better way where the flow could be such that it would be less apt to create a mix-up?
Yes, sir. I mean, like I said, it's just the main thing is that we try to do everything in time order, so that obviously the prescriptions will be there when the patient requested them. Most of the time we do try to, especially if someone's waiting, we'll try to just bump them up to the beginning of it, beginning of the fill queue, to where the pharmacist can verify those sooner. So I'm not sure. And I can't really think of any other way to, as far as streamlining the process, because the leaflet is required, the drug is with the leaflet, and then you scan both, and then you create a label, and then the bottle goes in the tote with the leaflet, and then the tote is sent to the pharmacist for verification.
Okay.
Now, you know, there could be, as in this point, another leaflet that was there or whatever. I don't remember. I don't know that, but the Adderall was filled correctly. You know, it was for a different patient, but it was filled correctly, and the leaflet was correct for the sertraline for the patient it was intended. So once the medication was put in the bag and the sertraline leaflet went on the outside, as far as I would be concerned, then the medication would have been correct. Like if I was counseling out, I mean, it says it's sertraline, and that's what I'm going to counsel for, because I didn't know there was Adderall in the bag.
Well, I guess just to put a fine point, and then I'll be quiet so others can ask questions. But we have one mother who got the wrong medication for another child. We don't know what happened to the other medication, whether it went out or not. You said you wasn't sure, and that you weren't the one to follow up.
No.
And we do know that the mother who got the medication, the Adderall, from a HIPAA standpoint, there was a HIPAA violation for personal health information that she shared, and not only she called the other child's doctor to tell them. So there's three kind of major events here, just at first blush.
Well, the HIPAA violation would have been handled in the STARS report. That's where we would have documented the HIPAA. It's included in the wrong medication to our wrong patient and wrong medication.
Of course, that's after the fact. And we're talking about preventing that.
Oh, yes, sir. I understand what you're saying. But yeah, well, we wouldn't have had any, we wouldn't have anything to do with the mom calling the other person's doctor. I mean, that was something obviously she took the initiative to do on her own.
Okay, all questions answered?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Mack had her hand up. You're muted.
It almost sounds like, so the patient that went home with it, they went home with the wrong medication bottle, but the right leaflet, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So I understand that would prevent you, if you don't open the bag, you didn't counsel or see what's in there. I mean, always it's better to open the bag, but if you didn't and you counseled, you would have counseled from the bag. So is there, and it may be one of those things, there's just absolutely no way to decide, but how could they get Adderall for a whole different person with the leaflet when you scan them both? I'm having a hard time following any way. I know every error has some way of happening. I'm just trying to figure out how this could have happened. And I know you've tried to tell us, but
yeah. Well, like I said, I think this was just a case of a process being broke down where I should have had the leaflet that said Adderall and that patient's name, and the bottle that said Adderall with that patient, put that in the bag, and then put that leaflet on it. So somewhere there, I was called away, or the phone rang and I had to get it, or there's some human error that came in to where the wrong leaflet got put on the bag. And you know, but if I was called away and then came back, I would thought, oh, well, this is the one I just scanned and grabbed the leaflet and stapled it onto the bag, and it just happened to be the wrong leaflet.
Had a bagging error, basically.
A bagging error, right?
Okay, Dr. Mack.
which basically bagging errors are, I mean, with all your technology, I'm sure they're few and far between now. If you follow, every policy exactly right, I'm sure that is rare for bagging errors.
They still happen, but
right.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly.
So with that, a number of prescriptions you're building on a Monday, for example, are you, with the 3 hours overlap, also giving COVID vaccines and other vaccines and counseling and
Yes, ma'am.
COVID tests probably? And
Tests, right. Rapid and PCR. We were given both tests and flu shots.
well, I feel like you've been very forthcoming, and I know sometimes there is not a way to figure out exactly what happened, but I do appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Dr. McCready?
This is for Dr. Lawson. Can you tell us what the metrics are as far as how many COVID shots, tests, and other immunizations and vaccines are giving at that store?
Sure. So I have for the month of August and also for the fiscal year. Our fiscal year starts in September, specifically August when this happened. We were averaging 3.6 COVID tests per day. For COVID shots, we were averaging 2.3 COVID shots per day. For flu, now once again, we're talking about August. For flu shots, it was less than 1. And for non-flu, pneumonia, Tdap, stuff like that, it was then less than 1 shot per day for August. For September, there was a little bit of an increase. COVID tests were 4.6 since September per day. COVID vaccine, 0.66 shots per day. Flu, getting into flu season, we were at 6.1 flu shots per day, and non-flu 0.8 shots per day since September. And that's one thing that we really cater to is the operational constraints of the store. So we did dial back when it comes to testing at this location. When it comes to appointments for COVID vaccines, flu vaccines, we did decrease that capability to try to help them operationally because we knew the strains that they had with the technicians.
And you and I have been talking back and forth about closed stores. Has this been one of the stores you've had to close?
No, ma'am. I mean, there may have been instances where we closed early. Kenny, you may be able to help me out more, but I can't think of anything offhand where the store actually has closed.
I just know, yeah, I know one evening we had to close from, we closed it from 6 to 8 because there weren't any technicians, and there was only one manager in the store. We felt like it was a safety issue having just a pharmacist back in the back corner. So I myself would not feel comfortable being by myself from 6 to 8 at night with no help. So we were authorized to close. And that's the only closure I'm aware of.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, so what is the will of the board? Go ahead, Dr. Krause.
I think it's unfortunate. I hate it that it happened. I'm glad that nobody was hurt. I don't know what else could have been done in this situation, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Dr. Jolly?
How many hours of CE have you done so far?
Well, I've just put my license in for renewal for the next.
Your medication.
I've done three live hours on medication error.
That's above the 30.
Well, no, I included it in the 30 because that was part of my live for my license renewal, but I would be willing to do more.
Okay. Well, do we want to consider something similar to a non-disciplinary amount and additional CE? What do you guys think? I'm throwing that out there.
No, I think that's fair.
I think a minimal investigative charge because he just had an error and he is, I mean, it's not just, but he is a pharmacist and a human and errors happen. I feel like he's taken it very serious. He understands, as we all do, how important patient safety is. So I feel like he was in an extremely busy situation. I don't know if we know the number of prescriptions he actually filled on that day, but it sounds like that day was a busy day. And it sounds like, you know, they are a busy store. So I would think minimal and some CE.
Dr. Richmond?
Yes, I would concur. I mean, Dr. Trantham seems properly contrite. He concerned about what happened. It's an error, unfortunately, but it's simple negligence. It wasn't something intended. I can see how it can occur as part of the process. So I agree with what you said as far as just some additional CE for medication errors and the minimal investigative fee. But I think we need to do things in these cases, particularly prescription errors and inspections, to do something to help the pharmacies to improve their process so that this sort of thing doesn't occur in the future. And this is the third or fourth since yesterday that we've heard error involving this organization. So I guess my thoughts along this line is what I hear here is the bagging process is something that was involved. It's not particularly clear to me, but it doesn't sound quite as linear as I've seen in other places. I would recommend that we require some sort of analysis. Or I know that you could go back and do a root cause now because this occurred some time ago, but do some analysis of the bagging process to make sure that it couldn't be optimally re-engineered to be able to prevent errors through the bagging process. And then separately, what I'm hearing from this gentleman, from the pharmacist in charge, is that there are staffing concerns, and that I would encourage a staffing study to be done to look at ways where you can, on the fly, be nimble and be able to address staffing needs that you see that if they're occurring on Mondays at the beginning of the month, that you immediately prospectively plan for somebody to be able to be there to staff. So I guess two studies is one is study the bagging process with a response from whatever level of Walgreens corporate would be appropriate or store level. And also a staffing study from Walgreens as well.
Any other comments? Dr. Mack?
Since we did hear 3 during these 2 days, I don't know if that's all we're going to hear, but does anybody know exactly, were they all staffing? This one is staffing and process. And I mean, I think Dr. Richmond is saying on this case, because it's the third one, look at the bagging, but what were the other 2 opportunities with the company?
I was looking at those and trying to figure out from yesterday, was one of the pediatric syringe or dosing error?
Correct.
Was it?
It was. Hold on, let me pull them up.
Okay, and the other one was on the Trulicity.
It was on the Trulicity.
Okay.
But did they all say staffing? I mean,
there was.
And I take that with a grain of salt because I know pharmacists.
There wasn't any discussion of that in the Trulicity case. I don't know the details of the other one.
Look, I'm pulling up the actual details. The pharmacist yesterday in the said the potential contributing factors could include the 2 medications sound alike, look alike, the increase in COVID vaccines, prescription count.
So that was water at Rome's?
That was Rome's, and I believe that was the staffing was 1 and 3, if I remember correctly. I think all those documents are in the file with you, Luke.
Well, I'm sure some of these stores are not all in the same district, and so I guess we just kind of have to handle them as we come.
I will tell you that we are getting a lot of complaints about how overwhelmed the pharmacists are, how understaffed they are. When I get a complaint about a store that's been closed and the pharmacists are working days behind, I do send those to Dr. Lawson, and he's been very good to contact those people and talk with them. I just got an email back from him today about a woman that called last week about a store, and I followed up with her on my lunch break to ensure that she was satisfied with his call, and she was, and I told her if she had another problem to let me know. But we are trying to let them know when we get these complaints in from patients regarding this issue. One of the issues we've had with the understaffing is they've actually had to close a lot of stores lately because of understaffing. And then when they reopen, the pharmacists are just overwhelmed. There's so much to try to catch up on because you've been closed a day or a day and a half or whatever it's been. And we get complaints from patients that their prescriptions are still being e-prescribed in, and when they try to transfer it somewhere else, it's already been filled, but the pharmacy's not open. And I don't know that we've had an explanation about that, but I know that there's been a lot of comments about those problems with us, and we have shared those with Brad, and he's been very receptive to try to help get us some sort of resolution.
Is that mostly closing because of technicians, you think, staffing?
You can ask Dr. Lawson that question, I think.
But yeah, there's no doubt that we have a widespread hiring and staffing issue across the United States when it comes to Walgreens, but our profession as well. The last 18 months have been extremely difficult in community with the increased ask from our communities and what they need, what role our community pharmacists play. And I commend Dr. Trantham and all other community pharmacists for stepping up and answering that call. It has been very difficult for the length of time that we've been doing that. And so with that, we have had increased attrition of our pharmacists leaving, getting burnout, leaving the profession altogether. I had multiple cases of that happening. When it comes to store closures, it's specifically mainly due to pharmacists. There have been key locations throughout the state where we've had this, like Dr. McCready stated, we have adjusted operating hours on many stores across the state to allow us to provide consistency for our patients, so that we're not opening and closing because we can't fill a shift with the pharmacist. So making tough decisions when it comes to that. And operationally, as a company, and specifically here in Arkansas, I will say that we have taken a different stance when it comes to how we hold our teams accountable for operations in our stores. We're very empathetic and feel the pain that our pharmacists are going through and our pharmacy technicians are going through every day. And because of that, we've taken a different stance on what we're prioritizing for our teams. I have 3 non-negotiables that I've communicated time and time again in stores when I'm speaking to the entire area. The non-negotiables, no matter what situation we're in, patient safety, compliance, and accuracy. If it takes us longer to answer the phone, but we're ensuring that that prescription in front of us is going out correctly, then that's what we need to do. If we can't get a prescription out in 15 minutes because of the situation we're in, but we're assured that this one is accurate, the one right in front of us, then that's what we do. That's something that we take extremely seriously and try to instill in our teams as well.
And all of those 3 are over and above the metrics and the requirements of how much you should do a day of this, that, and the other, whether it be COVID vaccines or regular vaccines or.
Correct. So no matter what, those are the three priorities: patient safety, compliance, and accuracy. And like I stated earlier, we take a case-by-case basis depending on each store's operational constraints, and we will dial back or totally turn, like this store 15791 on Main Street, Dr. Trantham's store, had their vaccines turned off for a certain period of time just to help operationally. They're currently turned off. So we listen to the feedback from the field, and my job is to support. I'm a pharmacist. I know what it's like to practice community pharmacy, and I want to be here to support our pharmacists and our patients as well.
I think all that's really good. I wonder if your staffing individual that is pharmacy manager is supposed to make your schedule in your store, but you have a staffing person. Are they a pharmacist or just someone that's working on staffing? Or
I think you're referring to our scheduler, Dr. Mack. Is that correct?
Yes.
So yes, she's not a pharmacist.
Okay.
She just basically helps facilitate the rotations and then also fill shifts, call offs, find coverage for.
Okay. The only thing I would say, and I mean, I'm just one person on the board, but it seems like possibly someone like yourself that is extremely well versed in being a pharmacist and looking at this might need to somehow, not that you don't have plenty to do, but to look at some of the staffing and kind of get a good grip from talking to your pharmacists because of all the added pressures that are on right now. Are these really the right numbers? Are these really the right amount of hours? And I understand pharmacists and techs always want more help. So I get that point, but maybe it's going to take someone like yourself to really understand and appreciate what they're going through.
So one thing about it is right now, though, you're almost to a decision on Dr. Trantham. And it sounds like if you guys want to do a deeper dive into overall issues with a corporation, we could schedule that at a later date.
Okay. Let's go ahead and take care of the things here at hand. Let's go ahead and come to a conclusion on Dr. Trantham. And then any corporate issues, that will be a discussion for another day. Dr. Kraus.
Oh, go ahead, Dr. Mack.
I was just going to make a motion that we have a $250 administration fee and no fine, of course, not reportable. I think in this case, I would say just 3 hours of accuracy CE because it isn't gonna be about misbagging. So I think he just, pharmacist made an error. Nobody wants to make an error, but it happened. And if nothing else, he just needs to be extremely careful and take more time, whether he has the time available or not.
Dr. Kraus?
And that's 3 hours in addition to Dr. Mack?
Yes, for say next year he has to do 30, so he'd have to do 33.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? All in favor of that motion signify by saying aye or either raise your hands.
Aye.
Okay. I got all hands raised. Any nays? No nays. The motion passes.
Ms. G, I'll get you a letter that just says what they said today, and you can just let me know how y'all want to proceed.
You got it.
Okay.
Thanks very much, everyone.
Thank
Right,
you.
thank you. Yeah, before you go, there was discussion of the board sitting and talking to Walgreens about all the issues that are going on here lately with their stores. Where do you want to go from there?
So I can tell you, we have a couple of other cases that are pending for the board of a similar manner. My suggestion would be that let us work with legal counsel and we can put this kind of in the hopper in days to come. It's not something we can do today or tomorrow, but at a subsequent meeting and focus on that and set time aside for it if that works.
Sounds good. Sounds like a plan. Dr. Mack?
So Dr. Kirtley, and maybe we just think about this in general, but sometimes we bring the pharmacist and or the tech, but mostly the pharmacist, maybe even the pharmacy manager and say the district manager or, you know, Brad in this case. I mean, I understand sometimes if it's pharmacist error that because they didn't follow policy, which in this case probably had something to do with not following exact everything, or probably wouldn't have happened. But I mean, I just wonder if we should be bringing the companies in with them most of the time, or
We often do.
Right.
We have a couple where you guys have told us you do want to see the company back, but on some things it's various multiple issues rather than just a single. You know, if it is a single store like you have seen even yesterday, it's very easy because it's one person and the same that owns the store, runs the store. This is different. What some of the previous kind of direction we've had from the board is when it has been larger issues like this, we've even brought in multiple stores together with similar overall issues. So I can tell you that some of our experience leads us to believe that there are times when if we are meeting regarding a corporation in and of itself, that we might just skip informals to go straight to formal hearings. That way you don't have a potential push by either the board members or by the people appearing before the board that they would prefer a full board hearing or want the entire board to consider it in whole. So it's something that we discuss and struggle and do the best we can with bringing forth what we need. I can tell you oftentimes in the informal process, you know, we find out additional information as we are going through it with the pharmacist. So there are times we bring it all together and there's times we kind of bifurcate it and take care of part A, then part B.
Well, I will say, in a sense, Brad is here, so the company is here, which to me shows good faith effort, not just putting your pharmacist out to dry. So, I mean, I think that's very wise. And then sometimes pharmacists may not say enough for the right thing if their corporation's here too. So I realize it's kind of a mixed bag, but I feel like, I mean, he answered everything we asked, and that was
Sure.
important.
And if the board wanted to make some sort of an offer on this specific case for the corporation side of it, I mean, the board is open to do that and the corporation can consider it. I'm saying if you don't want to do that today, we can notice it up later. But it sounded to me like there was a decision basically made on Dr. Trantham, and I was wanting to go ahead and get that down before we let that get away from us.
Dr. Richmond and then Ms. G.
I know over the course of the past year, we met with several Walgreens at a time or in a row, and we talked about a series of errors, but I never saw anything come from it. I guess
the board did take action on one series of those back in April.
Okay. I think a hearing is one thing. And that's all well and good if we need to have some public hearing and have a disciplinary action taken if that's what's due. I guess what I have in mind is less about the finding and disciplining and the more about most of y'all may not be old enough to remember this, but who remembers the Hilton Head Conference? Now, the Hilton Head Conference was a coming together of minds, particularly regarding hospital pharmacy, but it was a think tank. It was a group of thought leaders coming together to improve the practice or advance the practice of hospital pharmacy. If Walgreens, for example, along with the board of pharmacy, came together to just have an open dialogue to work on ways that how can you identify particular doable issues that can be re-engineered or policies put in place or processes done a different way that becomes helpful to Walgreens, then that helps us do our job, because our job is to the people of Arkansas. And so if we can give direction and they can be properly reflective of their own corporation, then we result in a quality improvement that goes beyond a hearing that results in a disciplinary action, and hope it doesn't happen again.
So oddly, that's actually what we did several years back with Walgreens specifically. I know Dr. Newsom was here. She may have been the only board member on the board at the time. Dr. Mack may have been.
You can find a Band-Aid. Send Chris Caitlin up with a Band-Aid.
Okay, that's not me, but somebody else's speaker is going. But at that time, that's when we had an agreement with Walgreens where they put a hard halt on all new prescriptions, forcing a checkoff by the pharmacist to ensure that counseling was done. So when we did that, actually, we saw a decrease in the amount of medication errors for a good period of time afterwards.
Well, and that's the kind of thing that I guess I have in mind, that, you know, that to find and say you got to work harder. You can't work harder to prevent medication errors. You have to change things. You have to build in redundancies. You have to put technology to use so that you can benefit from the workflow that it can enhance. And so that goes, you know, Dr. Trantham or Dr. Lawson or anybody else in Walgreens individually is not capable of making those changes themselves. But if we come together in a think tank process to sort of look and say, can you be nimble and how can you be nimble? That's really what we're looking for. And if you're saying that kind of benefit came out of that before, why not replicate the process?
I think we could.
Okay, Ms. G, you had your hand up?
Yes, thank you. All I was going to say is that just want to point out that as we've all seen various medication errors coming out of different pharmacies over time, none of them are the same. They happen for different reasons. Even in the same store, they can happen for different reasons, depending on the people involved and the specific issues that are involved. And in this case, you know, as been pointed out, there's been a few here that involve Walgreens, but they're different Walgreens, they're different people. I mean, I'm not sure, just from what I've heard between these three cases, that there's really any common thread between them. So just wanted to point that out. If we're going to try to address things more globally, I'm not sure that we can, that they're really apples and apples.
Okay, Dr. Richmond.
Well, and I can appreciate your comment, but what I can tell you is that as I have reviewed medication errors over the course of time, what I have found is that the type of medication errors have shifted. They've shifted from technical errors, which a bagging process would be a technical error, to more errors of judgment. Now, errors of judgment, those are going to vary because professional judgment, what Jolly has or what Brian has, is going to be perhaps different from what I have. So differing of opinion for judgment is one thing, but technical errors can be effectively handled through technology. And so if we're still seeing technical errors, and so it's that sort of thing that I think we can accomplish.
Anyone else? Dr. Mack. Are you muted?
The only thing I would say too is I absolutely believe Dr. Richmond would be able to work on and others work on a think tank and come up with things in a large corporation like that. I mean, Brad Lawson even would not be able to say, we'll change this feature and do it this way. I'm concerned about being able to make changes. I understand we can certainly think of some, but it would concern me if we would even have the right person that would be able to make the change. So I don't know. That's just kind of my thought.
Thank you. Anyone else? So we're going to go ahead and ask staff to communicate with Walgreens and come up, with a time and a date that we could possibly have a sit down. Okay, is everyone satisfied with our comments today? Okay, we're going to close this session then. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, next we have ProLab Pharmacy with Mr. O'Quinn. Darren, are you on there?
Yes, I'm getting my video going. Let's see, there we go.
We've got ProLab, and I'll let John, if you want to do your introductions.
Darren, who do you have with you from ProLab?
I have JT, who's the president and owner.
Okay, and so I see that we have one of our people for 2:30, but there's a whole bunch of other people on our YouTube link or on our Zoom link. If you're not scheduled to be in this meeting before the Board of Pharmacy, you can watch it via our YouTube link on the Board of Pharmacy website.
Now, John, we do have 4 veterinarians that wanted to add their insight into the issues that are facing ProLab, and that'd be Dr. Lane Brett, Dr. Sarah Jenin, Dr. Robert Wadley, and Dr. Renee Laverne. I hadn't seen Dr. Laverne yet.
Okay, so I would tell you, Darren, my understanding is what we're here on today, and Luke can correct me if I'm wrong, is about the fact that the application being deficient from ProLab initially are telling them that they could not ship the type of products that they were shipping against board regulation. This is not a discussion of whether or not the Board of Pharmacy interpretation or rule is correct. I also want to be sure that these veterinarians know that there may be federal authorities watching this, that it is understood in Arkansas that this might include illegal activities that a veterinarian could have been engaging in, and I do not want them to expose themselves to action because of that.
Well, I'll say this, is it is about the initial defective application and how that played out over the following months. But it's also, we entered into a memorandum of understanding.
Yes.
Based on the board's interpretation or the staff's interpretation of some of the federal compounding laws, or 503A and 503B, those types of things. The memorandum of understanding allows the board to modify it, and we're going to follow it. Obviously, we're going to follow it until
it does. We actually entered into an MOU rather than asking for an immediate surrender. So I'll back up a step. I want to be sure that these veterinarians knew that if they share information on something that is deemed to potentially be a problem federally or in the state, I did not want them to unknowingly expose themselves to further legal action. Mr. Daniel, I'll go through my thing. For everybody that's on here, I'm John Kirtley. I'm the director of the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. On our staff side, you will see some of our staff members, Dr. Kevin Robertson, who's one of our inspector investigators, Mr. Luke Daniel, who's our general counsel, and Dr. Brenda McCready, who's our assistant director. You also have 5 of our pharmacy board pharmacist members, Dr. Brian Jolly, Dr. Debbie Mack, Dr. Rodney Richmond, Dr. Lynn Krause, and Dr. Lenore Newsom. Dr. Newsom is the chair of this informal conference and our longstanding board member with the Board of Pharmacy. We're actually here today, and Mr. Daniel may add something else to this. I'll turn it over to him in just a moment. But we're here today about an out-of-state pharmacy that we haphazardly or however we found out that they were shipping in compounded products that was not included in our original application or outline, and therefore was not approved to do so. In this situation, Mr. Teague, this is more for you and for Mr. O'Quinn than anybody else. At the end of this, the board will come up with some decision of proposed action. That could be to, vary from the MOU, to stay with the MOU, to ask for a surrender, to approve, anything else, or they could punt to a full board meeting at a later date. The important part for you is that whatever they come up with, you could either agree or disagree with. If you agree with it, we go forth with whatever the board members have. If you disagree, it would most likely mean that we would punt to a future full board hearing. If at any point, Mr. Teague, if you have any questions for the board procedurally, if you need to have a sidebar with your legal counsel or something else, just let us know, wave your hand, get our attention. I want to be sure we help answer any procedural questions or give you the time you need to talk with your legal counsel. Do you have any questions about the process, Mr. Teague?
No, sir. I appreciate your time.
Absolutely. With that, Mr. Daniel, I'll pass to you.
Thank you. This is, and I'm going to turn it over to Dr. McCready and Dr. Robinson in just a minute. This pharmacy has been licensed with the board since February 2020. They turned in a pharmacy when they sent in their application. They did not check if they were a compounder. They didn't fill out any of the compounding questionnaire. We received didn't receive any compounding documentation that they would have needed to provide, inspections, third-party certifications, any of that. So we licensed them as just a retail pharmacy. The board received information this year, not too, just within a few months ago. I believe that this was in August or September, towards the end of August, early September, that ProLab had bought part of U.S. Compounding's book of business. As everybody on the board knows, U.S. Compounding is no longer in business and has relinquished their licenses with the board. So ProLab bought part of their book of business. We looked at and saw that ProLab was not licensed as a compounder. So on September the 9th of 2021, the board issued a subpoena to ProLab for all compounded product that was shipped into Arkansas since January 1st of this year. The pharmacy, the day we sent that subpoena, after the pharmacy got it, they provided a new application that listed them as a compounding pharmacy and sent in additional documentation. The subpoena showed that since January 1st through September 9th of this year, they had made 618 shipments of compounded product into Arkansas. The vast majority of those shipments are to vet offices, vet clinics. Very few of those shipments were to patient-specific information. So we asked them to sign an MOU pending the outcome of the hearing today and pending, how the board decides to resolve this matter. We did ask them to sign an MOU stating it would only ship patient-specific medication in Arkansas. And Dr. Robertson will get into a little more of that, why we asked them to sign the MOU and the basis of that. But I would kind of turn it over to Dr. McCready and Dr. Robertson. And Dr. McCready, if you have anything to add, and then Dr. Robinson can go through.
I will state that I think Luke has pretty well covered the initial issues as far as the application that came in. It's in the packet. It shows that they listed that they were an independent pharmacy. We did not have any compounding questionnaires. We did not have third-party documents, clean room certifications, etc. We sent the subpoena once we found out, as Luke said, about the transfer of U.S. Compounding book of business. At that time, they did sign a MOU to ship only patient-specific. Once we reviewed the documents regarding compounding, we did approve them to do compounding from that date forward. That's not retro. It's like you get a speeding ticket last month and they change the speed limit this month. It doesn't change the ticket. So we did not go backwards and say what you have already shipped was approved. So that is basically why they're here today. I'm going to turn over to Dr. Robertson, who has done a lot of research on this and looked through the subpoenas and the medications, and he has some information to provide.
All right, thank you. I think at this point, a lot of it's covered it fairly well. What I will add, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. What I will add is I did look at all the shipments into the state, and again, this all began after the investigation that occurred with what was occurring through U.S. Compounding, and found out that their book of business had been transferred. We looked at the shipments into the state, and as Luke has stated, most of that is for office stock. We looked through those orders to determine how many of those products were commercially available. based on those roughly 618 shipments into the state, around 6% were actually commercially available. And in other words, could have been procured as a product that was made at a manufacturer, an FDA approved manufacturer. Or excuse me, that was 7%, I'm sorry. Then we looked at it to see if there, as far as the products that were purchased, could they have been procured through a registered FDA outsourcer? In other words, not a true manufacturer, but does follow CGMP. And of those, that was 29%. So if you factored in the total purchases or the total shipments, FDA manufactured product and F503B available products could have accounted for 54% of those office stock products. Of those products, 5% were sterile, and most of those could have been procured through a commercially available manufacturer.
Dr.
We also
Roberts,
looked at it from,
and also, I'm sorry to interrupt you. If
No,
you'll
go
just
ahead.
also talk about what's the, we asked them to sign that MOU because they are, a 503A pharmacy. So what's the issue with the 503A pharmacy sending vet stock, not a patient specific?
we have the regulation that we have says that you will treat veterinarian products just as you would human products in the state. In other words, in the state of Arkansas, 503Bs have to, if you're going to send something for office stock, it has to come from 503B. And so that's it in a nutshell. One last thing I was going to follow up on as far as review, we looked at it from a standpoint of one of the things that the FDA is concerned about is making things from APIs or active pharmaceutical ingredients or bulk compounds. And many of around 38% of the products that were prepared, and this is probably an underestimation, could have been prepared from a commercially available product. In other words, used it as the base instead of an API. And that's where I'll end, unless people have questions.
So all of their stuff is being prepared from powder, is that correct?
I'm going to have to assume we did not subpoena any batch records. So that would be a question for Dr. Teague.
Okay, but they are not licensed as a 503B outsourcing facility.
No,
They're just a compounding retail pharmacy, to your knowledge.
They're a compounding resource. Yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Newsom, that's all the questions I have. I'll turn it over to you if board members have questions.
Okay. Does any board members have any questions? Dr. Mack, and he's unmute. There you go.
So were they in the business of compounding prior to getting licensed in Arkansas? I mean, were they already licensed here before they bought this book of business, or did they license themselves as a pharmacy once they bought the book of business?
So if you look at the packet that we put together on them, they did get an Arkansas pharmacy license last year. They checked off that they were two of the boxes on the pharmacy operations. They did not check off compounding. You look on the application, that one has a very specific asterisk because we require additional information in order to approve a compounding pharmacy. Some of the questions we would even ask are things such as, do they provide office stock, so that we could cover that would not be an approved practice for a veterinary compounding thing, much like you guys see us do. We're doing reciprocity with pharmacists.
Were they in the compounding business? They just didn't tell us?
My understanding is this is a heavy compounding pharmacy. Like, this is their focus. Dr. Teague could clear that up for us.
They're licensed in 47 states.
As a compounder?
As a compounder on veterinary products.
Do we know why they didn't in Arkansas?
Well, we're going to go through that, but I was just filling in that piece of information that you wanted.
It was Dr. Mack, it was honestly just a mistake. We're licensed as a Class AS pharmacy in Texas. Have been for the last, I think, 7 years is when the Texas State Board of Pharmacy put into that classification as a pharmacy. We're also licensed in California as a sterile compounding pharmacy and any other state. So it was honestly just a human error. My apologies. And that was all there was to it.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Does any other board members have any questions? Okay, I'm gonna turn it back to you, Counselor.
I'll turn it over to Mr. O'Quinn, and I know once Mr. O'Quinn and goes through what they're going to go through and hear any testimony from Mr. Teague, that I will probably have some further questions for Dr. Robertson at that time, but I'll turn it over to Mr. O'Quinn at this time.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to be here today. So I'm here on behalf of ProLab, who's also goes by the name PetScript. They're DBA's the ProLab, but they are, and along with JT here, who's the president and the owner, they are a closed door veterinary compounding pharmacy. They primarily, and I'll let Dr. Teague give all the detail on this, but they primarily do small animals and horses. They're licensed in 47 states. They're what we would think, I would call them a good operator. You can see from their license where they entered the disclosure questions about discipline and other states and all of that. All of those are no's. But in February of 2020, they applied for a license here, a pharmacy license, out-of-state pharmacy license, and they inadvertently didn't check the compounding box. Now, they did, however, attach their most recent inspection from the state of Texas to that application, but the box wasn't checked, so it was defective in that regard. And we're not here to argue that. But they were issued a license, and they were under the assumption that they were, licensed to ship compounded products into the state, and they did so by getting the book of business or part of it from the U.S. compounding operation that went out of business. Eventually, this oversight came to, I think, Dr. McCrady's attention. She notified Mr. Teague. Mr. Teague's not a pharmacist, so I'm not disrespecting him by not calling him Dr. Teague, but he's very knowledgeable in this area of business and has done it all over the United States. But he immediately corrected that oversight, submitted a new application with the appropriate box checked, and also completed the, I think it's a 3-page compounding questionnaire. And so once all that was resolved, then it came to, well, are you going to be dispensing or shipping in patient-specific prescriptions, or are you going to be shipping in office stock? And office stock is pretty much, I believe he'll tell you, is what they do all over the United States, and it's accepted all over the United States, and for a lot of reasons. And I know Dr. Robertson doesn't agree with this, but Mr. Teague can explain it. But we entered in to get things off dead center, and we were happy that the board offered us this. We entered into a memorandum of understanding saying we could ship into Arkansas, but it's going to be only patient specific. And if you want that changed, then you'll have to go to the board and change that. And this may be the day that happens, but the board needs to be alerted to it with Mr. Teague's testimony to see if it'd be more appropriate to allow them to compound the office stock. That's the reasons that the veterinarians are here today, also to explain how their practices differ from a human medical practice. They have different needs. And so what we're asking for is, to resolve the part that we shipped without a license. That was, we had a pharmacy license, but not a compounding license. That part needs to be addressed, but also whether we can ship bulk products, office use products for veterinarian use instead of patient specific, only patient specific. And I'll just show you a couple of exhibits that we want to go through. If I can get off full screen here.
Yeah, let me,
go ahead.
Jennifer, will you make Darren a co-host so he can share, please? give her just a minute. She should be able to make you a co-host. You can share your screen. There you go. You should be able to share your screen out there.
Okay, so hopefully I'm gonna share the right one. Is that, can everybody see that?
Yeah, it's that letter dated to
Yes.
Nelson.
Yeah, and so let me pull it down a little bit. Okay, this is the first exhibit I wanted to show the board. It's this is from the FDA and its guidance, and we've supplied that, but it talks about really what you need to do to be a 503B, which the 503B would be what Dr. Robertson contends we need in order to, I think, to ship bulk product. And basically, if you go to page 4 on this document, it'll say, for the purposes of a 503B, that you should not register if the only activities that you do are compounding non-sterile drugs or compounding animal drugs, which that fits us. So Dr. Teague will explain it, but according to the FDA guidance, it says we should not apply for a 503B. We also attach Exhibit 2, which is the California State Board of Pharmacy inspection, which is my understanding that California is one of the strictest states there is for compounding. And so we attach this, I believe this is an October report, a recent inspection, passed it with flying colors. And then the next exhibit, the third one was a petition that I think the veterinarians are passing around, asking that the State Board of Pharmacy look at these issues that Mr. Teague is raising, and see that if it should be adjusted, the laws should be adjusted, or the interpretation of the laws should be adjusted for when it's compounding animal drugs. And so this is from the American Veterinary Medical Association, they're pretty much their national professional group, and they're talking to the FDA, and they go, long story short, as you can read this and they can explain it, but they're basically saying why a veterinarian relies more on office stock than a human doctor, a medical doctor would, if you will, that a lot of times for animals, they have an immediate need, and they need it there at the time. There's not when they need a special compounded product that they use for a horse, for instance, or at the Little Rock Zoo, they need it on the premises and not, they don't have time to call someone up and have it shipped to them at that time. And so it talks about, some of those differences in practices that a veterinarian has as opposed to a medical doctor. And so we can go through that, but that's just an overview of why we're here. And I would ask that maybe Mr. Teague address the issues about the application and why he's asking for this memorandum of understanding to be adjusted in this particular case, since we're dealing with veterinarian compounded products.
So real quick though, Darren, my understanding, and I'd have to pull up the whole document, isn't this the AVMA letter about the proposed guidance that in part would allow office stock compounding? Or
I think they're addressing, it's been going back and forth, and so I'll let Mr. Teague and the veterinarian speak to that.
Yeah.
But I believe, it's an ongoing discussion, as I understand it, is what's going on.
Well, yeah, because I know they have guidance that they are working on that is not official yet, that I think would allow it. Am I right on that, Kevin?
Yeah, it's draft guidance, and also because if he's referencing that, he's also got to reference the approved list of products.
Yeah. So
you can't cherry pick what you want to. If you want to reference the guidance, the draft guidance, you have to reference the list, which is got about 5 or 6 products on it.
Yeah. And my question to clarify is, Darren, I just don't want the board members to misunderstand this. There is potential guidance. We had a FDA 50 state call or meeting a couple of weeks ago that I only got to attend part of, but FDA is considering changing its stance, but that's all in draft form. And you're basically showing us, the AVMA knows that that's the FDA's current stance, that it's not allowed or appears to not be allowed, but they are considering opening it up for companion animals, small animals, non-food producing.
Well, one thing I'd like to add, since Darren's brought that document up, because I did see it, because he'd sent it over and I had never seen it before. It was sent out in response, because it was open response to the FDA's approach to this. And in some of the documentation, even in that letter, it says that the AVMA believes strongly that there should be an FDA process for approved products that demonstrate to be safe and effective from manufacturers following CGMP. And that office stock and to allow for office stock, obviously, and this is true for office stock for emergency use, but so they're advocating for a CGMP process.
No, they're also advocating for USP 797, 795 on there more clearly.
Yeah, yes, for patient specific.
Well, for everything. And the reason we brought this document, Dr. Robertson, up was because you originally brought a document up from AVMA early this morning that was drafted over 10 years ago also.
You're talking about their FAQ that's on live on their website right now?
Yes, sir.
Which references a lot of the same material that's in the document you just referenced.
It is, but it's updated in the last year. And as far as the commercially available products, I went through that list and I just received it this morning. On all of these products, almost, there's reasons why veterinarians can't get these or why it was commercially unavailable at the time. First and foremost, veterinarians do not have the ability to buy drugs from, say, Smith Drug or whoever a regular human drug wholesale would be. They don't have contracts to do that. Patterson or MWI or those wholesalers don't offer a lot of those drugs. And the drugs.
If I can interrupt for just 1 second, you're talking about the referencing of the product, the references from AVMA, and they talk about using commercially available products first.
No, that's what I was talking about, the list of drugs that you're saying that was the 7% that was commercially available that we were doing.
And I'm saying that document you were referencing earlier, you and Darren have referenced in saying that the AVMA stance on compounding says commercially available products should be used first before you compound.
If it's viable. And anybody that does compounding more than just your regular mom and pop would know that is not, there's no way to make that happen. You can't make a good product from something that has so many excipients in it that it would cause an oral suspension to not even go into suspension. You couldn't get it down a dog or cat's throat. I mean, that's just common sense. And I think that the AVMA would agree with that. And I know that every single one of these doctors that are attending this, and I appreciate their time, would also agree with that. I'm all about, we do not knowingly try to do anything commercially available. Now, there's times when then on a day-to-day basis that we do not know what's on the market and what's not. We try to keep up as best as we can. We thank God have a way to look into that through veterinary wholesalers and through human wholesalers, but that changes so often. I mean, as everybody knows here, as many manufacturer back orders as there's been over the last 5 years. So,
So let me ask you a question, if I may, Mr. Teague, at this point. So you said you looked over the list of things for commercial available. Did you look over the list of things available from the 503B that actually specializes in veterinary products?
I looked over and I looked up that company Epicure, and first off, they're only licensed in Arkansas as a drug wholesaler, and also
wholesaler with us is
Texas. They're not even licensed as a pharmacy whatsoever. And I have no idea what a private company does on a daily basis on what they can supply a veterinarian and whatnot. And I don't, and also in Texas, their sister company has 2 disciplinary actions for not even having a license in North Carolina, and also not, well, specifically that was the main issue, but some other issues were at hand as well. So, I mean, I can't very well speak for a company that I know nothing really about.
But he just asked you if you looked over the list from 503B, he asked you if you looked over that list and you started getting into the other people having disciplinary action. That wasn't really the question. Did you look through the list of the products that are available through a 503B manufacturer?
Where is that list available that states that it's available for, on a daily basis?
It's on FDA's website.
Yeah,
you
you
can
can
start
say
on a daily basis.
And it states it states every single day that they're available.
Hold up, one person at a time. Who wants to go first?
They have to report every 6 months to the FDA what products they make.
Well, how's to know that it's available that day to a veterinarian? And another thing is they're not licensed in every state.
We're dealing with Arkansas. They're licensed in Arkansas.
I understand that, but they're only licensed in your state as a drug wholesaler and not as a pharmacy.
John, would you address that, please?
Yes. So and I understand it, it sounds like we have a lot of misunderstanding on how licensing works in Arkansas. If you look at the pharmacy wholesaler application, there is a subsection of it to operate as a 503B outsourcing facility. So if you look it up on our website, it may say wholesale distributor, but if you look at their actual application, I'm, as far as I know, pretty much all the 503Bs are licensed in Arkansas as a 503B under our wholesale distributor rules. That allows them to ship directly to veterinarians or physicians, non-patient specific drugs.
That is, and they're produced at a CGMP quality.
Yeah. And inspected by FDA and in general, the state as well.
That may be, but and I wasn't aware of your wholesale application as far as that goes, because that's just not something I'm up to date on. I apologize, but as far as knowing what they have available to a veterinarian on a day-to-day basis, I would not know that, and I can't imagine the only person that would know that would be the employees of that company.
But it would kind of fall under similar circumstance that for a pharmacy, if more than 5% of what they're selling into the state or within the state is not patient specific, they would also be required to have a wholesale permit. Were you aware of that?
No, sir, I was not.
Okay.
Have all questions been asked and answered? Mr. Teague, did you have a question?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Okay. Dr. Robertson?
No, ma'am, I have nothing.
Any more
further.
comments? Okay.
Kevin, will you just, can I ask real quick, Kevin, will you just, what is the, and we kind of got off track there and there was some, anyway, we just kind of got off track there. What is the main issue? And I know you've already said this, I just want to cover it again. What's the main issue you see with them shipping office stock from a 503A pharmacy?
Well, our regulations say that, again, the animal products, veterinary products are supposed to be treated just like human. We can't, the FDA expects that human products that are mass produced and manufactured, which you're doing when you're making large bulk amounts, be produced in a 503B under CGMP. And so when you're doing it at 797 level, there's a big difference between CGMP and 797, massively different. So that's the concern. I would say on the revision to their application that they made, and I'm having to go from memory here because I can't seem to find it, but it stated what products it asked on that compounding questionnaire. It asked what kind of products are you going to make, and their statement was only for emergency use or along those lines. So it really,
I've got it right here. Let me look.
And when I look through the products, famotidine and omeprazole, those type of things, I wouldn't classify as emergency use.
Thank you. I just wanted to, so you're
That's a
saying that
question.
our regulations say that veterinary is treated the same as human, and the FDA says human office stock or bulk product has to be done in CGMP conditions, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
I think the question would be towards one of these veterinarians on what is, what's life or death or what's an emergency, and they would know more than anybody.
Maybe could we ask Dr. Newsom, could we ask that maybe Dr. Brett weigh in on that?
That'll be fine. Is it okay with you, counsel?
Fine with that.
Okay, go ahead.
We shouldn't spend, I don't think we should spend a ton of time on what they could, on what they need, because our argument is the law doesn't allow us to do it regardless. But I have no issue with one of the veterinarians testifying as to their need.
Okay, Dr. Brett.
Yes, ma'am. I think that it's a little difficult to sum this up very quickly because.
Can you turn your video on so the
Sure, I got it now. I just got the prompt for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
What is considered an emergency, antibiotics are an emergency in a severe infection. And when you have a 6-ounce kitten or a litter of kittens that are presented to you that need antibiotics, there is no commercially available product a lot of times to help with that. Certainly, there's deworming medications, Panazaril being one of them that's not, necessarily an FDA-approved product that's, marketed. It's very expensive for companies to get FDA approval for a product for dogs and cats. They're certainly not going to do it for chinchillas, sugar gliders, bearded dragons, snakes, birds. I think it's very, very hard to say that it has to be treated exactly as human medicine. Just a good example is a cat with Graves' disease or hyperthyroidism. They come in with a thyroid storm, their blood pressure is through the roof. The compounding pharmacies make a transdermal medication that we can put on the cat's ears. Okay, there's lots of these things are just not going to be available. And the bottom line is most states have already corrected this problem. The AVMA is not a governing body. The AVMA is not the FDA. They're a political organization and they make recommendations. They don't make laws. So in Virginia, I'm dual licensed in Arkansas and Virginia. In Virginia, if you look at their regulation, they allow emergency use for 72 hours. So it's Friday afternoon and you have a situation where you need some of these medications, and the list is not terribly long, in my opinion, of things that need to be in stock. But they do need to be in stock because even antibiotics are considered an emergency medication if you're not able to get them for 48 to 72 hours. As to the question about FDA products being available, I ran practices in Virginia for 33 years. I've worked here in Arkansas extensively in a lot of practices. I'm what's called a relief doctor, so I work in multiple practices. There have been times when medications were back ordered for over 2 years. Okay, medications that were technically available. If you look at a list, they may say they're available, but clindamycin 25 milligrams, I can remember when that was back ordered for over 2 years. So that's just my take on this. And you have to remember that, physicians treat one species and we treat literally everything else on the planet. And people have pets. The zoo was mentioned, the zoo veterinarians need to have things available. And you're putting veterinarians in a position to break the law, run the risk of losing their license, be fined. Veterinarians are under stress. I was in a little bit on the pharmacy part of your meeting. I didn't mean to be, but when we clicked in at 1:30, I heard some of the staffing problems. You may know that veterinarians are under duress. There's lots of suicide. It's very difficult. And I think that we need to be trying to make it easier for veterinarians to practice. We're the experts in our field, and that needs to be taken into consideration.
Thank you. Did anyone else have any comments?
could I ask for Dr. Sarah Jenin? Maybe she's on, I believe.
I see her. Dr. Jenin?
There she is. Okay. Dr. Jenin, would you add your comments briefly, please?
Well, I mean, I think that summed it up very well. We are under a lot of stress. We do have lots of different species. We need to take the sizes of the animals into consideration that we're treating, from 6-ounce kittens to, even large animal. Humans are kind of a one size fits all, and animals just aren't, you can't put them into a bottle of 500s and 250s. Excuse me. That it just makes it really difficult when we don't have these things at our disposal that we can grab off the shelf when we need it immediately.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe
Okay.
Dr. Wadley could.
Okay, hang on just a second.
I'm sorry.
Look like we got something much larger than what we started off with. We need to get back to why we are here today, and we may have to schedule another meeting for another day to take care of all this other stuff that we were not aware of. What are you thinking, Dr. Kirtley or our General Counsel, Mr. Daniel?
Dr. Newsom, this is in part what I was trying to allude to at the beginning. As we could see the Zoom fill up with what appeared to us to be interested veterinarians, their main interest, and I don't fault them for this at all. Actually, it's something that we've even asked the FDA for clarification on. We have pushed for federal clarification. We have, we're aware of the FDA guidance that may come about. Their real request is for the board to have a different consideration or a future change to rulemaking to allow for office stock. I understand why Mr. O'Quinn would ask them in on this, but the simple fact of what we were looking at is that we had an out-of-state pharmacy that did not correctly disclose their model of business on an application, and therefore were approved for one model of business, but then shipped in tons of compounded products that at this time we have been clear with our own pharmacies and with people in other states that they should not be doing. So I think, I would thank Dr. Brad, I would thank all of these veterinarians because we understand that. I mean, I think pretty much everybody on screen has companion animals, and as pharmacists, we absolutely understand the need for customized dosing, even potentially on an emergency basis. That is a separate issue that I think the board will take up in the future, but we also have the pharmacy issue from out of state that was not following our rules. And I mean, if we were trying to be rude about it, or if we were being very direct, we'd say they obtained a permit to do business in Arkansas by fraud or misrepresentation. Now, the defense to that is it was a simple oversight, or we would have told you, we just missed checking a box. But we would have then said, hey, yeah, you could be a veterinary compounder. You can compound according to our rules that prescriptions may be compounded for animals. And it doesn't say prescription drugs may be compounded, it's prescriptions, by a prescription or an order from a physician. So like I imagine Dr. Brett has probably practiced in veterinary hospitals before, veterinary emergency clinics where they are ordering meds like we would in a hospital. So I think it's up to the board how you want to proceed. If you want to park all of this for a later date and come back, if you want to, worry about the pharmacy itself, is there disciplinary action for the past shipments? Is it just don't do that anymore? Do you want to change the MOU? But then the changing of the overall interpretation of the board is likely a full board decision at a future date and a potential consideration of rulemaking, which is a multi-month process, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, with our rule in place that says veterinary compounding will be treated as human compounding, what they're asking, I believe, would take a rule change. I mean, because we literally have a rule that, it says it couldn't be more clear. Veterinary compounding will be treated like human compounding. So that being said, we don't allow this from anybody. So,
I do want to add, remember that again, this is not, office stock can be obtained. There are 503, there's 503B products that can be, and if I was, not my cat, my wife's cat, I'll say it like that. I care a lot about that cat. I would want it to get a product from a CGMP manufacturer, a product place that gets it from, that makes it under CGMP, preferably. Okay. So office stock is a lot, you can obtain office stock. It's not, you should probably pursue that.
Excuse me, this is Renee Laverne. I was on the list, but I'm listed as West Rock. Can I have 1 minute?
Your 1 minute is granted.
Okay. And I don't know how to turn my video. Well, let me see. Does that do it?
There you
Yes.
go.
Yeah, we got you.
So couple of things. Yeah, if they got to do some paperwork, let them do the paperwork. But in my instance, chlorambucil. I mean, you know, when we get a cancer patient, these dogs are taking their last breath, and we try to rescue them, and I can't find chlorambucil. Another, metronidazole. You ever tasted it? It's bitter as sin. You put that in a cat's mouth and they drool forever. So we get it compounded in a palatable so that we can dose a little cat. Even prednisolone, cats have to have prednisolone. You would think a 5 milligram is small enough for anything. Ain't so. You know, they're tiny 2-pound cats that we need the compound. So, and my other point, I was past president of the Arkansas board, Arkansas VMA. Other states have granted an emergency exemption until we can present to you for a rule change. And please do schedule a meeting for a rule change and let the Arkansas Veterinary Medical Association know, so our representatives can sit down and present our whole case. But there are some drugs, those two I mentioned, that we need right now. And I ran the emergency clinic here in Little Rock for 3 years. And, you know, at the time I was near Baptist Hospital. I'd run to Baptist and get it, but we're not like an emergency, like in a human hospital with a pharmacy right there with somebody to bring it. We just, animals die that way.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So what can we do for them right now until we can get all of this taken care of, Dr. Kirtley?
Well, I think two things are, I think, and I can tell you this even dealing with my own veterinarians over the years, I think a lot of veterinarians do not understand that if they don't have a contract with a Smith Wholesale or a McKesson or something like that, they can obtain those human drugs directly from the pharmacy, you know, down the road or across the street or nearby in town. It's something I've literally offered when I was in practice to the veterinarians that I dealt with. I would tell them, you know, I completely understand you can't buy a 500 count bottle of something hoping that it's going to work, or a flat of something, but you could get that from a licensed pharmacy as a commercial product. The other thing is, I don't think anyone is educating veterinarians about what a 503B is or what they offer. I mean, there are ways to do this. My fear is that we have some companies that tell the veterinarians, or the veterinarians may only be hearing from some companies that have all the answers for them. And, you know, we can absolutely help prepare a list of 503B facilities. You know, we already have rules that allow pharmacies to do up to 5% distribution of commercial products to the veterinarians. I think that would actually help in a lot of ways. The other thing is, there's a difference in talking to the veterinarian side of this and saying that, yes, we understand that there is need for some emergency drugs in compounding, but every time someone tries to tell us that they want to do office stock compounding, they are often talking about drugs that in no way would appear to us as pharmacists to be emergency drugs. And that's a difficult conversation. So we can help educate them on what 503B facilities are. We could also give some guidance on here's how you can obtain medications from, you know, your local pharmacy if they're willing to do business with you.
When do y'all have your state meeting? I know it's probably past time for
February.
this year. Huh?
I think it's February.
What's coming up?
Yes.
Okay. Would y'all be open to Dr. Kirtley coming in to talk to you all?
Absolutely.
There's actually a request that I'm trying to clear through the powers that be to see if that might be a possibility.
Okay.
I'm actually already working on this with their own association our staff has met with them and explained it does it no service to say this is a convoluted or complicated issue, and it is very difficult to describe it briefly. I think for all of us on this call, we are hoping that something will actually happen with the FDA guidance. So for the veterinarian side, like, we are trying to help engage to see how we can assist.
Okay.
And our
So-
next meeting is in February too, so we could put this all on the agenda then. I mean, this is only a partial number of the board, but I mean, we have a full board meeting in February where we could also put this on the, on the agenda then too. And I saw Dr. Brett with her hand
Yeah,
up.
Dr. Brett, you have a comment?
Two comments. For no disrespect, but for you to say that something's not life-threatening when you have a 6-ounce kitten that has diarrhea, metronidazole is considered something that's life-saving and could be life-threatening without it. Secondly, there's several states that have done this. I'm not sure how many. I know that Virginia has this regulation. I'd be happy to forward a PDF to someone if they'll let me know who to send it to so that you can review that. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. It's been done all over the country. And that's what I would encourage your board to look into as soon as possible.
Yeah, and Dr. Brett, metronidazole sounds like an emergency drug to me. I mean, what I'm saying is, without going through the examples that people have given us in the past, there are things, and we deal with this on nursing homes, on humans as well. You know, a Duragesic patch, a fentanyl patch, is not an emergency because it doesn't even work immediately. So, but no, you're right. Metronidazole, I can see that being an emergency use medication. And I don't know if metronidazole injection would work on a kitten that size or not. I don't have that expertise, but it is available.
Dr. Newsom, I would ask the board, we've gotten way off topic, and we still have several items to get to today. I would ask the board to make some type of decision or no decision, whatever y'all want to do, on the fact of their application and shipping.
Dr. Mack.
Question. So who filled out the application? I mean, if y'all are licensed as a compounder in 47 states, it'd be highly unusual to make an error on the 48th state that you would just pick a retail pharmacy. So I'm trying to figure out how that could just be an accident.
I have the license. I mean, I have their application here from 2020. It was signed by Jake T, Catherine Schuffer, and Scott Kludt. I'm not sure how you pronounce that. That was in February of 2020. We received the application, and like I said, it was marked as independent pharmacy and mail order pharmacy. So it was not marked as compounding, and so we never received any of the compounding documentation with it.
Dr. Mag, honestly, I mean, I filled it out. The one PIC, the other pharmacist in charge, both signed it. It was just a mistake. I don't know how that happened. As soon as Dr. McCready contacted me on the phone, within 4 to 6 hours, I had everything to her that she was asking for. The only thing I will say is we, of course, did include our last inspection report from Texas, which clearly states that we do compounding. We couldn't even be an AS pharmacy if we didn't. So a couple of really bad days, I guess. I'm sorry. There's nothing more to say than I
just wanted to
apologize for the time that I've taken.
Hear what an answer could be. So how many months or whatever was it, Luke, that this went
We just
on?
went back from January of this year till September. So they're actually licensed in February of 2020. So we went back till the beginning of this year. So, and there were 800, let me look, I don't want to say it wrong. 618 shipments from January 1st through September the 9th. So, I mean, if we had gone back the full 2 years, there would be more, but we just went back to the beginning of this year.
Does the board want to take action now or wait until February when we have a little bit more information?
Well, to me, the February is to try to get the rule changed. So I don't
Okay.
really think, I think we would decide what we want to do on this one now, I think.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we
so-
would ask for y'all to do that, and that way, if they don't agree with whatever the recommendation is, and it can all be set in February together.
Yeah, we'd have an appeal.
Okay. Dr. Jolly, any comments?
Luke, any precedents here on shipping into the state without having the proper permit?
Yeah, I mean, we had one before my time that was just very malicious. And, they didn't care if they had a license or not. I mean, this is not that. So, I mean, was it a mistake? I mean, they say it was. There's nothing to prove that it wasn't. I mean, it should have, I mean, it shouldn't have been an issue, I mean, but we've had, several that, they shipped in inadvertently. I mean, granted, I mean, they thought they were licensed to do this and weren't. So, I mean, pretty much the pass has been a non-disciplinary fine. That being said, I mean, this should have, I mean, they say it was a mistake, but it should have been one that was easily caught. I mean, why would they not, I mean, if they're a compounder, why would they not assume they wouldn't have to send in all their compounding documentation and that like that? I mean, it's something that should have been easily caught, I believe, but I don't believe there was malicious intent. I mean, they thought they were licensed to do this, so they were doing it. But that being said, I mean, you could have looked at Arkansas law and also saw that, veterinarian is handled as human compounding. But, that being said, I don't think it was overly malicious.
And can you tell me one more time, the MOU right now, what are the parameters of that?
Yeah, I've got it right here. Let me pull it.
I think it's basically they can ship patient-specific prescriptions, not office stock.
That's correct. And patient specific, under veterinarian falls under herd and, different categories, but yes, not office stock.
And that's in line with what current regulations are, correct?
Correct.
Which is what we're going to have a follow-up discussion on in February.
Correct. Which is also what we tell the Arkansas pharmacies that are here.
Well, my thoughts, Dr. Newsom, would be I can't say if there was malicious intent not to fill out the application correctly. Like Luke said, they say it was an accident or an inadvertent mistake. My thoughts were going more towards something non-disciplinary in terms of the fine, because they have the responsibility to fill their application out and disclose the information that's going to be required by virtue of filling it out correctly. So, I'm interested in hearing other thoughts as well, but that's where I was leaning.
Dr. Richmond.
I don't have any experience much so far based on the time I've had on the board with something like this. I guess the only question in my mind is it within our scope of influence that we can, if we meet in February, that we could make the changes to either the MOU or make changes to regulations to permit what they're wanting to do?
Yeah, that will be on the table.
That is for you to decide in February. I mean, as you've seen right now, the rules that we have in process right now, I've been working on since May.
Okay, Dr. Kraus. Dr. Kirtley, had you finished?
Now, I was going to say, our hope is, and we literally asked for this during the intergovernmental meeting with FDA. If FDA is going to change its interpretation, it needs to change its interpretation and publish their guidance, because that prevents states from trying to get into a state versus federal rule violation issue. If Arkansas is going to say we're going to allow this, it's very difficult for us to say we're going to allow this and advise our pharmacies to potentially violate a federal rule or what we are told is an interpretation of the federal government across state lines. Saying something is approved within the state is often easier than saying something is approved and you can ship it wherever in the country. That's part of the issues we've had in previous cases.
So some of this, is this predicated on the Frank's lab in the Fifth Circuit? New drug
I'm not
versus
sure.
not new drug?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay.
Okay, back to you, Dr. Kraus.
Well, for the matter at hand, I think that you know, the shipment of products into the state that are not compliant with current law should cease and desist, at least until, you know, judgment is passed on the issue in February. You know, up until that time, I think that if they want to pursue a 503B pharmacy with the FDA, that's their business. But I mean, ours at this point in time is really not to, we just can't change interstate commerce law.
Yeah, I mean,
think-
and they have ceased that shipment, or, I mean, as part of that MOU. So today, I think we're just discussing on what to do, if anything, about their shipment prior.
So Luke,
Go ahead, Dr. Mack.
in the past, I know that we had definitely people that just shipped in and intended to, but for anyone that, if we believe them and they did it by error, do you have kind of a general idea of what might have been a fine or a?
I mean, it was non-disciplinary, and I remember, I mean, any of them from, 2,500 up to, 10, 15, 20,000. So it just kind of depends on, the amount of shipments. And I mean, if this had been one or two, I mean, we probably would have just said, hey, don't do it again. But I mean, it was 618 on something that they should have caught, is kind of how the staff looked at it. Like, you should have known, that, you weren't licensed to do this in Arkansas. So.
Do you remember about what would be the charge per count? Do you have any?
I mean, this is an informal. I guess you can do it per count, but you don't have to. I mean, I think before it's just kind of been a blank number, like just, this is the number, here it is, if y'all want to resolve this. But I mean, even if you did, it's 618. I mean, so, I mean, if you wanted to do an amount per number, I mean, you could, but I mean, usually at an informal in the past, it's just been like, here's the number. If you want to take that, you can. So anywhere from, like I said, 2,500 is usually kind of the lowest, up to, 10 grand, or, sometimes a little more. If there's been, there's been cases where there was, a lot more shipments than this, and then some where there was just a handful. So it's been a big spread.
Okay, board members. Was someone else speaking? Dr. Mack.
Okay, so we can start from here and y'all can chime in. I mean, we can understand and believe him that it was an error, but that is their business. They've been licensed in 47 states. I think they really should have known they had to supply more information. So while I think it might have been an error, I feel like it's a little more than the minimal. So I was thinking more like a 5,000 non-disciplinary, and then everything stays the way it is till February. If and when anything can even change in February, I don't know that.
Any other comments?
I would say I would be okay with that. And I do want to say, though, that I appreciate the veterinarians that were on here earlier to share and state some of the challenges that they have in their practice, and just want to hope that, everyone understands that this is a separate issue than the patient care issues. I mean, we have to address not doing things correctly from a board standpoint as far as shipping in the state. With that being said, I'm good with that proposal that Dr. Mack mentioned.
Do we need to take into account how much time Dr. Robertson spent on investigation?
We could.
The actual, as far as the shipping goes, there honestly, I mean, he spent a lot of time researching the other issue. As far as the shipping goes, I mean, it was issuing a subpoena and looking at their records. I mean, there wasn't just a whole lot of time. I mean, he has probably spent no telling how much time looking into, the 503A, 503B, FDA type law. But as for the actual shipping itself.
Yeah, and Luke, a lot of that is bigger than just this case.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
he's,
that's what I'm saying.
you
Yeah,
know,
I mean,
he's our expert on a lot of the FDA stuff with his additional training. So I would not attach all that time to this case.
I mean, this is all gonna be, I mean, an investigative cost anyway, since it's not disciplinary, but yeah, I wouldn't feel comfortable. I mean, like I probably said, attaching all of that time into this investigation.
Dr. Kraus.
I think we also need a application that's filled out appropriately.
They have sent one
They
in
did.
since. We do have one. They sent it in September.
Yeah, I'm good with what Dr. Mack said, and yeah, fine with that.
Okay, is anyone willing to put that on a motion?
That was my motion.
Okay, that was your motion.
$5,000 non-disciplinary investigative cost. Okay.
And Luke, is the MOU still in effect?
It is.
Yeah.
They asked today to have that changed, and y'all said to y'all are going to move that to the February discussion.
Okay. I'll second Dr. Mack's motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of that motion signify by a raise of hands. Have 4 hands up, so 4 ayes. Any nays? 0 nays. Okay, Counselor.
Mr. O'Quinn, I will get this to you in a letter that just states that $5,000 non-disciplinary investigative cost, and we'll set the discussion for, I'm looking at the board meeting right now, it's going to be on February the 8th. So that's just the next board meeting, and the 9th and 10th are full board hearings. So we'll set the discussion on the 8th. If you can just look at your calendars and get with your client, but I'll put all this in a letter, then you can let me know how y'all wish to proceed.
All righty. Thank you for your time, everyone, and for the veterinarian as well. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank everybody for being
Thank
here
you
to
all.
show up.
Thanks for coming in.
And thank y'all. And I do apologize again for the mistake, and thank you for your time, though.
Okay, do we need
Board
to take
members,
a
anybody
comfort
need a
break?
break?
Yeah.
Okay, let's take about a 10-minute break. We come back. I know Mr. Vance, I know you're on there. We'll get you called up next.
I'll be back at 3:15.
I'll go ahead and do orientation for everybody. So for everyone that is waiting on an appointment with the board here coming up, just to let you know, I'm John Kirtley. I'm the director of the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. I want to let you know quickly about who all you will be seeing on screen and kind of how this process works. In addition to myself on the staff side, you'll see Dr. Brenda McCready, Mr. Luke Daniel, and I believe we may also have Dr. Fain or Dr. Holland or Dr. Robertson, who are inspectors, investigators with us here at the Board of Pharmacy. In addition to them, you'll see the decision makers for today who are our actual board members. You will see, let's see, Dr. Rodney Richmond, Dr. Debbie Mack, Dr. Brian Jolly, Dr. Lynn Krause, and Dr. Lenore Newsom. Dr. Newsom is the chair of this informal committee and is also our longstanding board member here at the Board of Pharmacy. So the first issue you guys will see up is about, it's for Dr. Vance and Cornerstone Pharmacy Greers Ferry on inspection issues. And then we have, I believe, a couple of folks that are here for applicant issues with something in the background. During this process, the board members are going to hear just a brief overview from staff of why we're here today on your specific issue. We may have testimony also from like one of our staff members if it was due to an inspection or something like that. And then at the end of it, there will be time for you to discuss issues, answer questions, or ask questions of the board staff and the board members yourself. After all that is done, in general, as you've just seen, the board members generally come up with some sort of a decision or suggested decision that they would like to suggest that you have the opportunity to either agree or disagree with. If you agree with it, then we go forth with what the board has suggested. It's not something you even have to decide right now while it is happening. But if you disagree with it, if you're an applicant, that means you could either choose to have a full hearing before the board at a later date on your application, or you could just basically say, forget this and walk away. For any other disciplinary issues, it would basically punt to a full hearing with the 8 members of the board at a later date here in our offices. So I'd ask, I know we've got, I believe, Sharday Williams, Jaquincia Moore. I see both you guys. Dr. Vance, I see you as well. Do any of you have any questions about how this process works? And we'll also check to make sure we can hear you, as we've had a couple of problems with that today.
No, sir, I understand.
Okay. I hear you, Ms. Moore. I hear you, Ms. Moore.
And no, sir, I don't have any. No, sir.
Okay. And then Mr. Vance, make sure we can hear you as well.
I have no questions.
Okay.
Understand.
The board will probably pop back up in, I would guess, 6 to 8 minutes, and then we will get started back with Mr. Vance.
Okay.
Okay, is everyone ready to get started back?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
John's in my office, so he should be getting on right now.
Okay. Is Cornerstone next up?
Yes, Cornerstone and Dr. There he is. I was going to say, I know I saw him on here earlier. We have Dr. Vance from Cornerstone. And I believe John you've already done your introductions and everything. Okay, we got.
Yeah, and
who are
we've got sound for our next three, made sure that we could hear all of them.
Perfect. Waiting on Dr. Mack.
I was not sure, let's see, Sellers and Lewis, are they with you, Chad?
No,
No,
Sellers, Brandon Sellers is Michael Sellers, who is set this afternoon, I assume. And Lewis is Barbara Lewis. She is here in the room and she is set at 3 o'clock.
My thing quit printing at 2:30, so I didn't have
Well,
them on
and
the-
I had that problem the other day, so I had to go in and cut and paste. So, I mean, copy and paste. So yes, Sellers and Lewis are technicians or technician applicants. So looks like we have everybody back. Mr. Vance or Dr. Vance, I'm sorry. I believe you heard Dr. Cartley a minute ago. You have any questions about the process or anything?
No, sir.
Okay. Then I will, Dr. Newsom, if it's okay with you, I'll turn it over to Dr. Fain. This was, let me pull my paperwork here. This was an inspection that she conducted on June 23rd this year. So I'll just let her walk through and then we'll go from there.
Go ahead, Dr. Fain. How are you today?
I'm fine. How are you?
Doing good.
Jennifer, will you make Cindy a co-host so she can share her screen, please? She maybe stepped out of her office. Let me grab her real quick.
Luke, I should be able to do that. Or not. There you go.
Your co-host now.
All right, there we go. All right. So basically this is oops, sorry. Goodness. There we go. Can you all see my PowerPoint?
Yes.
So this is based on an inspection that I did at Cornerstone and Greer's Ferry. Chad Vance is the PIC. So I inspected there on June the 23rd of 2021. He had expired active pharmaceutical ingredients in active inventory, compounding with expired APIs. There were no compounding logs. He was not on duty on this day, just to be clear. The staff pharmacist was unable to locate the current controlled inventory. They were taking back medications from patients without being registered as with the DEA as a collector, and there was no signage stating that they could not fill emergency prescriptions after hours. So I went back to the pharmacy on August the 11th of 2021. So that was about 6 weeks later. They had removed medications from patients that were meant for destruction. He had conducted a controlled inventory that was dated June the 30th of 2021. All the other deficiencies that I noted had not been corrected. While I was there, I was also looked at the logbook. It had not been signed regularly with the shift time. I was unable to determine if the PIC was working with the required hours, and controlled APIs, compounding chemicals, were not included in the controlled inventory that he had done on June the 30th. So after looking at some of the pictures that I took and notes that I had taken, these are just a list of some of the outdated compounding chemicals that were in his inventory at the time. The last column will notate whether or not they had compounded with it. So for example, the sildenafil expired November the 30th of 2017. It appeared that they had been compounded on 9/5/20. It was still in active stock, but it's not labeled properly. And a lot of these things I'll show you pictures of as we go through this PowerPoint. Cyclobenzaprine, it expired in June of 20. It was still in stock, so even, it hadn't been compounded that I know of after that date, but I do have some other examples. But the main thing was like the promethazine had expired in January of 21, and even though there was no compounding log, there was some syringes that had been drawn up in April and May of 2021, and I found prescriptions where they had been dispensed in July and August of 21. So here's just a set of compounding chemicals that I had pulled that expired, ranging from 2020 to, 28. There's one that's 2015. It's an inactive ingredient, but still. This promethazine expired in 2021, January of 21. And these notes, even though there's no compounding log, the bags say that they were drawn up in April and May of 21. And then this is a prescription where it says promethazine gel, and it was dispensed. It was date written and date filled was July of 21. And that's just the front of the same prescription. Testosterone expired in July of 20. The cream or gel that was on the shelf, it appears to have been made in 2019. There's no, it says it expired in November of 19. Here's a prescription where it had been dispensed in June of 2021. The initial time I went, this was the example of the compounding log I had, and it was just back in 2013. But as you can see, it doesn't have the components that a compounding log should have. No expiration date, no beyond use date, no, just not very good at all. When I went back and talked to Dr. Vance in August, he was able to pull some other compounding logs, but they still were inadequate. So here's some sildenafil that expired in November of 2017. The middle is the sildenafil troches, and there's no way of knowing when these were compounded. There's no beyond use date. There is a compounding log that he found, but it has the right lot number written in, handwritten, but the expiration date is not handwritten in. And so it was made in September of 20, so it would no longer be in date, and the beyond use date would have been exceeded. So, and that was still in his active inventory. Here's some tadalafil that expired in October of 20. It looks like it was made in August of 20, but it was still in active stock, and the labeling on the bottle, doesn't show a beyond use date, a lot number. I can, he says that this was when it was compounded, but there's really no way of knowing. This is his overall compounding area. The medications that are on the bottom are the ones that I pulled that were out of date. Signature logbook from May 2017 of 21 until June the 22nd. The signature of Chad Vance does not appear the same as the other signatures, and I'm going to show these pictures to you. It's missing signatures after July 26th. The pharmacy is open 45.5 hours a week, so the pharmacist in charge must work a minimum of 22.75 hours a week. If you just look at the signature logs, Dr. Vance has averaged 14.6 hours a week, and he only exceeded the minimum 22.75 hours a week 4 different weeks between March and August of 21. So here's the pharmacist logbook, and it starts in March of 21, and his signature is very unique. But then you get over to the right-hand side where my cursor is, and that does not appear to be the same as this signature up here. I don't know, I'm assuming you can see my cursor. So it appears that maybe somebody else signed on his behalf. But
Dr.
you know,
Fain,
yes,
excuse me for interrupting. Will you show me the two different signatures again, please?
absolutely. So here's, if you can see in the circle in the middle of April 8th and through April 10th, it's very sharp. And, you know, like his last name is just a line, V and then a line. Over here in the middle on the right-hand side, May of 21, you know, you can read the Vance. It's not the same signature as it is even just a few days previous. Does that help?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. So again, you know, you get into July and August, and there's several missing signatures. But overall, it didn't appear that Dr. Vance was working the required number of hours for a pharmacist in charge. His biennial controlled inventory, here are the dates. When going back and looking at previous inspections and documents that the board had, these are the dates of his last 5 controlled inventories, and 3 of them are late. And as I was looking through the inspections, it almost looks like he was using the inspections to remind him to do a controlled inventory. So I'll show that to you in a little bit. So a lot of these violations are repeat violations. So this is an inspection from April of 2014. It says the pharmacist signature log needs to be updated. And then in June of 2015, they were unable to locate the October hydrocodone inventory. Then in September of 16, they're still unable to locate the controlled inventory, unable to locate the protocol, unable to locate CPR certification. In August of 18, lots of out-of-date compounding products, could not find current immunization protocol. And then here's in my inspection in June of 21, we've already been through this, but, and then I went back in August, and he had done the controlled inventory at that time, but he did not include ketamine and testosterone in his inventory, nor anything that had like been pre-prepared, like the testosterone gel. So he had corrected a couple of the others. So I received this correction plan from Dr. Vance a few days after the last inspection. He said he had pulled everything that was out of date from the compounding inventory and all the stock compounded products that could contain an out of date ingredient. He has a new compounding log book, and they're not going to compound very many products, probably just about 10 products, and they're no longer going to market compounding. They added ketamine to the controlled inventory. They've removed outdated compound ingredients. They took the take-back medications to the nearest law enforcement agency, and they put up signs that they would not be able to fill emergency prescriptions after hours. They updated the CMEA certificate. And this is his note. I'll give you a second to read that. And then that is all that I have on this case.
If I may, Dr. Newsom, I got a few
Yes, go right
follow-up
ahead.
questions. When you went back on August 11th, so there were still no compounding logs, like they hadn't started using them in between?
That's correct.
And I assume you addressed that with him at the first inspection?
He was not present at the first inspection, so it was a staff pharmacist, but it was notated on the inspection and it was sent to Dr. Vance.
Okay, so it was on the inspection form and it was sent to him. I mean, he knew there was an issue there.
I can only assume he saw
Or he
that.
should have known, he should have gotten documentation that there was an issue there.
Yes.
Okay. And looking at some of the older inspections reports that you put in there. So 2018, lots of out-of-date compounding products. And so you had the same issue. I mean, this is 3 years later and there's still numerous expired compounding ingredients in the active ingredients.
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further. Thank you, Dr. News.
Yeah, thank you. Does anyone else have any questions of Dr. Fain? Okay. Mr. Vance, would you like to speak to us and tell us what happened here? Or Dr. Vance, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine. Yes, ma'am. Hi, everybody. I'm Chad Vance. Mostly just kind of like I said in the email there to Dr. Fain, overlapping time requirements at other businesses. A lot of that, logbook stuff is just a matter of getting out of there fast and not signing it before I left. The compounding ingredients, when Dr. Rusty had come before and talked to me about that stuff, I talked with him about how it's not necessarily, a lot of that stuff is just right there. And I know that it's supposed to be out of the area where the active ingredients that we're using are. But at the time, we didn't have a return specialist for compounded medications. We were using Pharmalink for everything. So I've since gotten a contract or an account with Inmar to take back everything. And like I said, it's just gotten to be a hassle. The compounding that we did was, I looked it up after the inspection, less than $1,500 a year. Last year, about the same the year before, and I think maybe $3,500 the year before that. So that's why in the email I responded, after talking to another partner about just doing away with it totally because of the lack of better control over the ingredients there. So the signage, we've been trying to do some remodeling, and that's just a matter of it got thrown away when the process of cleaning up the front was done. COVID, we had signs put up for nobody coming to the store except for one at a time, have to be masked and everything. And then when I asked everyone, when we took those down to just clean up the front door, it was cleaned very well and that was gone. So that's just something that, one of those things you put up at the beginning when you open, and then you totally forget you even have a sign for something like that. And so I wasn't even looking to see if it was still there. But the logbook, like I said, that's just a matter of just getting out too fast and not signing. And I don't think that it was any ill intent. I think that someone must have just looked at the blanks there in front of them when they came in and just signed, so I should have gone back and signed myself, obviously, but just didn't. So, but they're all mistakes that I totally own. And it is something that I do take very serious. And I realize that it's something that we have to have better control over. And, apologize to, you guys, but I know it's really more to my customers that it's a bigger thing too. And so, but I do take it very serious. And like I said, that's why we're just going to go ahead and get rid of the compounding totally, just because of the inability to keep everything, straight on that stuff.
Okay, Mr. Daniel.
Thank you. Dr. Vance, I'm just curious. I mean, you weren't doing many compounds. So why weren't you using the log? I mean, why weren't you using a log?
The log, as far as like writing out what was
the compounding log,
right? Yeah, so
lot numbers, expiration dates, all that.
Right. Just lack of making a procedure for it at the beginning, because I would print out the worksheet to work through it through Pioneer, and when it comes to the numbers, I make them match exactly. I try to at least, and so, but that's just a matter of just following the formula, just like the one formula that was there. That really wasn't a log. That was just a formula to make some redneck, which we call it redneck lotion or whatever, basically poison ivy type stuff. So, and sunburn stuff.
And you talked about how, you just had the expired APIs just on the shelf, but some of them had been used. I mean, some of those expired APIs had been used in compounding, correct?
Yeah, it looked like the testosterone in this Phenergan gel had been used. There was another sildenafil that was not out of date. I don't think that one was pictured in there, but at the time that those were
I'm
made.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Sorry, that's fine. We have me and Jody Cannon is the other regular relief, and occasionally Cassie Hutchins will fill in on the days that Jody and I both aren't able to be there, but she's there.
So I guess, how many hours a week are you working?
I'm there 3 days a week, which ends up being about 9 hours each day because I'm there usually till 6:30 or 7 afterwards doing stuff. I mean, as far as, I don't know if that part counts, if it's just the open hours that matters. But so that's like 25 and a half hours. If you go by just the open hours, and then every other Saturday, the 3 hours. So,
okay.
But that part was just ignorance on my part about not knowing that I needed to sign on the days that I was actually there doing book work, paperwork, catching up on bank statement, checkouts, dailies and things, and not actually in there filling prescriptions. So,
Okay.
I mean, I would do some occasionally, but it was Jody would be there normally to do all that. So.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions, Dr. Newsom. Thank you.
Okay, does anyone else have any questions of Dr. Vance?
I have a question of Dr. Fain, if I could ask it, Dr. Newsom.
That'll be fine. Go right ahead.
And I think Luke asked this earlier, so sorry for the repeat, but how many prior inspections? Was it just one where expired compounding ingredient had been found, or it had been multiple before that?
No, the first time it had been noted was in 2018.
Was there an
Charlie, there are other inspections in there. There were some repeat things like controlled substance counts and things like that. But you can see notes at the end of each inspection that Dr. Frazier, Dr. McSpadden, or Dr. Fain had done.
Thank you.
Could I raise my hand?
Go right ahead.
Okay. And I know it shouldn't be put off at all. My interpretation of the inspection though was at the bottom. It has that about the 90 days, to be checked again for deficiencies. And so, like I said, I understand it should have been fixed like the very next day. I was thinking I would have, more time to get those things out of the way and taken care of, is also something that was in the back of my mind. Like I said, I agree that should not have taken that long, but that was just something that was in the back of my mind as well.
So what is the will of the board? Dr. Kraus.
Dr. Vance, did you say that y'all are stopping the compounding there?
Yes, sir.
To me, it just kind of sounds like just a lot of shortcuts taken, a lot of, just, I don't know, if being in a hurry or what, but, if you're going to compound, you need to have logs, and that's an extra step that, was averted there. You need to run the shelves for expired drugs. That's a step that was averted there. You got to do your controlled inventory. That's a step that was overlooked as well. And so, you have to be diligent as a PIC that those things get done. And, I think that whatever we do has to impart that knowledge and try to correct that with this pharmacist.
Dr. Vance?
I just want to add to, we do actually keep a perpetual inventory on C2s. We don't just let the computer keep up with it. We actually sign a logbook. And of course we have the numbers in the computers too. So they're C3 through 5, that's not kept up with perpetually, but C2s are checked. If there's one thing wrong there, we stop everything and try to figure out what happened. So
these shortcuts have a way of expanding, and then the next thing you have other deficiencies along with that. And so I would urge you to put in your calendar, controlled inventories, do shortage reports and things like that throughout the year as well. But doing that inventory, is pretty self-explanatory.
Right.
The hours that you need to be there, be there. It's just some shortcuts that were not, you were there some, but not enough. You did some of the compounding right, but not enough. Go ahead.
Dr. Fain?
I just wanted to note that a perpetual inventory, while it's wonderful to have, does not take the place of your biennial inventory. So that would be getting you in trouble with the DEA.
Gotcha.
It just makes it a lot easier if you keep a perpetual, but you still have to do your count.
Right. I was just trying to add that as an aside that, it wasn't being totally thrown out the window, but I understand. I'm not trying to belittle it at all.
Any other comments?
So Dr. Vance, are you meeting the minimum pick requirements?
Yes, sir. Yeah. The days that I'm not up there, I talked with some other people about that too. And they said, oh, I didn't realize you needed to sign it if you weren't actually physically handling patients, prescriptions those days. And so, just a foregone conclusion that, it was fine and that it was understood. But had I still been on the clock like we used to do where I would sign in, it would show that. But now that I'm a partner and just get a salary, I don't have to actually sign in and clock in every day. So.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Dr. Birchman, you've been quiet. What comments do you have?
Did you say me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you cut out there.
Like I say, you've been quiet.
Well, as I hear these inspection report, the ones that, required to come to this level to have a hearing, I think by definition, it goes beyond, the occasional things that you find and you fix and you move on. It's hitting controlled substance inventory. It's, taking drugs back when you shouldn't be taking drugs back. Signage, emergency services, combat methamphetamine epidemic certificates, immunization things on repeat violations, certainly the compounding. And although Dr. Vance has said they're not doing any compounding, what I read from the document from Ms. Fain's slides was that they didn't intend to do more than 10 products. So whether you're going to compound 10, 100, or 1, if you're in for a dime, you're in for a dollar, because compounding, if you're going to compound 1, you got to have procedures to compound that 1 as much as you need to compound 10. So I think that to help Dr. Vance, in terms of improving his practice, I think we need to have him do a few things that will help remind him what the responsibilities are. One, I think taking the pharmacy law exam again to demonstrate competence in pharmacy law in Arkansas. 2, I think I would have him do 10 hours of continuing education, half of it on compounding, half of it on, well, I don't know. I have to think about what the other half, because it's just general pharmacy procedures. And I would have him write a comprehensive assessment of going back over his past inspections and writing a comprehensive plan that addresses either repeats and how it's going to be prevented, or things that have been fixed and how they've been finally put to bed. So those would be my thoughts along the lines of trying to help him improve his practice.
Sounds good.
What was
And
the first one, Doctor? I'm sorry, Dr. Richmond. What was number one? I missed it.
One was take the Arkansas state law exam again. Not that it would affect his licensure, but just to demonstrate competence and that he would need to pass that exam. If he doesn't, then he need to take it again. 2 was 10 hours of continuing education.
I got 2 and 3. I just missed the first one. Thank you.
Okay.
And another thing that I would like to comment on is don't give up on compounding. You just happen to miss some dates, but there's a need for compounding. And as soon as you give it up, there's going to be someone coming and needs something, and you'll have to tell them, no, I can't do this. That's saying that's an art that pharmacists have. And I don't think we should, as individual pharmacists, give up on that. Just straighten up what you messed up on and go forward. Dr. Mack? Okay, you're muted.
You have to keep it off because Lola keeps barking.
Oh.
So you said that you're a partner. Who else is a partner in this business? Are they responsible for any of this?
No, ma'am.
You're just, are they not a pharmacist or?
Oh, they are pharmacists. Yes, it's Kenny Harrison is the part owner in the store.
But you're the only, you're the pick and you're the responsible
Right.
party?
He doesn't. Yeah, he's not. He doesn't live in Arkansas anymore. So.
Okay, was that a motion, Dr. Richmond?
Well, I think there probably are some other additions. I mean, was there investigative costs, and are there any, I think whatever it is, maybe non-disciplinary, but there may be some other fees that due for that. I'll let others address that who are better at that.
Dr. Fain, how many hours?
Probably 20.
Thank you.
That would be right at.
Okay.
20 at 75 would be 1,500.
Dr. Kraus, any comments?
No, ma'am. I mean, I think that's fair. I mean, I think recouping the investigative costs, taking the logs down would be good and only serve to make him better. And, I think the CE would help him focus in, or give him an opportunity to focus in on some things that he's forgotten or unaware of. And, I think that, if he can just, be a little bit more diligent and some of the little things, I think he's going to be fine.
So do I.
Oh, and I want to reemphasize the third one is to take a look at his past inspections and as well as the current one, and to take and divide these into common themes and address those things that have been repetitive, and what procedures he can put in place to fix these things, and things that he's already fixed that have been put to bed that are not going to be repeaters. Put that in a letter addressed to Dr. Kirtley and the board.
Okay. Well, that sounds like a motion to me.
Here's what I've got. Just I just want to be sure we've got everything before we. A $1,500 investigative cost, non-disciplinary, retake and successfully pass the Arkansas law exam. 10 hours of continuing education, specifically to compounding and or general pharmacy. comprehensive assessment of past inspections and a written policy to the board to fix repeat observations.
Okay. Do I get a second on that motion? Second by Dr. Kraus. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Or hand raised. See 4 hands, yes. Any nays? No nays. The motion passes.
Dr. Vance, what I'll do, I'll put all this into a letter and I will get it to you. And then, like Dr. Kirtley said at the beginning, you'll have time to decide if this is, if you want to accept this recommendation, or if not, you have the option to come into a full board hearing. But I'll put all this in a letter and you'll have we'll give you 30 days to let us know how you want to proceed.
Okay, so actual letter or email?
I can email it to you. Let me see what I've got. I've got, what's your email address?
It's just Chad V at cornerstonepharmacy.com.
Chad V at
yes,
cornerstonepharmacy.com. Perfect. I'll get it emailed over to you and you'll get it a little quicker.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vance. You are free to go.
All right. Thank you, guys.
We have next Sharday Williams. Ms. Williams, I know you've been on there for a while and been waiting. Appreciate you sticking around for us. We got a little behind today, but thank you. And you were here when.
Can I excuse? I'm gonna have to step out at this point. I've got another meeting to get to in 10 minutes.
Oh, perfect.
And so hey, thank all of you all. You know, we've had a great meeting and we've had some tough decisions to make. So I appreciate everybody's input.
Dr. Matt, would you mind stepping in as chairman for the next few?
I will.
Thanks, Dr. Matt.
Ms. Williams, you heard Dr. Kirtley earlier kind of go through the process and everything about today.
Yes, sir.
You have any questions about any of that?
No, sir.
Board members, this is a technician application. She did not disclose any arrest. Came back where she has a theft of property arrest in 2019. She was working at Walmart during this time and is theft of property from Walmart. And her statement, she states she was working at a cashier, and a couple of times her cousin would come there and shop and ask her to hold her bags, and then she would take them out on her lunch break, and she didn't know that anything in there was stolen. That seems a little far-fetched to me, but I'll let her get into exactly what happened during that. But Dr. Mack, I'll turn it over to you. Like I said, all she has is that 2019 theft of property. It was from Walmart while she was working there.
Okay, Sharday, can you give us a little bit more detailed explanation of what happened?
Yes, ma'am. I was it was my first job around October. I was transitioning from my mom's house to my aunt's house. And with staying there, while I was staying there, I had started working at Walmart in May, late May. And it started her coming in there buying things. As my knowledge, she said she would buy them. And that was at the end of October. So it only happened like 3 times she came in there while I was working. And I was, working full customers behind her. That's why I thought that, she bought these items because it's, Walmart has a lot of cameras. I know that. I work there. I see the cameras. So one day I was at work, early shift. I got called to the side, and it was like, when I got arrested, they told me that I was arrested for my involvement, and that even though that my cousin made a statement that I did not know that those items were stolen, that I still got arrested because it was Walmart's property and I was working there, and I'm the one who brought the items out to her. From my understanding, she bought them, and that I was just bringing it out on my lunch break because I was holding it for her. She told me that either she would come in and get it when she comes back from her job, or when I get off work, to come to her house with her mom that I can bring there, or on my lunch break when she comes to pick me up for lunch, just bring it out. That's why I was arrested. I spent one night in the city jail, and it got basically thrown out because, you know, she made a statement saying that I had no knowledge of the theft, and that, you know, I have, you know, the documents that y'all also have, that it was, what's the word? I can't, it was, I forgot the word, annulled.
No, Frost.
Yeah, that, thank you. So, and then my prosecutor that I was dealing with, you know, I didn't make acknowledgement of the arrest because honestly, I forgot about the arrest. This was in Louisiana 2 years ago, and I moved away right after that incident. So when I applied, it didn't come to my head, oh, you did get arrested for this back in 2019. I didn't think about it until after. So that's why I didn't put it on the application. And then once I did figure out, I had to go back and get all my information from Louisiana because I didn't have any of it, because when I came to Arkansas, I left everything behind.
So, and I'll turn it over to the other board members, but why did you think she was having you hold the stuff? What was the purpose in that? She just paid for it and was leaving. Why would you hold it?
Because at previous times before I even started working at Walmart, she had a friend that worked there and she would hold it for her. And she told me that it was just her coming back to get it. And then it didn't cross my mind until the last time before I got arrested that she was actually stealing it, because her friend was the one who came and told me about it. So after the third time, I didn't hold anything else for her. But like a week later, that's when I got arrested.
Mr. Daniel.
You didn't find it weird that somebody, that your friend would tell you to hold bags and then leave the store and then have you bring them to her? That didn't seem odd to you?
It seemed odd, but my thing is with her, because that was my cousin. We were family, and I didn't, you know, think nothing of it, because I never would have thought like that. It does seem weird now that I say it and talk about it, that it's common sense that she obviously stole it.
Thank you, Dr. Mack. I have nothing further.
Okay, can I hear from the other board members? Or do you have questions, I should say? Dr. Kraus?
Madam President, I don't feel good about giving a tech license to this person at this time. I need a little more time or space in between what happened, but I don't feel good about it. I wouldn't vote for it.
Dr. Jolly?
I would be okay with granting her license.
Dr. Richmond?
Well, it boils down for me to the issue of believability. I understand, you know, Dr. or Mr. Daniel's statement that why would somebody give a bag to hold under the register and then walk out the front door? Why not just take it and put it in your vehicle? You know, so it that part of it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. That's the difficulty I'm having.
Yes. Can I say something?
Yes, Doctor.
Yeah, I do understand like that part, and it is kind of crazy. Like, it does make sense. Like, why won't you just take your own bag? And I had no knowledge of it. This is my first job ever. I'm moving from house to house, transitioning. So I never really thought of it until the last moment. Like, she could be stealing. And it sound crazy, like I should have knew, but I was blindsided like with it, because I wouldn't have thought like that what she was doing. So I do understand that it does sound kind of crazy.
I think Walmart in the training doesn't even allow you to have anything at the register. So,
well, with the Walmart I was working in Louisiana, we have training. It was like we can't place opened items under our register, because I will always hold my personal bags with my register, or like things that I brought on a 15-minute break. I'll keep it at the register with the receipt. And that's the only thing about it. Like, she'll have a receipt, but I don't open her bags to look and see if everything was in there. So the things that was on the receipt would be like little items, but she'll have different items besides what's on the receipt. And like the prosecutor I was dealing with, he told me, like, everybody said that sounds crazy, like you didn't know. It was my first job. I was very blindsided. I had no knowledge of it, but that's why I got dismissed, because she made a statement saying that I had no knowledge of it. And after, when that day happened, I haven't been in contact with her. So I didn't know of the statement until 2 months after my arrest, after I was already gone. And that's when they finally threw it out, dismissed it.
Dr. Richmond.
All right, so you're saying you were arrested but not convicted?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so then why did you not answer the question truthfully on the application on the third page of this, where it says, have you ever been cited, arrested for, charged with? Why did you
like
answer?
like previously, like I said, I really forgot about it. You know, I'm excited to move to a different state, to get a new job. You know, 2 years ago, I was not thinking about the arrest. Like, it literally did not cross my mind until the paperwork came back and said that my application didn't go through. And then that's when I thought of it, because that was my first time ever being arrested. You know, I've never been in trouble. So it did not cross my mind, honestly.
I've never been arrested either, but I think it would cross my mind every time.
I think so too.
Yeah, it did not. Like, when I was, because me and my friend, we did the application at the same time. So it just didn't cross my mind. I did not think about that part. And I really flew through the application. Like, I read it, but I was trying to hurry up and get it in. And I did not think about it. And that was my mistake, obviously. And it should have been more thoroughly read. And I should have, put that I was arrested, because I don't hide. You can't hide that I was arrested. I don't try to hide it. I just forgot about it.
Well, Dr. Mike, I guess I'll say I can go with Dr. Jolly. I think I'll be okay with her.
Okay, so Dr. Jolly, would that be, were you making an informal motion, and then Dr. Richmond would be a second? Okay, any more questions about any of it? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. I don't see Lynn Krause. Okay.
You haven't said no yet.
There he is. And then all those that are not in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, so it's 2-1, so the motion passes. Mr. Daniel, if you want to.
Ms. Williams, this will get processed within the next couple of days, and you should have your license by next week. Just wait till you get it in hand, and then you can start working as a technician, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. No, you're free to go. Thank you.
Okay.
Give me just a second. All right, next we have Ms. Moore. I know she's been on there for a while too. Are you still on here?
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Perfect. Thank you for waiting on us. You were listening to Dr. Kirtley earlier when he talked about the kind of the process today and all that.
Yes, sir. I was
Okay.
listening.
Okay. You have any questions about anything before we get started?
No. I don't
All
have
right.
any.
Board members, this is again a pharmacy technician application. This was she did answer yes that she would have some criminal history come back. This was happened in 2020. Let me see if I can get the exact date here. March of 2020. It was a theft of property conviction. She was on camera at the self-checkout and she did not scan all of her items. She stated in her personal statement that she was not there and so did not do it. But they have her on the police report. They have her at the self-checkout. She was an employee there. This was at, I'm assuming Walmart. Yes, this was at Walmart in El Dorado. And they have her on video there and that she bagged a part of her clothing and I think it was $28 worth of baby clothing that she did not pay for. So she does have that theft of property conviction. So Dr. Mack, I will turn it back over to you.
Okay, Ms. Moore, if you could give us a very detailed explanation of what occurred.
First off, I wasn't the one who took anything. The girl who was with me apparently took the baby items. I didn't even have anything with me. I didn't leave with anything. She the one who left with the stuff. Apparently she didn't scan all her items. I didn't know she didn't scan all her items. Until like a month later when they called me in the office and was telling me that really it was like I took her charge basically. I didn't tell on her basically. So they was like, well, since you won't tell me who she was, I'm going to charge you with it. And basically they said she didn't scan everything, which I wasn't aware of. I honestly didn't know. I wouldn't even jeopardize my job like that. Like I was at Walmart almost 2 years then. I'm not finna risk my job over $29.
Were you there with her while she was checking out?
I was there with her, like not the whole time she checked out. I helped her take her items to the self-checkout, but I wasn't there like helping her scan her stuff and just sitting there watching her observing her and watching her scan every single thing. That wasn't my job. Like it's people over there who watch her. I know exactly how Walmart operates. I know exactly how their camera system set up. I would even set myself up for something like that. Like I'm not that ignorant. Like I knew exactly how it would turn out.
And this was somebody you worked with at Walmart?
No, it wasn't a girl I worked with. I was on my off day, and the girl it was a girl I was cool with at the time. She didn't have a vehicle. She had a daughter. I was honestly just trying to help her out. She texted me and she was like, "Hey, do you mind taking me to Walmart to get some baby items for my daughter?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure, I will." I wasn't doing anything. I was out. So I took her. I went in the store with her. I didn't have anything with me. The only thing I had with me was my car keys and my cell phone. So she was basically wanting me to help her pick out some things, and I was telling her this and that. Some of the stuff I was telling her she didn't even have to buy because I have twin daughters that was older than her daughters. And I'm like, I have some of this stuff in my house. I could just give to you. So she was like, okay. So we go to self-checkout. I had some items in my hands. That was hers. That wasn't nothing mine. So I just helped her basically take it to self-checkout. But she rung all her items up herself and checked out herself. I didn't even see her take anything. I wasn't watching her like that. I even left and went to my car. I only helped her pick out things. I didn't even know she took anything until a month later when they called me in the office and they was like, it's on camera that you didn't scan items. I'm like, I didn't even scan anything. She scanned, and they was like trying to get me to tell them who she was. And like me being the friend I wasn't trying to get anybody in trouble, and I wasn't trying to be looked at as like a snitch. So I didn't even tell them who she was. I was like, I didn't take anything.
You're saying that they charged you because you didn't tell them who she was.
That's what I feel like. They didn't charge me because they didn't see me take anything. I didn't take anything at all. I didn't scan anything.
Why did they even think it was you?
Because they seen that she was the one. I was the one she went to the store with. Basically. That's the only thing I could think of. I even asked them, I'm like, can you even show me on camera where I took anything? They refused to show me. I literally asked them, I'm like, show me where I took something. They was like, oh no, we're not gonna go through all that.
Dr. Mack, I have no further questions. I would just say that, I mean, the police report says she was there. She says in her statement that she wasn't, and now she says
I
that
wasn't there. I wasn't there when she was stealing anything.
I didn't interrupt you. I'm asking you not, I'm asking you to do the same, please. The police report says she was there. They say they have her on camera and with the other person not scanning the items. Nobody is going to get charged with the theft of property because they didn't rat somebody else out for a theft of property. That makes absolutely no sense. This was 2020. It's frequent. I mean, it is not that long ago. It's a theft of property. She did plead guilty to it. So regardless of what she says she didn't steal, she did enter a guilty plea to a theft of property. It's a little over a year ago. We would ask that her application be denied.
So I have a motion to deny. Does anyone second that? And Dr. Jolly is seconding. Are there any more questions or discussion? I would like to take a vote on who is in favor of denial on this application.
Aye.
3. And are there any opposed to this? No, the motion passes and the license has been denied today, Mr. Daniel.
Ms. Moore, you will get a letter stating that they denied your application today. It will state how you can appeal that if you want to. You can appeal that to a full board meeting, which is all 8 board members, but it'll state in that letter how you can do that. So you will get that in the mail. It'll go out this week, so you should have it by sometime next week. Thank you for being here today. Next we have, and Mr. Sellers, it's showing up Brandon Sellers. Are you Richard Sellers?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
My middle name is Braden, so.
Oh, I'm sorry, Braden. Yeah, that's
okay.
Okay. Were you here earlier? You heard Dr. Kirtley talk
Yes,
about
sir.
the process today, any of that? You have any questions about anything?
No, sir.
Okay, perfect. Board members, this is application. He did check no on his application about the criminal history question. Did come back where he has he was arrested for possession of marijuana. This was in 2017. He admitted to smoking marijuana that day and to having marijuana in his possession. He was sentenced under the First Offenders Act and the case was dismissed after a year. So he does not have a conviction at this time. He did, I believe. Let me look at yeah, this was just, like I said, he was sentenced under the First Offenders Act. So it has that conviction has gone away, but this was in 2017. He did admit to smoking marijuana that day to the police and to having marijuana in his possession. So Dr. Mack, I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay. Mr. Sellers, could you describe to us what happened back then?
Yes, ma'am. So in 2017, earlier in the day, I was with a couple of my friends and we were riding bikes around town. We had been smoking marijuana. It was getting about the time that they had to go to work. So we were headed back to drop me off at my home and we got pulled over. Cop came to the door and said he smelled marijuana and asked where it was. And I had some on me. So I immediately handed him my bag and it was 2 grams. And so I handed it to him and he searched the rest of the vehicle. They took us down to the station to get booked. We were able to bail ourselves out. They charged me with possession of marijuana, misdemeanor. And I had court later on that year around September. And they said I was eligible for the First Offenders Act and said that all I had to do was pay a fine. So I paid it. They said it was to my understanding that it wouldn't go on my record, which was the main reason I didn't check anything, because I didn't think it would be on my record or anything. So that is my mistake. But I paid it off within the year, and that was that.
Okay, how old were you then in 2017?
I was 20 years old.
Okay, board members, do we have any questions?
Are you currently smoking marijuana, and when was the last time?
No, sir, I'm not. The last time was approximately 2 years ago.
Do you do any other drugs?
No, sir.
You drink alcohol?
No, sir.
Would you have problems with a drug test?
No, sir.
So what made you, what just all of a sudden made you quit smoking marijuana?
It basically just started giving me a lot of anxiety. I don't know if it was because of the incident or other reasons. I don't know. I just started having really bad anxiety with it. So I stopped.
You continued to smoke it for a couple of years after you got arrested?
I did. Not all the time, just every now and then for my friend's birthday or something like that.
And you were 20 when this arrest happened, is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so how old were you when you started using it?
I believe 19 or 20.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Richmond or Dr. Jolly?
So how did you come about? Tell me a little, are you working in a pharmacy now?
I am.
Okay. How did you come about that job? How did you become interested in pharmacy? You've obviously moved, right? You were from southwest Arkansas and you moved up this way, is that right?
I'm from Texarkana, Texas. I went to UCA in Arkansas. For a few years, I was working on a physical therapy degree or a science degree with an emphasis in physical therapy. I got through about 3 years of it, and I just really wasn't feeling like physical therapy was for me. And so I was working at Outback a couple years ago and met my girlfriend there. She was working there as well. And then we both stopped working there, and she got a job at Cornerstone Pharmacy. And that's how I got the job, was through her.
What does she do there?
She actually started off as a lab technician, and then they moved her out front to be a manager of like the gifts and everything out front, the gifts that we sell.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So you're currently working there, but not as a tech. What are you working as?
A clerk.
Okay. Dr. Kraus?
Dr. Mack, I'd be okay with granting his pharmacy tech license if he would submit to a drug test and pass. I'd be fine with it.
So that's a motion. Do I have a second? Dr. Richmond, and do we have any other comments or questions? Okay, I'd like to take a vote. Whoever's in favor of this, please raise your hand. 3. Okay, is anyone opposed? The motion carried, Mr. Daniel, and you can take over from here.
Thank you, Mr. Sellers. We will be in contact with you. We've got, we'll try to get this set up to drug test, and at the latest, hopefully next week. Well, we'll try to get it set up sometime this week if we can. But we will contact you, and let me Gmail account still good, 789@gmail. Is that still a good email address?
Yes,
And
sir.
I've got a phone number that starts with that 903 area code. Is that still a good phone number? Okay.
Yes, sir.
We'll get in contact with you via email or phone, and when we contact you, you'll have 24 hours of drug test. We'll give you facility and all of that. So we'll just, like I said, we'll be in contact shortly. Once that test comes back, we'll grant your license if it's clean.
Okay, I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
So I think my address, it keeps getting sent to my parents' address in Texarkana.
Okay, we've got a Wood Creek Drive address.
Okay, yes, that's the correct one.
Let me see if that's what we have in the computer too, because most of the time when we mail something, it's from the address that's in the computer. So let me look real
Okay.
quick. Okay, yeah, it's on Wood Creek Drive now. So anything that goes out should go there.
Okay, yes, sir, that's perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
We have one more, Miss Lewis. She is here. She is in our boardroom. She appeared in person. Thank you for waiting on us, Miss Lewis. I know it's kind of been a long afternoon, but did you hear Dr. Kirtley earlier when he talked about the process today and everything?
Yes.
Okay. You have any questions about any of that before we get started?
No, sir.
Okay, perfect. We have Ms. Lewis here. This is an application. Let me. Pharmacy technician application. On her application, she did check yes that she'd been treated for a mental health disorder. Has mental health issues going back to 2000. Has hospitalization due to depression and manic episodes. At the time I made this report, which was beginning of last week, we had not received, or this summary sheet on the front of her packet there. We'd received some progress reports, but none more recent than June 2020. I have gotten some new ones now, and I'll discuss those in just a second. But June of 2020, she exhibits symptoms of emotional disorder that adversely affects or impairs her work performance. Looking back through some of, and what I'm reading out of now is actually not included in your packet. We actually just received them today. But she does, looking through here, this is in August of 2020, still has the same issues. In August of 2020, it talks about her work and not wanting to work. I believe she was working in retail, not wanting to work in retail because being around people affected her depression. Also in August of 2021, which was 2 months ago, I guess this was actually just a couple weeks ago, 8/27, I'm sorry, about 3 months ago, 8/27 says Ms. Lewis continues to need outpatient treatment. She continues to exhibit symptoms of an emotional disorder that have an adverse effect or impairs her work performance and that adversely affect her relationships that interfere with day-to-day functioning. And so just based on this, we just wanted to have her come in today and just talk in a little more detail about her treatment and kind of what the process she's going through right now. So Dr. Mack, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Ms. Lewis, could you talk to us a little more about, what's going on and what's happening right now?
I worked at Subway for 6 years, and I didn't have a problem working with the customers or the people around me. I just had a problem working with food. So I'm not quite sure how that got misconstrued. Like I said, I was there for 6 years and didn't have any problems. And I was just hoping to go into the pharmacy business and get my tech license so I could get out of the food business.
And I guess if you could tell us, what do you mean a problem with food?
I just don't want to work with food. I feel like people look down on me because of the job that I had. And basically, I just wanted a job where I felt like I could be proud of going to work every day.
And so, and how long have you been in treatment? You've been in treatment for, I mean, since 2000, or, I mean, is that continued or on and off?
It's continued from 2000, just not at the same clinic. I've been with this doctor since 2018.
Okay, and you take your medicine as prescribed and follow recommendations and do all that?
Yes, sir.
How often do you meet with a doctor or your treating person?
Every 3 months.
Every 3 months, okay. So you just met, I guess, so you're due again, you just met in August, so you're due.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Mack. I have no further questions.
Board members?
I'm still reviewing the
Okay, I'll
stuff.
give you a minute.
Here.
It looks
Dr.
like
Richmond?
the most recent records are from almost over a year ago.
Well, I have some that I got today. They're not in your packet because this was scanned previously. We got some in today that are as recent as August of this year. But like I said, they're not in your packet because literally, I mean, we got them just, I mean, a few hours ago, they were sent in, faxed in. But she is, like I said, it does show her appearing every 3 months. We have March, we have June, we have August, and then she would be due again this month. It does show that she is taking medication as prescribed and has not had, I mean, she's stated she continues to exhibit symptoms of an emotional disorder. And so she is still in need of medication management and requires continued treatment. But there's nothing out of, there's no, I mean, I've looked through them since I've got them in today, and there's no red flags. There's no, with her, I mean, no issues with her not doing what she is recommended, and no issues with her not taking her medication.
Dr. Richmond?
I guess based on what I've seen, I read through all 31 pages. Based on what Mr. Daniel just summarized, I guess I would not have any problem accepting her license, giving her a license.
Yeah, there's nothing that jumps out at staff that's alarming.
Is that a motion?
I can make that a motion.
Okay. And Dr. Kraus seconded. At this time, are there any more questions or discussion? If not, I'll take a vote. Please vote if you're in favor of granting the tech license. 3 hands are up. Is anyone not in favor? Okay, Mr. Daniel, the motion has passed.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. What we will do is we will get this processed in the next day or two, and I have you. Is that 50th Street address? Is that still a good mailing address?
Yes, sir.
We'll get it in the mail to you. Like I said, it should process in the next couple of days, so you should have it by the latest by the first of next week.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you for being here today, and thank you for waiting on us. You're free
No
to go.
problem.
Thank you. You can just leave that computer. Okay, thanks. Yeah, that's all that I have. Thanks for 2 long days, but we got a lot of stuff done. So John or Brenda, if either one of y'all have anything, or board members have anything,
We're gonna bill you.
perfect. I'll pass it right on to John.
And there's
I got
nothing
nothing.
else
That's
till
20
February, right?
Y'all cleared a lot off my desk, so I appreciate this.
That's
I'm sorry, Dr.
23
Mack, what'd you
issues
say?
today.
No more. How many? What'd you say?
23 of them today.
Yeah,
I believe it. So that clears up everything till February?
that clears up everything. Hopefully till February. We're looking at some point the first of the year. We're gonna have to have another informal.
Yeah.
But maybe we can push it till the end of February or the 1st of March. I've got a few things over there that need to be set, but I don't know that any of it's just, needs to be, heard quickly. Yes, Dr. Kraus?
So have we caught up from the backlog over COVID, and are we now going forward with new stuff or?
Yes.
Yeah,
I mean,
we've got some.
yeah, I mean, we always, I mean, the reason we're sitting the 3-day meetings is we always have something come up that might take all day. And then either it'll get resolved or we'll have it, but we're setting those long ones on the 3rd day. So that way, if it gets resolved, we won't have to have it. But yes, we are caught up for the most part. We just had a lot of technician applications within the last few months that just had problems.
So what's going to go down in February with the veterinary stuff? What's
I don't know. I mean, to be, quite frank, and Kevin's not on with us now, but he has spent a ton of time interpreting this. And in some ways, I will tell you, I feel really badly for the veterinarians because I don't think anyone is telling them how to work through the immediate issues they have legally. But we have people telling them, here's your option. It's just your board that's the obstacle. And we're trying to give people good advice of, I understand that you think that we're the obstacle. We are not the only obstacle. And we're trying to protect you from the same things we've seen in the human market. I mean, if you're talking about sterile injectables, we had NECC and Amaridose happen to humans. And if you think that is not happening to animals, you are a fool. There's just not the same level of oversight and preparation of pharmacies 503A as there is 503B. So Kevin and I even talked in one of the breaks today, like we have some 503Bs that, I mean, they focus on veterinary stuff is what we understand. And there are people that will tell us we're wrong, but these veterinarians need to know the legal ways they can get what they want. But when I make comments like, people keep coming to us with drugs that do not appear to be of an emergency need for a compounded product. I mean, we're talking about, antibiotic. There's an injectable metronidazole. Why do you need a compounded oral metronidazole if there is an injectable metronidazole? If it's truly an emergency and you're trying to choke it down an animal's throat, they don't take metronidazole well. I don't know what to say about that, but
I mean, Kevin's done a lot of research and has spoken, I don't know how many times with the FDA and is trying to get them to make a decision, which, so hopefully we'll have more. Well, I know we'll have more information by February, but hopefully we'll have better information from the FDA by then too.
Yeah.
And what is so different than humans? I mean, humans have emergencies too.
The difference is largely because if you look historically, the FDA made animal drug policy based on food producing animals. So they did not want any API, like any just bulk powders in use for food producing animals because they don't have the same type of FDA data about withdrawal interactions, how it stays in meat. But for the longest, they had, the Animal Medical Use Drug Clarification Act, and you couldn't use any API on animals, and they kind of relaxed that on companion animals, which makes complete sense. But then when we had 503B come up, to be sure it is actually, if you are getting non-patient specific compounded drugs, to treat it like you would humans, that it's in a CGMP facility to ensure quality, that makes really good sense. But then you have pharmacies that are like, well, everybody allows this. I have a feeling there are states that don't allow it or that don't realize it's happening or just ignoring it. And we can't control that. No, but if we're going to take action on an Arkansas pharmacy for doing it, which the board's done before, then I don't know why you would carve out an exception for someone who's not even within Arkansas to ship in.
Exactly.
Because we have no control over that.
I think you made a good point as far as educating the AVMA or whatever. It's obvious to me, that they're not up to speed. I mean, it was, when the FDA came in and really took over compounding, if you will. I mean, there's still a lot of human physicians out there that
don't know
anything, and so I know I get calls, just to share this with other board members. I get calls and Brenda can definitely attest to the fact that I've called her to say, hey, how do I find a 503B pharmacy for somebody? And, you know, there's a website and they can go in and they can put their kind of eye drops or whatever the hell it is they want in there and they can get them.
But Lynn, you know that, and you're not someone that's literally trying to do business in this field. It is astounding to me that we have people that are pushing business in this field, but act like, well, that doesn't even exist. And we're like, it's on the FDA website. It's updated every 6 months, but that tells you who's doing the different meds. Call them and see if they can do it.
But when the FDA took over compounded, in my mind, they removed the state boards of pharmacy from being the conduit from rule changes affecting compounding.
I do not disagree with you, but there are people that want to put the board of pharmacy in a position just like, I mean, medical marijuana is a great example. Feds say it's illegal, but they want the states to say it's legal because they don't think the feds are going to do anything. But I believe there's a difference between allowing something to happen within your borders versus coming into your borders because of the oversight that we have. But in emergency medications, it's kind of like, you know, what were we gonna do 10 years ago if a mother came in with a child that said, Johnny is 8 years old and he just got stung by a bee and he is allergic. We're an hour and a half from the hospital because we're in rural Arkansas and I don't have his EpiPen with me. Well, under Good Samaritan thing, the pharmacist is probably going to give them an EpiPen, and now we have laws to help cover some of that. So I think that the fascinating thing is when you go, well, you know, everybody else allows us to do it. We just miss some paperwork. It's no big deal. And here are all of our friends to tell us why they need this. Well, if it's all people that are supposed to be local that need it, why isn't it an Arkansas pharmacy that's telling us how they can help with it? I don't see if it's an emergency how hundreds of miles away really helps with a true emergency, because there's no emergency service. They just want to be able to ship it to you ahead of time.
Well, let me tell you, it's been my experience. You can take almost anything and blend it in tuna fish and a cat will eat it.
Well, yeah.
I promise you that. Now you take an enalapril tablet and crush it up, put it in tuna fish and give it to a cat and they're going to eat it.
And just like that, like I'm not going to claim I'm an expert on what it takes to get medication to the animals, but if it is I
guess what I'm trying to say is you don't have to have some famous suspending agent, pillow gel to rub it in the ear and all that kind of stuff. You just need a blender and some tuna.
And a tuna fish.
Huh?
And a can of tuna fish.
Yeah. I mean, I'm telling you, there's not an animal out there that eats meat that wouldn't eat it.
Yeah. But I'll tell you also, it's, you know, Luke has seen this, Brenda has seen this, Kevin and I and Cindy and Brandon have seen it. You know, people are like, well, there are emergency needs. And then if you look at the medication list and you can look at the one from the case today, it's like, well, that's available commercially, you know, and this is a 50 milligram strength, but it's available in a 40 and an 80 commercial. So why did that need to be compounded?
As far as the metronidazole goes, and you were talking about an injection, so be it. But crush up some metronidazole and grind it up in tuna fish or chicken or compact, whatever. And I promise you, God is my witness, they'll eat it all. They won't, I mean, if they're going to live, you know, sometimes when they're real sick, they don't eat, and that's the end of that. Yeah. But, you know.
Well, and there's
John, I have a theory, but I want to hear yours. Why did they put on this deal like they did today? Shouldn't they only come and ask for their permit?
No,
I mean,
there are some other people that are extraneous to this conversation that are trying to get, I mean, we got a fax today of there's a petition for the Board of Pharmacy to rethink its rulemaking and stance on these issues. And quite frankly, we have some heavy duty compounders that, like, if I asked you, Debbie, can you do office stock compounding for a veterinarian in Arkansas? You would say no. And if I asked Lynn, Lynn would say no. And if I asked Rodney, Rodney would say no. And if I asked Brian, Brian would go, what does that have to do with hospital pharmacy? But if I showed you the rules, you would say no. But there are pockets of people, even, you know, some that we are very closely associated with, that would tell you that is not the way I interpret that rule. But at the same time, you could even have board members that say that. But if 5 of the 8 board members have consistently, you know, interpreted the rule that way, and we tell the people here they can't do it, that's the interpretation of the rule. And even if 1 board member or 2 board members say they don't agree, that doesn't steer board policy with a, that type of a minority opinion. And regardless of what we think, if the FDA tells us that it can't be done, we're going to try to advise pharmacies that they should not be doing it or that they can't do it. But if FDA comes out with their guidance, that will change the face of this somewhat. And it may, and I've got to read that whole proposed continuing policy guideline. But, if you're looking at current policy, it's difficult to do something besides what we see as a bright line distinction of what you can and can't do.
What did they really think they were coming for today?
To change the rule.
Oh,
and
they
therefore
did?
have nothing happen. I mean, that's
Work real good too. You don't have to use tuna. They do a great job.
yeah. But
Well, I think they want to update the MOU,
yeah,
which would change the rule.
they wanted their veterinary friends who they should not have been doing business with before anyway, but they bought the book of business for a company that is no longer in business, that had a whole lot of trouble with us, and they want to do what they did. And we're like, that was a 503B facility. Like even if it wasn't on the 503B side, they had that permit, which allowed them to do it. Now, what's interesting is, and I've already had staff, tell me, they're like, oh man, if you go talk to the vets, they're going to go crazy. They're going to boo you off stage or whatever. I'm like, all I can do is tell them, here are the rules as we understand it. I said, what I think I can help them with is to tell them things like, these pharmacies aren't saying, hey, you realize you could get this product since you don't have a big wholesaler contract. Establish a relationship with a local pharmacy and they can get some of these injectables for you, or they can get, the hospitals could sell it to you for an emergency situation. No one wants to tell them that because there's no money in me advising you how your other neighbor can help you. But we can do that. I mean, Lynn, I guarantee you've had vets call you over the years and go, man, I need some such and such for a dog. You got any of that? And you're like, yeah, man, how many you need? So.
Well, did they have an order today to come in?
They requested to come in today.
Well, we were bringing them in for the shipping.
Yeah.
And then he said, well, we want to discuss changing the MOU, and didn't find out till a few days ago that they were bringing 5 vets with them.
Yeah.
Was this the same guy that just last month you all settled with him for $100,000 or whatever it was?
That was who they bought their book of business from.
But wasn't that the same guy?
No.
Seems like that'd have been a clue when they bought the business.
I don't think they knew.
They didn't know that they were in trouble with the board?
I don't think so, but you'd have to ask them that.
Would that be due diligence?
Well, they bought their book of business. They just lost what was in Arkansas.
Yeah.
So.
Well, it just seemed to me that by bringing all that stuff into play, it kind of made us feel differently had we just dealt with the issue at hand. And I mean, there's quite a bit of rudeness and various things.
None of those 503Bs are permitted with you. Well, yeah, they're only wholesalers. It showed a complete misunderstanding of how licensing even works. And that's not just our state. Like if you're active in 40 plus states, you have to have a regulatory consultant or something that can explain to you how it works in the different states. And it appeared to me that hasn't happened. But that's just me, and that could offend people, and they have the right to be offended by that.
Get pissed off about it, us.
I know.
They got easy. They got a good deal. They get another chance to swing the bat. I mean, it's, but the vets don't need to use us as their whooping stick on the FDA. If they want that kind of thing, they need to go to the FDA and they need to get that straight with them. And we'll be glad to make whatever the hell it is they want to make. But up until that point, I'm not going to be there.
And you have to beware of becoming the target by saying, well, we understand the federal law is interpreted this way by the feds that talk to us, but we're going to ignore it and tell people to do what they want. It's a dangerous slope, but you guys could go there.
But none of those vets were in Arkansas, right?
Yes, a couple of them were.
Oh, they were?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, they don't understand an FDA inspection, especially when you're doing something that they don't want you to be doing. You know,
I think Rodney's had his hand up for a while. Do you have
Yeah.
something, Dr. Richmond?
I'm sorry. Doctor.
I thought we were almost done, and so as long as this is going on, I have a separate question.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm just,
All right, when you get the letter from Cornerstone, from Chad Vance,
Yeah.
where he outlines and summarizes his plans, can you share that with the board?
Sure will. Let me make a
Could be.
note.
Because, I mean, it's an attempt at trying to go down a path of trying to get some quality improvement and really try to help with their practice. And, but when you give that sort of task without any prior experience of what that letter is supposed to look like, it's hard to say what it'll come back looking like. And so
Yeah.
it reflects poorly on him. I just want to see kind of what that process might look like.
Yeah. What
I made a
what
note of it.
investment was made?
When we get it, I'll forward it out.
Guys, that's all we had. We've got a couple staff members waiting on us to close up so they can turn everything off.
I would say y'all got your money's worth out of us these 2 days.
We did. I
Yeah.
cleared a lot of stuff off my desk, and I thank y'all all for that.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think we made minimum wage today.
We
no,
did.
we got to stay
Yeah, we
home.
did.
Got to stay home to do it, so I can't complain.
True.
Yeah.
I mean, then we had to suffer through hearing about all the good stuff Lynn ate for lunch both days.
Oh my God.
And didn't get to eat at Samantha's.
I know, right?
No.
All right.
Thank you guys.
Thanks,
Sure
everybody.
appreciate
If
you.
we don't talk to y'all again, everybody have great holidays, and we'll see you first of the year.